Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the world of Naruto as Naruto's twin sister. Let the tale begin. Chapter 161, Sasuke's Departure. It was a few minutes past midnight in Konoha, but despite it being so late into the night, two people could be seen in one of Konoha's parks. One of these two people was Uchiha Sasuke, who had a conflicted expression on his face and a kunai in his hand. The other person was Sakura Haruno, who coincidentally met Sasuke when he was about to leave the village and was consequently knocked out by Sasuke after she tried to stop him from leaving. I should kill her. After she wakes up, she will certainly tell someone that I left, resulting in people chasing after me. If I kill her, it will cause a commotion, and it will take much longer for people to notice that I left the village. Sasuke clenched his teeth while looking from the unconscious Sakura to the kunai in his hand and back to Sakura. Oh my, what do we have here? Considering how much she likes you, I don't think there was a reason to knock her out. Or maybe, you have a fetish for unconscious girls. A shiver went through Sasuke's body when he heard a carefree voice speaking to him. He turned around and looked towards the source of the voice, but he could only see two purple eyes looking at him from the darkness. Another shudder went through his body, as he activated his Sharingan and got into a fighting stance. Why are you here, Yuna? Hehe, I had some business in the Hokage residence and was on my way back to the Uzumaki compound, but who would have thought that I would witness such an interesting scene? The last Uchiha betraying the village, how naughty, hehe. Sasuke paled when he heard that Yuna actually knew what he wanted to do. Considering how easily Yuna defeated him in the Chunin exam, he was under no illusion that he could actually defeat her, and considering her massive stamina and movement speed, he didn't think he could run away either. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and prepared himself to fight. He had already resolved himself to leave Konoha, and he will do everything he can to do that. You can try to stop me, but I am not going down without a fight. While Sasuke got ready for combat, Yuna only shrugged her shoulders in indifference. Sorry, but I'm not interested. If you want to leave, then leave. Sasuke was, naturally, surprised by Yuna's words. Not interested? I am betraying Konoha and you are not interested? Why? Why would I? I have not the slightest bit of interest in you. Whether you leave or stay, why should I care? You are neither a friend who I would like to be close to nor an enemy who I would like to keep close to observe his movements. Although I don't think that leaving the village is a good idea, it is your choice, so I won't bother you about it. Although Sasuke was surprised by Yuna's statement, after a few moments of thinking about it, he nodded his head in understanding. Yuna and Sasuke barely knew each other, and from what he has seen, Yuna doesn't have much goodwill for the village either. Oh, but I should probably tell you, that if I get the mission to bring you back, then I will do so without question. Yet again, Sasuke nodded his head in understanding. He was just about to answer Yuna when she said something that caused him to freeze up. Since you understand my point of view, I suggest you kill Sakura right now. I won't bother reporting you, but she certainly will. Sasuke stared at Yuna in disbelief when he realized what she just said. He looked into Yuna's eyes with his Sharingan and could only shiver in fear when he saw the total indifference Yuna had to Sakura's life. A frown appeared on Yuna's face when she saw that Sasuke was hesitating. Why are you hesitating? I am not saying that you are weak, but when Konoha sends a Jonin to catch you, you are pretty much done for. Killing Sakura is the best way for you to have a safe getaway. This is the best way to reach your goal, Mr. Avenger. Sasuke clenched his fists when Yuna mockingly called him an Avenger, and he could feel hatred flooding his body. That's right, I am an Avenger. We might have been teammates for a while, but if I have to kill her to reach my goal, I will do so without hesitation. Sasuke shakily lifted up the kunai he still held in his hand, and after quite a while of hesitating, he roared and stabbed downwards, straight towards Sakura's heart. However, the moment his kunai was about to pierce Sakura's skin, it stopped. It hovered there for quite a while before Sasuke tossed it aside with an angry roar. So what if a bunch of shinobi will try to catch me? No matter how many come, I will defeat them all. I am Sasuke Uchiha and I do whatever I want. Yuna nodded in approval when she heard Sasuke's resolve. In her opinion, Sasuke can play Avenger as much as he wants. As long as he doesn't start killing people he, to some degree, became friends with, Yuna didn't care about what he does. If Sasuke had actually gone for the kill, however, Yuna would have sent his head flying. Sakura would deliver the perfect alibi for Sasuke's disappearance, so no one would even consider her to be the one responsible. Huh, well said. There is no reason to always walk the easy path. Take the path you want to take, only then can you truly reach your goal. Before Sasuke could answer, Yuna vanished and appeared right in front of him while putting a hand on his shoulder. Yet again, Sasuke shivered in fear, because despite having his Sharingan still active, he couldn't see Yuna's movement at all. If she attacked just now, he wouldn't even know what hit him. Good luck, Sasuke. As I have already said, I do not think the path you want to take is a good one, but I won't stop you. It is your decision, after all. You should also remember that as long as you don't do anything outrageous, Konoha will very easily forgive you for betraying the village and welcome you back. Those retarded civilians are suckers for the Uchiha name, after all, ha ha ha. Without another word, Yuna disappeared, leaving a dazed Sasuke behind. After thinking about Yuna's words for a while, he nodded his head. That's right. I will do whatever I can to get stronger, even if it breaks me. I will continue walking the path I want to take to get my revenge. Sasuke couldn't help but respect Yuna for her opinion. When he told people about his aspiration, they usually looked at him with pity, but Yuna was different. Although she clearly stated that she doesn't think that living just for revenge is a good thing, she also said that she wouldn't try to stop him or convince him otherwise. That's right, it is my own path. It is the path I choose and no one has the right to interfere with it. Despite acting rather outrageous on occasions, Yuna does occasionally say something reasonable. Her words, after all, were clearly spoken so I could walk forward with confidence in my decision. After confirming for himself that he made the right decision, he started walking towards the land of sound, to finally leave Konoha for good. Yuna, meanwhile, was walking towards the Uzumaki compound with a satisfied smile on her face. Hee, what a sucker. I am sure Anko will be rather happy if I provide her free access to Orochimaru through the Flying Thunder God seal I put on Sasuke while touching his shoulder. Do you think I am stupid? I clearly saw you messing around with that seal on his shoulder, as well. Now, Kurama, no spoilers. That will be a special surprise for Sasuke, hee. To think I could actually feel pity for an Uchi. No wait, it's not pity, it's schadenfreude, ha ha ha. While Kurama was busy laughing, Yuna entered the Uzumaki compound with a small smile on her face, while wondering who will be the one that has to chase after Sasuke. She hoped that whoever it was would fail, so her Flying Thunder God seal would be safely delivered to Orochimaru. Chapter 162, Finally. It was early morning on the next day, and Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto were standing in the Hokage office in front of a scowling Tsunade. Whatever happened, I am innocent and it is in no way my fault. Tsunade glared at Yuna after she said that and moments later rolled her eyes at Yuna's antics. Yesterday evening Sasuke left the village. Sakura coincidentally met him and was knocked out by him. She woke up a short while ago and reported the matter. Oh? In that case, I actually am innocent. What a surprise. Although Tsunade heard Yuna's words, she decided to ignore what Yuna said, while Hinata and Naruto chuckled a little. I want you three to chase after him and bring him back to Konoha. While Hinata and Naruto nodded in understanding, Yuna still had a few questions about the mission. Why are you sending a Jonin and 2 special Jonin after him? Is someone supporting his getaway? If it is just Sasuke, then a single Jonin might already be overkill. Someone is indeed supporting him. One of our patrols noticed Sasuke, but before they could stop him, a group of shinobi intervened and stalled our people. Orochimaru's people, I guess? I wonder how he found out that Sasuke will leave today. Or did they wait for him the whole time? I guess that doesn't really matter. What does Konoha plan to do with him after we bring him back? He will be put on probation and we will see where it goes from there. If he doesn't become obedient, then we will simply have to imprison him. Everything is better than having him work for Orochimaru. Yuna nodded her head in understanding and asked her next question. On a scale from 0 to 4, how many of his limbs are allowed to be missing? Instead of answering Yuna, Tsunade only glared at her, and after a few moments of silence, Yuna shrugged her shoulders. Fine, 0 it is. Anything else we need to know? After a short moment of thinking, Tsunade nodded her head. If Orochimaru himself appears, you can abandon the mission. You are more important to the village than Sasuke, and there is no reason to risk your life for him. Well, from what I have seen so far, you would happily fight Orochimaru even if it wasn't part of a mission, so I guess it doesn't matter. Additionally, if bringing him back is impossible, but you get a chance to kill him, then you are permitted to do so. If Konoha can't have him, then no one can. Yuna nodded in approval at Tsunade's ruthless order, while Hinata and Naruto nodded their head in understanding. Although Naruto would rather not kill someone who was his teammate for a while, he would still do so if necessary. Hinata, on the other hand, couldn't care less about Sasuke. She understood that Konoha didn't want to lose the Sharingan, but felt like having Sasuke being part of Konoha is more trouble than it is worth. Yuna felt like she pretended long enough to care about the mission, so she decided to get going. Considering how rampant Yuna usually acts, it might even make Tsunade more suspicious if she asked too many questions. Well, guess we will be going. See ya. The moment she finished speaking, Yuna disappeared from the room, and after Hinata and Naruto gave Tsunade a little bow, they vanished as well, leaving a dumbstruck Tsunade behind. Although Tsunade had already seen Yuna appearing and disappearing without the slightest chakra fluctuation, she didn't think that Hinata could do the same, while even Naruto's movements were barely noticeable. Seriously, what is wrong with those three? Instead of an explanation, Tsunade only got a small chuckle from Hiruzen, who was in the room as well. Although Tsunade wouldn't deny that she was thankful to Hiruzen for helping her get used to the job, she really would prefer if he acted a little more dignified. Hiruzen, meanwhile, has completely stopped giving a shit. He was lazing around on a couch inside the Hokage office, while blatantly reading one of his favorite books. If that wasn't already enough, he was smoking his pipe that had something in it that Tsunade was pretty sure was illegal in the Land of Fire. One might ask how Hiruzen managed to smoke a pipe while simultaneously reading a book despite having only one arm, but Hiruzen wasn't called the professor for nothing. He was using earth-nature manipulation to hold the book while using wind-nature manipulation to turn the pages. The first time Tsunade saw this, she almost coughed out some blood. High-level nature transformation is considered to be one of the hardest skills a shinobi can learn, but Hiruzen was actually using it to read porn. Yuna, meanwhile, was racing through one of the Land of Fire's many forests, closely followed by Hinata and Naruto. Now that they were no longer inside Konoha, Yuna decided to speak. It's a bit of a pity, but this will be the first time we fail a mission. It would be more advantageous if Sasuke got away today, after all. Hinata and Naruto were both surprised by Yuna's statement but only nodded their heads in understanding. Although they weren't sure why Yuna said that, it was clear to them that she had a plan, so they kept silent and waited for her explanation. I have put a Flying Thunder God seal on Sasuke, and I am pretty sure he is heading straight for Orochimaru. Hinata's and Naruto's eyes shone in understanding when they heard that, and Naruto was the first to speak, closely followed by Hinata. I guess Anko will be rather happy when she hears that. Haha, indeed. This will make it even harder to stop her from attacking Yuna. Maybe I show. Although the last two sentences were only whispered by Hinata, Yuna still heard the first one completely, while she could more or less guess the second one and couldn't help but chuckle a little. Yuna was just about to tease Hinata when she stopped moving and looked behind her, while Hinata and Naruto did the same. A massive smile appeared on Yuna's face that sent shivers through Hinata and Naruto. You two go ahead, I have something to do. Hinata and Naruto could pretty much guess what was going on, so they quickly started moving again and left Yuna behind. He finally stopped hiding in his little hole. A few minutes later, a huge group of shinobi with featureless, white masks approached Yuna. The moment they got closer to her, they started spreading out and surrounded Yuna. Yuna, however, couldn't care less. Her eyes were fixated on the leader of this group. Black, shaggy hair, a cross-shaped scar on his shin, a Sharingan in his right eye, and 10 more Sharingan in his right hand that had an unnaturally white color. A huge grin appeared on Yuna's face that almost split her face in half when she saw the person in front of her, while her killing intent started flooding the forest, causing every single animal in the vicinity to flee in terror. Danzo. Finally. Chapter 163, Fighting Danzo. A short while before confronting Yuna, Danzo was sitting in his office with an unhappy expression on his face. Things were becoming worse at a rapid pace since the Uzumaki clan gathering a few weeks ago. First, his root agents that were supposed to disturb the gathering were not only stopped but even captured alive. Danzo had actually prepared himself to flee the village when that happened, but when Hiruzen hadn't made a move after a few days, he concluded that Hiruzen would let the matter slip yet again, causing Danzo to scoff at his soft-heartedness. Next, he sent some people to break through the barrier surrounding the Uzumaki clan to cause havoc and collect information while Yuna wasn't in the village, but his agents simply disappeared inside the compound and he had no idea what happened to them. And finally, Tsunade came back to Konoha and even agreed to become the new Hokage, something he deemed to be impossible to happen. The only positive aspect was that he finally managed to get a read on Yuna's abilities and finished preparing countermeasures. The next time Yuna left Konoha without being accompanied by someone as powerful as Jiraiya, Danzo would make his move. A short while later, one of Danzo's root agents entered the room and kneeled in the middle of it. Danzo-sama, I received a report that Sasuke Uchiha had left the village and is heading for the Land of Sound. Danzo only scoffed when he heard that. He might have promised Itachi that he would spare Sasuke, but that didn't mean that he had to babysit him. If he wanted to leave the village so much, then Danzo couldn't care less. If Sasuke was an Itachi-level genius, then things might be different, but so far Sasuke hasn't shown much potential. He might be stronger than quite a few shinobi are at his age, but that was all there was to it. Danzo was just about to dismiss the person in front of him when the root agent continued his report. Yuna Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Hinata Hyuga were sent to capture him. Danzo's visible eye widened when he heard that. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He immediately stood up and prepared himself to chase after the trio together with every single root agent that was currently available. To Danzo's surprise, his group caught up with Yuna rather quickly, and what surprised him, even more, was that Yuna was actually on her own and was waiting for him. He couldn't help but shiver a little when he saw Yuna's smile but decided not to think about that too deeply. Danzo. Finally. Yuna was truly excited when Danzo appeared in front of her. It has been quite a while since Danzo's name appeared on her to-kill list, and today was finally the day when she could cross his name out. The moment she felt Danzo approaching, she sent back orders to the Uzumaki compound to raid Danzo's bases inside Konoha. Although all of them were rather well hidden, considering that Danzo's root agents were very easily distinguishable for Yuna's senses, she mapped out the correct locations years ago. Although all of Danzo's bases were protected by seals, in front of the Uzumaki clan that was as effective as hanging a "Do Not Enter" sign in front of the entrance. Yuna really wondered just how much outrageous stuff will be found in those bases. You finally came out to play, Danzo. I will enjoy killing you. Despite feeling the pressure oozing out of Yuna increasing even further, Danzo only scoffed at her statement. I don't think so. Showing your full capabilities was a huge mistake. You revealing your full power will be the cause of your death. Hee, revealing my full power? I wonder when that happened. Maybe when I fought Lee while only using taijutsu? Overbearing chakra started flowing out of Yuna, coating her whole body with red bubbling chakra, and forming 4 tails behind her. Or maybe when I fought my girlfriend and my little brother in a 2-on-1 fight? A pure white armor of ice appeared on Yuna's body while a crown made out of ice appeared on her head, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop. Or maybe, when I fought Gaara, without moving a single step. 4 chains burst out of Yuna's back, causing the temperature to sink even further, while the ground underneath Yuna started freezing over. Or maybe, when I was allowing the Kyuubi to use Hashirama as a punching bag. Yuna's 4 chains fused together with her 4 tails, significantly increasing their attack power and causing the temperature around Yuna to sink even further. Do you know the difference between all these fights and this one? Danzo, however, didn't answer. While Yuna was talking, his group made their own preparations. He already knew that this won't be an easy fight and that he will lose quite a few of his root agents, but that was a sacrifice he was willing to make to get rid of Yuna. Without saying a single word, the root agents surrounding Yuna started shooting their jutsu. Half of them using fire style, while the other half was using wind style. Considering that Yuna seemed to be the most proficient in using ice, Danzo concluded that using a combination of fire and wind would be the best approach. Instead of trying to counter the attack, however, Yuna didn't move at all, causing the massive flames from all sides to engulf her. Danzo couldn't help but frown when he saw that. His Sharingan didn't detect her using a substitution jutsu, so he could only conclude that Yuna was hit by the full brunt of the attack. Omicron S. When the flames receded, Danzo's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Yuna was completely unharmed and even the ice covering the ground under her was still intact. Yuna chuckled a little when she saw Danzo's dumbfounded look. For her, it was only obvious that her ice couldn't be melted by a simple fire, but it seems that Danzo expected a different outcome. Well, during the Chunin exam, the ice that was at the edge of the stadium could be melted by fire jutsu, but that was just because Yuna wasn't in direct contact with it and didn't put any intent into it. I will tell you what the difference is. I want you dead. Without another word, Yuna disappeared and reappeared in front of Danzo, while swinging down a massive sword made out of ice. While Danzo jumped backward to dodge the attack, one of his root agents appeared to block the strike with his sword, while 2 more appeared behind Yuna, ready to strike her as soon as her sword gets blocked. The moment Yuna's sword made contact with her enemy's sword, it cut through it like it was made out of paper while slicing the root agent in half. Danzo, who observed the attack with his Sharingan, couldn't help but flinch when he saw Yuna's sword strike. Although the pain wasn't as strong as it was during the Chunin exam, he could still feel some pain in his Sharingan when he observed Yuna's attack. Moments later, the 2 people who tried to sneak attack Yuna had their hearts pierced by Yuna's chains while her other 2 chains started lashing out at the surrounding root agents. Although it took her some time to get used to her chains, by now she could easily use them like they were her own limbs and move them independently from each other. Yuna noticed that Danzo used some kind of jutsu to coat a kunai with wind chakra, but decided not to care about that. In one smooth motion, she changed the momentum of her sword and cut upwards towards Danzo. Danzo, probably believing that his chakra-coated kunai could stop Yuna's sword, was utterly dumbfounded when Yuna cut through it just as easily, resulting in Danzo being cut in half just like the root agent previously. Yuna couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment at how easily Danzo died. She spread her senses to see if Danzo used some weird jutsu to escape, but couldn't feel anything. No matter how she looked at it, Danzo was dead. Yuna looked at the root agents who were still surrounding her and shook her head. Might as well take out the Tra. Yuna's instincts flared, while she opened her eyes in surprise. Without a moment of hesitation, she sidestepped the hand that was just about to put a seal on her back while her 4 chains moved and impaled the person holding the seal. Yuna couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she saw that the person who tried to put the seal on her was actually Danzo. He is alive? How? No clue, but I bet the Sharingan is involved somehow. That thing has all kinds of bullshit abilities, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of them. That's true. Now that I look at it in more detail, one of the eyes he has on his hand just closed. Is that hand some kind of weird life system? Does he think he is a video game character or something like that? Moments later, the Danzo that had Yuna's chains stabbed into him vanished, while another one reappeared nearby. What the hell is this? Seems like I can kill you more than once. Did you develop that technique just for me, so I can kill you multiple times? Although I would have been satisfied with killing you only once, thanks for the nice service anyway. Danzo, however, could only frown. This wasn't going the way he expected it to go at all. He already died twice and lost quite a few of his root agents, while Yuna seemed to be completely unbothered. Damn, I have underestimated her. Should I run away? I would rather not waste the Kodo Emetsukami on her. There are better targets for that. Before Danzo could finish his thoughts, Yuna could pretty much guess what he was thinking about. You want to run away? Do you really think I would let you do that after you finally left your hiding place? Yuna stealthily separated her chakra tails from her chains and let her chains burrow into the ground. And moments later, they emerged from 4 different locations around 100 meters away from Yuna's current position and formed a dome that surrounded her and Danzo's group, trapping all of them inside it. Although Danzo noticed when the chains came out of the ground, at that point, it was already too late to do anything about it. Hee, no running away, okay? Let's have lots of fun together. And what could be more fun than a good, old-fashioned massacre? What do you think, Danzo? Danzo's frown deepened even further when he saw Yuna stopping him from running away. A moment later, he made a decision. For now, he will try to get rid of Yuna the normal way, but if things get too dangerous for him, he will have to use the Kodo Emetsukami, even if he didn't want to. Chapter 164, Getting Very Angry. Danzo was currently having a really bad time. No matter how he looked at it, he made a mistake. No, he didn't make a mistake, he was tricked. So far, when Yuna fought, she always displayed one of 2 traits. She would either play around with her opponents while losing arrogance with every little movement she made, or she would lose herself in battle and recklessly charge at her opponent. Now, however, he realized that both of these fighting styles were merely a facade. He looked at Yuna swinging around a sword that was as long as her own body, like she had done so for uncountable years. Every time she swung her sword, at least one of his root agents would die. Rather than fighting living beings, it looked more like she was casually harvesting vegetables. After using her chains to create the barrier that prevented him from running away, Yuna no longer used her tails for attacking and instead used them to defend herself. A few of his people even had explosive tags plastered all over their bodies like during the Uzumaki clan gathering, but Yuna only grabbed them with her tails and actually used them as explosives she could throw when necessary. As far as Danzo knew, Yuna would usually have a crazy smile on her face while fighting, but now, she seemed to be completely indifferent while slaughtering his shinobi. So far that only changed thrice. All 3 times, Danzo tried to attack her just to be killed instantly. The moment Yuna's sword split him in half or her chains punctured his body, was the moment when Yuna's indifferent face changed to one filled with massive amounts of happiness, like there was nothing more joyful for her than killing him. When Yuna said that she was happy that she could kill him multiple times, he thought that she was mocking him, but that wasn't the case at all. Yuna genuinely felt joy every time she cut him down. Not even a minute later, all of his root agents laid bisected on the ground. Danzo has never seen someone cutting down shinobi in such a methodical and calculated way. Especially if those shinobi were willing to sacrifice themselves to wound their enemy. Despite that, not a single drop of blood could be seen on Yuna's clothes or weapon. Well, Danzo, I guess this is it. As far as I can see, you have 8 Sharingan left. The 7 in your right arm and the 1 in your head. Just so you know, I will enjoy killing you 9 more times. Danzo could only grit his teeth in anger. Considering the way Yuna fought just now, he had no chance of victory, and he didn't believe that he could get out of Yuna's barrier either, so he only had 1 move left. The Sharingan in Danzo's right eye changed its form, causing Yuna to put up her guard against it. She had no clue what was going to happen, but so far the evolved form of the Sharingan had some pretty messed up abilities. I did not want to use this on you, but you leave me no choice. Kodo Emetsukami. A few seconds passed, but the only thing that happened was that Danzo's eye changed back to its normal Sharingan form. What was that supposed to do? That was a rather convoluted name, so maybe you said it wrong and it didn't work because of that, Danzo-sa, ugh. Before Yuna could finish her sentence, her own hand shot up and prevented her from finishing it. What is wrong, Yuna? I was just about to call him with Sama, and I have no idea why. I feel like I shouldn't attack him anymore either. No, why should I attack him? I am loyal to Danzo-sa, ugh, what the F***. Kurama was, naturally, dumbfounded by this. By now, He has seen quite a lot of Yuna's memories, so he was fully aware that Yuna never called anyone respectfully except for when she was mocking or tricking someone. Additionally, she was just about to say that she was loyal to Danzo, which was beyond ridiculous. From what Kurama had seen in her memories, Yuna was loyal to no one. She never has been and never will be. Even if she became part of a sect or something similar, the moment she could no longer agree with the methods of that sect, or if she got orders contradicting her own views, she would leave them without hesitation. What the F** did you do to me, Danzo sa? Ugh, CK of shit. Danzo, meanwhile, had a smug expression on his face when he saw Yuna struggling. I am impressed that you are actually capable of resisting the Kotoeme Tsukumi for such a long time, but in the end, it doesn't matter. It's only a matter of time before you become loyal to me, Reino-es. The moment Danzo finished speaking, an eerie silence covered the battlefield. Danzo wasn't sure what was going on, but he felt like something was off. That feeling grew even stronger when he heard Yuna speaking with so much malice in her voice that he could feel it prickle on his skin. Loyal? Crack. The ground under Yuna shattered like something extremely heavy just landed on it. Me? Loyal to you? The ice that seemed to always stay underneath Yuna while she was fighting started to expand at a rapid pace, freezing nearby trees within seconds. You dare to covet this venerable one's loyalty. An aura of unquestionable pride and arrogance exploded out of Yuna, making everything in her presence feel like it wasn't even at the same level as a bug. Know your *ing place. Although Danzo wanted to run away, he simply couldn't. The barrier trapping him has already vanished, but despite that, he couldn't run away. His body simply wouldn't move. He always thought that it was weird how much killing intent Yuna could display and pretty much credited that to the Kyuubi's influence, but now he realized that he was wrong. He was there when the Kyuubi rampaged inside Konoha, and its killing intent wasn't even close to what he was feeling right now. Rather than a little girl that couldn't even be considered to be a real adult yet, Danzo felt like he was standing in front of a mountain-sized monster that has killed millions of people. You are courting death, mortal. The moment Yuna finished that sentence, Danzo's body was smashed into the ground due to the pressure oozing out of Yuna. The trees surrounding the battlefield started to distort, making it look like they were bowing to Yuna, while even Yuna herself staggered due to her current body not being capable of withstanding her own presence. Before Danzo could even understand what was going on, a single word left Yuna's mouth. Perish. And this was exactly what happened to Danzo. His body simply started to disintegrate, leaving nothing behind. Despite still having quite a few Sharingan left, he did not reappear this time. Since Danzo didn't die, he stopped existing. Moments later, the overbearing pressure vanished, and Yuna fell on her knees while coughing out massive amounts of blood. She was about to lose consciousness, but she forced herself to stay awake since she still had something else to do. Yuna quickly sat down and started meditating so she could search through her memories and get rid of the false ones. She actually felt guilty for killing Danzo, which she found beyond disgusting. The earlier she got rid of the fake memories, the better. A while later, Yuna opened her eyes again and immediately started drawing seals in midair. After doing so for a short time, a small dome rose around her, which hid her presence and could protect her from attacks up to a certain degree of power. The moment the small dome covered her completely, Yuna's body started swaying, indicating that she would lose consciousness very soon. Gonna faint, talk later, you tell Hinata. Naruto, what happened? And then, Yuna fainted. Kurama, meanwhile, only had a single question in his mind. What the fuck was that? Chapter 165, Making Another Enemy for Life. As all of you should have noticed, we are quickly approaching the end of Naruto canon. I won't simply do the 3-year time skip and will instead continue normally. If you want, you can make suggestions about what you want me to write about. For example, someone asked me whether I will write about the first Naruto movie but with Yuna as part of the cast, which I haven't decided about, yet. Just write me your ideas and I will consider which ones to do. I have, naturally, already a few things planned as well. For example, I want to write about that movie where Naruto and the gang time traveled and meet Minato. That should be pretty fun. End of author note. A loud groan escaped Yuna's mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. After scanning her surroundings for a moment, she concluded that she was currently in a hospital, which wasn't surprising to her. She had no idea for how long she was unconscious, but it should have been for a while. A few moments later, Naruto entered the room with a happy expression on his face. But instead of how she remembered him, Naruto seemed to have aged quite a bit. "Ne-san, you are finally awake. You have been asleep for almost 3 years. Flick. Ow." Yuna mercilessly flicked Naruto's forehead, causing the transformation that made him look older to disperse. "You are a million years too early to trick me. And you shouldn't believe for even a second that I didn't notice all those prank seals you put into the security formation of this room." Instead of saying anything, an annoyed pout appeared on Naruto's face, which caused Yuna to chuckle. "Well, how long was I out and how did the mission go? Is there anything new I should know about?" Naruto's pout quickly vanished and was replaced with a serious expression. "You were asleep for 2 weeks and, just like you wanted, we failed to retrieve Sasuke. While I was only fighting a bunch of goons, which was boring, Hinata fought some weirdo that used his own spine as a sword. I'm not sure what his deal was, but Hinata said that he simply died after using a big jutsu." Yuna nodded her head in understanding. Using your own spine as a sword is pretty messed up, but Yuna had seen worse. What she really wondered about was how Orochimaru managed to dig up all these weirdos. Is he actively looking for them, or do they just naturally flock to him? A while after we arrived back in Konoha, Akane headed for the Hokage Tower with a massive stack of papers, and a while later Anbu were swarming the whole village while capturing people. Yuna nodded her head in understanding. She pretty much expected something like that to happen. Who could know how many dirty deals Danzo had done and how many people were involved in them? Well, Tsunade knew most of them now, but Yuna didn't really care. Danzo was dead, which was a good thing, and the corruption that is present no matter where you go went down as well. As for what will happen to the captured people, Yuna truly couldn't care less. Oh, and Sakura was apparently accepted as Tsunade's disciple in addition to Karen. Oh? How did she manage to do that? I don't think Sakura could have any leverage against Tsunade, and neither does she possess anything Tsunade could want. As for threats, that's simply not possible. ****s she simply asked her and Tsunade accepted. Yuna was completely dumbfounded when she heard that, but moments later her eyes shone in enlightenment. Right. I had so much fun doing it through other means, I totally forgot that doing it like that was an option as well. Anyway, that was everything worth mentioning. Yuna nodded her head in understanding and leaned back on the bed. The moment Naruto saw Yuna relax, a glint appeared in his eyes and a cake appeared right in front of Yuna's face. Anos. Although Yuna said that she noticed the seals, Naruto expected that to be the case. All of these seals were only created by him to hide the one that just activated. Yuna didn't move at all, but just before the cake hit her face, it was split in half, causing it to pass by the sides of Yuna's face. Nice try, but I am pretty sure those million years haven't passed yet. Naruto, meanwhile, could only gnash his teeth in anger. He was actually the one that made the cake split in half, since he predicted that Yuna would see through the cake seal as well and would dodge it by leisurely tilting her head to the side. He made the cake hit the places where she could have dodged to, but Yuna had seen through that as well and opted to not move at all, causing the cake to miss her. Naruto decided to just take the loss and leave the room. For now, he would tell Hinata and Enko that Yuna woke up, and, after considering what happened to that patch of forest where he found Yuna, he decided to inform Tsunade as well. Meanwhile, in the land of sound in one of the many secret bases, creepy laughter could be heard. Orochimaru, who still had his arms frozen, finally managed to start the process necessary for Sasuke to awaken his cursed seal to the 2nd level. He was currently standing in front of a huge barrel that was emitting black smoke, a sign that the procedure was almost finished. Orochimaru couldn't help but be a little intrigued about what Sasuke will look like after his transformation and how strong he will become. A short while later, the top of the barrel exploded away, and Sasuke slowly rose from it. Although Orochimaru could only see his silhouette for now, he noticed to his own surprise, that Sasuke had actually gotten wings. Happy, female-sounding laughter echoed through the room. Ha ha ha, I feel amazing. What strength! The smoke lifted, and the moment Orochimaru saw Sasuke's level 2 transformation, his face stiffened. Red skin. Wide hips and big breasts. 2 bat-like wings. 2 small horns on his head. And the weirdest feature in Orochimaru's opinion, a long slim tail that had a small heart at the end. Well, the weirdest feature if one excludes the shift in gender. The second level transformation has always been rather random, but I was not expecting that it can even change the gender of the person while he is transformed. How curious. Sasuke, meanwhile, has also noticed that something felt off, and after looking down and seeing his big breasts he knew what it was. At first, he thought that something went wrong with the ritual, but then he realized that this wasn't the first time someone turned him into a woman. Yuna's image appeared in his head and moments later he remembered how she patted him on his shoulder when he was about to leave Konoha. The very same shoulder where his cursed seal was located. Sasuke's anger exploded, causing his Sharingan to activate on its own. Moments later, Sasuke's anger reached the boiling point and a new tomo appeared in one of his eyes, bringing him to the maximum of 6. If Yuna were to hear of this event, she would shamelessly proclaim that she helped Sasuke get stronger and that he should thank her for it. I will definitely kill you, Yuna Uzumaki. Chapter 166, Into the Snow. Considering his arms were still frozen because of Yuna, Orochimaru could only agree to Sasuke's outburst, despite not knowing why Sasuke suddenly started cursing Yuna. Why did you suddenly start cursing her? Sasuke's glare shifted to Orochimaru. He really wanted to yell at him, but took a deep breath and calmed down his anger instead. Since Orochimaru is the one who originally designed the seal, Sasuke concluded that he should also be capable of removing whatever Yuna did with it. Moments later, he deactivated the cursed seal and to his relief, he turned back into a man again, instead of a woman. I don't know how she did it, but before I left Konoha she patted my shoulder and modified the seal, so I would transform into a woman when I activate the second level. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. Influencing the transformation of the second stage of his cursed seal was impossible, so he could only interpret Sasuke's words as the ramblings of a child that wasn't satisfied with what it got. Despite that, he decided to humor Sasuke for now. Kukuku, how about you let me take a look at your seal then? I am sure that if someone actually modified it, I could tell what that person did and how to remove it. Sasuke heaved a sigh of relief when Orochimaru said that and took off his shirt, so Orochimaru could take a look at his seal. The moment Orochimaru saw Sasuke's seal, his face stiffened and his eyes widened in surprise. His cursed seal of heaven is supposed to have the appearance of 3 black tomo that form a triskelion in the middle of them, but now, it turned into 3 blue snowflakes, arranged in such a way that the outline of a 4th one could be seen between them. Orochimaru could feel a little bit of cold sweat flow down his back when he realized that he didn't even understand where to begin with removing this. Considering what he has seen so far from Yuna, he knew that she was very skilled in seals, but considering Sasuke said that she did the modification with just a pat on the shoulder he thought that she would have at best added a little something to mess with Sasuke. Now, however, he was looking at a completely different seal and he wasn't even sure whether his original is still in there somehow or if it is completely gone. Can I still use this to resurrect myself? I have no clue. Damn, I need to study this to find out if it is still useful to me. It seems like she really messed around with your seal. As I have previously told you, I still can't move my arms due to an experiment going wrong, but I am sure that I can do something about it as soon as I regain the mobility of my arms. Sasuke heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Orochimaru could fix the seal. The sooner the seal got fixed, the earlier he could get started on mastering his new power. Back in Konoha, Yuna was still laying on the hospital bed while considering if she should just leave and go home, but considering that Naruto was probably going to fetch Hinata and Enko if they were in the village, Yuna decided to wait for now. A short while of waiting later, Yuna could feel Hinata approaching her room, and moments later the door was opened rather forcefully and Hinata jumped on Yuna's bed, giving her a deep kiss. After they finished kissing, Hinata blushed, while a pout appeared on her face. I was worried. A wide smile appeared on Yuna's face as she started patting Hinata's head, causing her expression to loosen, while she started hugging Yuna. Sorry about that, I got a little angry and overdid it a little. Hinata chuckled when she heard that Yuna claimed that she overdid it a little, after all. Bang! With a loud bang, the door to Yuna's room was kicked out of its hinges, revealing Tsunade on the other side of the entrance. Although Tsunade could feel Hinata's killing intent locking onto her for interrupting her time with Yuna, she ignored it completely and instead pointed her finger at Yuna while glaring at her with red eyes. A with diuresis O section. You finally woke up. Get your ass out of bed and get rid of that damn snowstorm right now. A few minutes of travel time later, Yuna, Hinata, and Tsunade stood in front of one of Konoha's many forests. But contrary to the current sunny weather, there was a powerful snowstorm rampaging all over this part of the forest. Multiple shinobi were standing close by while trying to somehow stop the storm from spreading further towards Konoha with earth and fire-based jutsu. Yuna chuckled when she saw the spectacle. Seems like I overdid it a little. Tsunade's head almost burst from anger when she heard Yuna's comment. This snowstorm has been creeping closer and closer towards Konoha, and no matter what they tried it could barely be slowed down. Although it would still take about a month to reach Konoha, Tsunade wanted it gone as soon as possible. Worst of all, this snowstorm wasn't moving, it was growing. Just how much bigger would it become before stopping? Would it ever stop? Tsunade decided that she would rather not know the answer to that, but what she understood was that Yuna was significantly more dangerous than she expected. Before Tsunade could say anything else, Yuna started casually walking towards the snowstorm. At first, Tsunade wanted to stop her and tell Yuna that the deeper parts of the snowstorm were even for herself barely endurable due to the extreme cold, but she stopped herself when the snowstorm simply parted for Yuna to pass through it. Tsunade couldn't even begin to understand how that worked, while Hinata couldn't help but chuckle a little when she saw Tsunade's dumbfounded face. When Tsunade realized that Hinata was laughing at her, she started glaring at her with anger in her eyes. What is so funny? Are you telling me that you know how this works? Hinata became serious when she heard that question and started to ponder about it for a while. First, how Yuna did it, which she was rather sure she understood to some degree, and second, whether she should tell Tsunade about it. After a short while of thinking, Hinata nodded her head. She lifted up her right hand and caused a small orb of water to appear on top of it. Tsunade squinted her eyes at it, but couldn't see anything special about that small blob of water. Moments later, however, the water blob started spinning around Hinata while slowly turning into a string and moments later regathering into its first form. At first, Tsunade had no idea what that demonstration was supposed to show, but moments later she understood what was going on and her eyes widened in surprise. You didn't use any chakra at all. How is that possible? Yet again, Hinata started pondering and moments later simply shrugged her shoulder. Only by truly understanding yourself can you overcome the shackles of fate. Meditate about yourself and your own Tao will become clear. Only by aiming above the heavens can you surpass them. Sorry, that's all I got. I have literally no idea what you were talking about just now. Yeah, me neither, but Yuna occasionally says stuff like that while we are training and sometimes, it clicks for me when I hear what she says. It's like I know exactly what she is talking about and I feel that it somehow helps me get stronger. Although Tsunade couldn't help but be slightly doubtful about that, she could see that Hinata was serious about what she just said, so she decided to drop the matter. If Yuna were here, she would scold Hinata for not using her teaching methods properly. Every ancestor-level cultivator knew that one of the best ways to grant someone they are training sudden enlightenment was spouting random, profound-sounding garbage about the Tao, heavens, and fate at the correct moment. Hinata, however, used all of Yuna's favorite phrases all at once, which obviously wouldn't have any effect. It's all about the timing. Chapter 167, Meeting in the Snowstorm. Yuna was walking through the snowstorm with leisurely steps and a calm smile on her face. With every step she took, she could feel her surroundings getting colder, but instead of shivering from the cold, she enjoyed the cold air touching her skin. Every breath she took flooded her lungs with freezing air, but the more the temperature decreased, the more comfortable she felt. She looked around and inspected the rampaging snowstorm around her and couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder when was the last time since I became this angry? It certainly wasn't in this lifetime. 1,000 years ago? 10,000? Or maybe even longer. I guess the last time was when I found that demon sect that cultivated by sacrificing children. Even a few thousand years after I paid them a visit, people still talked about how I leveled that whole place. Well, considering the whole planet stayed frozen for that long, it shouldn't be a surprise that people were talking about it for that long. That sure was an enjoyable massacre. Another chuckle escaped her mouth as she reached the middle of the snowstorm and sat down cross-legged. Yet again she observed her surroundings, and moments later, she made a decision. No matter how I look at it, this place is too precious to simply remove. I might not get anything from it, since I am the one who created it, but Haku might actually benefit from spending some time in it. A snowstorm that has my intent imbued into it is quite the rare resource, after all. Guess this is a good time to start teaching Haku and Ino cultivation, anyway. As far as I can tell, they are trustworthy. Yuna closed her eyes and started meditating, but just a few minutes later, an annoyed sigh escaped her mouth. Can you stop stalking me already? Come out. However, even after waiting for a few minutes, nothing happened, which caused Yuna to roll her eyes. This whole snowstorm is my domain. I could feel you peeking at me the moment you entered it, but decided to ignore you since you seem to be some kind of observer of this world without any hostility against me. You probably can't directly appear in the outside world, but that shouldn't be a problem in my domain. This is my realm and I make the rules. Well, to some degree at least. Yet again, Yuna's words were followed by silence, but a short while later, Yuna could feel that something was trying to manifest itself in front of her. She made the rampaging snow evade that place, and moments later, a man appeared out of nowhere. He had pale skin, and wrinkles all over his face. His most striking feature were two purple eyes that had black concentric circles covering the whole eyeball, and a third eye on his forehead that had the same pattern but was red instead of purple. Although most shinobi consider him to be simply a character from ancient tales, since Yuna had befriended Kurama and had talked with him about all kinds of things, she naturally knew that the person actually existed. The legendary sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Nice to meet Cha. Indeed, it is I, the one who is known as Hagoromo, the creator of peace, law, and order. Yuna could feel a headache coming from the way Hagoromo was talking, but moments later, she gathered her resolve and answered him in a similar way. This venerable one is known as Yuna Uzumaki, the goddess of ice, perversion, bribery, degeneracy in general, and a few more things. Oh. And cakes. I am currently aiming for cakes as well. Can't forget that one. Alpha Nigeria Naira Thailand Bot yes. Yuna nodded at herself at that introduction. She almost managed a full sentence without slipping into her usual pattern, which she deemed a success. Hagoromo was, naturally, completely stunned by Yuna's seemingly random introduction, which caused her to chuckle. Well, now that we have that out of the way, can we switch to speaking normally? If I have to maintain big shot speech for more than 5 minutes, I'll get an aneurysm. Fine, whatever. Can't you let an old man enjoy himself a little? Hee, trust me, after your age passes the 5th digit, talking like that becomes really bothersome. Hagoromo couldn't help but frown when he heard Yuna mentioning her supposed old age. He was just about to ask her about it when Yuna wagged her finger at him. Asking a woman about her age is a big no-no. His frown deepened even further after Yuna casually predicted his next question. Well, not that it was really hard to predict, but this wasn't the first time that he noticed Yuna, so he couldn't help but be a little suspicious of everything she does. The first time he noticed her was actually before she was even born. The inheritance of one of his sons, Azura Otsutsuki, was, for the very first time, going to be inherited by twins instead of a single person, but moments before it could happen, the previously split inheritance combined again and attached itself to the male twin only. The second time was not too long ago when she froze Orochimaru's arms. He noticed that something felt off about the ice, and a short while later he got to witness what it was. Despite the frozen arms being shattered and regrown, they stayed frozen, which was something that should not be possible with chakra. The last time was, obviously, when this area was created. Or to be more precise, when he felt an aura that by far surpassed anything he had ever felt before. Yuna was an anomaly, that much was obvious to Hagoromo. He just didn't know what he was supposed to do with that information. While the first and second incidents weren't too interesting to him, the last one was of high significance. Someone with a presence that could even surpass himself could be a huge danger to the world. Yuna chuckled a little when she noticed that the more Hagoromo pondered, the more hostile he seemed to become. Truth be told, that wasn't surprising for Yuna. He seemed to have fused himself with the world itself and seemed rather protective of it, so someone like herself, who had the potential to destroy it, was naturally someone he had to be cautious of. I know what you are thinking about, but I don't think you, becoming hostile to me, is a good idea. I survived threats far greater than you with much less power and experience at my disposal than I have now, and besides that, it is not like we have any reason to be hostile against each other. I don't think I have shown any intentions towards ruling or destroying this world. I mean, I even rejected that annoying fate nonsense that tried to cling to me before I was born, so my aim is obviously beyond just this planet. Hagoromo's eyes widened when he heard that Yuna rejected the inheritance on her own. Something like that should be a huge boon for anyone who could get their hands on it, so the option of not accepting it didn't even appear in his mind. Besides that, Yuna was talking about all kinds of nonsense that he simply couldn't believe, but at the same time he thought it might be real. At least her supposed age would explain how she could reject something before she was even born. The only possible answer is reincarnation or something similar. But unlike the way my two sons did it, by only having their future descendants have their chakra and fate, she actually kept her memory. Is that even possible? A serious expression appeared on Hagoromo's face as he maintained eye contact with Yuna. No, what are you? Chapter 168, Family Reunion. A pout appeared on Yuna's face when she heard Hagoromo's question. Please listen properly, Hagoromo-kun. I already answered that question. Keikun? And why are you speaking like you are talking to a child? A peal of light laughter escaped Yuna before she simply ignored Hagoromo's question and continued talking. Anyway, how about we have a little family reunion first? This question caused Hagoromo to look at Yuna weirdly. Although he knew that Kurama was sealed inside of her, it was not like he could actually see into Yuna's mindscape, nor could he observe the seal from where he normally resides, so he actually didn't know that Kurama's seal has already been removed a long time ago. Moments later, his Rinnegan scanned over Yuna. Hagoromo's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that Kurama was no longer sealed away and that, despite being capable of leaving, he didn't do so. Before Hagoromo could say anything, an ice clone appeared next to Yuna, and moments later, the clone used the henge to transform into a car-sized, nine-tailed fox. The fox seemed to have some kind of internal struggle, but moments later. What the hell, Yuna, don't just try force the control of a body onto me without saying a word. I am not ready to meet my father, yet. If Kurama could blush, he would do so right now, since he didn't want to say those words out loud. He felt like Yuna was going to force control onto him, so he resisted her attempts. When Yuna finally stopped pushing, he thought that she had given up, but she somehow managed to sneakily hand over control to Kurama without him even noticing. And she even did it at the perfect moment and made him say those words out loud. *H hello, father. It has been a long time. A happy smile appeared on Hagoromo's face as he immediately walked towards Kurama and started petting his head. Kurama, it is good to see you again. I hope you have been well. Kurama closed his eyes when Hagoromo started petting his head, due to the happy feeling it gave him, but a short moment later, his body froze up. He opened one of his eyes and glanced at Yuna, who was standing rather close, and when Kurama saw the teasing smirk on her face, he felt like he was just plunged into the abyss. I am done for. She will tease me with this for a long time. I have control over this body right now. Should I run away? Running away from Yuna inside a snowstorm sounds like an amazing idea, not? Damn it, there is nothing I can do but endure the teasing. Well, Kurama, why don't you tell me a bit about Yuna? I am sure you have heard what we were talking about previously and how I am concerned about her presence in this world. What do you think about her? A glint went through Kurama's eyes when he heard Hagoromo's question, and moments later, he started a merciless rant about Yuna. She is a complete degenerate. She is uncontested when it comes to how perverted a human could possibly be. Her favorite jokes are sexual innuendos. She is a complete degenerate. Every time she fights someone strong, she goes on a rampage despite being able to win much more easily if she just fought normally. She is a complete degenerate. She freely switches through different personalities and moods just to trick as many people as possible. When she wants something from someone, her first thoughts always involve bribery or blackmail. She is a complete degenerate. Kurama took a deep breath of air after finishing his rant. He wasn't sure why, but he felt significantly lighter now. It felt like a burden was removed from him after he finished complaining about Yuna. Hagoromo, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded by Kurama's outburst. He wanted to know whether Yuna could be a danger to this world, but that somehow turned into a rant from Kurama where he was pointing out all of Yuna's negative traits. Yuna, meanwhile, pondered about what Kurama just said and moments later nodded in acknowledgement. Well, in my defense, blackmail usually makes the negotiations easier. Kurama and Hagoromo both looked at Yuna in total silence, and a short while later, Kurama gave Hagoromo the "see, I told you so" look, which caused Hagoromo to chuckle a little. Anyway, Kurama. Although all that information was rather intriguing, I still would like to know whether you think Yuna is a threat to this world. Kurama gave an awkward cough when he realized that he had just started ranting without really thinking about what to say. There is no need to worry about Yuna. If she starts having dangerous thoughts, then her little brother just has to give her the puppy eyes and everything will turn out fine. Ro Thailand Bot. What the hell, Kurama? Don't just reveal my secrets like that. I have piled up so many curses on you just now, but you only complain about this? Well, the other stuff was the truth, so I really don't have much room for complaints there, but what you just said could destroy my image of the cool-headed older sister. Are you having a stroke? That image was destroyed years ago. No. It wasn't just destroyed, it was annihilated. Nonsense. No matter how you look at it, Naruto still sees me as his cool-headed older sister. While Yuna and Kurama were bickering with each other, a happy smile appeared on Hagoromo's face. Although the duo's relationship was rather weird, he was nonetheless happy that Kurama made a real friend he could talk to. It seems like you two are good friends, Kurama. Kurama snorted when he heard that. Yeah, I have been friends with her for quite a while now and have been regretting it every day since then. Yuna and Hagoromo both chuckled when they heard how Kurama answered that question, which caused Kurama to snort in annoyance and look away. Well Hagoromo, I guess it is time to end this meeting. I still have to get rid of this snowstorm and I bet the people waiting outside are already getting worried. I will transport this somewhere else, so if you want, you could manifest yourself again and play with Kurama, ha ha ha. While Kurama was grumbling something, Hagoromo nodded in acknowledgement. He still wasn't sure what he was supposed to think about Yuna, but since she was able to become Kurama's friend, quite a lot of his worries disappeared. He was just about to disappear when Yuna stopped him. Wait, there is still something that we need to do before ending this meeting. While Hagoromo looked at her in confusion, Kurama squinted at her and moments later opened his eyes in shock. She wouldn't. Shit. She absolutely would. Without a moment of hesitation, Kurama tried to tackle Yuna down, but it was already too late and a cake appeared directly in front of Hagoromo's face. However, before it could hit him, it stopped in midair, and moments later it was pushed away from Hagoromo. Yuna's eyes shone when she saw that and her mind instantly started analyzing the information she just acquired. That was gravity manipulation, but the source was actually his eyes. I see, so one of the Rinnegan's abilities involves gravity manipulation. Well, that doesn't matter for now. Yuna's eyes scanned her surroundings, and everywhere she looked barely visible seals out of ice formed at mind-bending speed, and not even a second later, another cake appeared in front of Hagoromo. This kind of sealing speed is normally impossible for Yuna, but within this snowstorm, there were a lot of things she could do. Just like Yuna expected, the cake was stopped yet again, while Hagoromo started disappearing with a smirk on his face. Although he wasn't watching every moment of Yuna's and Naruto's life, he has seen their tendency of throwing cake at the faces of people. Unfortunately for him, just when he was about to disappear completely, the almost invisible seals in the surrounding lit up, causing the direction of his gravity push to be reversed. Splat! In the end, the cake hit his face, and half a second later, he disappeared completely, leaving the cake behind. Despite feeling rather exhausted from overclocking her brain like that, she gave a satisfied nod to herself. So far, Hashirama was the most important person she caked, but that record was finally broken today. Kurama, meanwhile, had just now reached Yuna and tackled her to the ground. He had already seen that it was too late to do anything, but it was too late to stop his momentum as well, so he crashed into Yuna. While Kurama was slightly dazed from the collision, he could feel a hand petting his head. "Well, I have to admit your fur is quite soft. It feels pretty good." When Kurama noticed that Yuna was petting his head, he immediately jumped up and took some distance from her. Don't casually start petting people without their permission. "Okay, next time I will ask before I do so." "Okay, that's not what I meant." Chapter 169, The True Power of the Kyubi. In the middle of a snowstorm, two figures could be seen. One of them was sitting cross-legged while meditating. Despite meditating usually being something that required a calm mind, a huge smile was on that figure's face. Who else could it be, but Yuna, who was currently elated by what she managed to achieve today. "When I first caked that teacher, I didn't think too deeply about it and just enjoyed the show. Now, however, I have kind of gotten addicted to the feeling. Well, not the feeling of doing it to a weakling like that teacher. The feeling of hitting a powerful person with a cake is what I have gotten addicted to, and after I managed to hit Hiruzen, I was kind of in a slump about it. After all, since I have gotten the Hokage, the only worthy targets that still remained were the other Kage, which I felt, except for the Raikage, weren't too tempting a target. Surprisingly, Orochimaru was the one who brought forth a new target for me. He summoned Hashirama in a weakened state, providing a new goal for me. After hitting the weakened Hashirama, the next step is obvious. I would need to somehow get my hands on Hashirama at his peak, and next is, obviously, Madara. Before I could even fulfill that goal, I actually managed to get someone even higher on the food chain. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of the six paths himself. Today was truly a good day. The other figure was, naturally, Kurama, who was still in control of the clone Yuna had created previously. He was currently laying in the snow while glaring at Yuna. Over the years he spent together with Yuna, he has started to enjoy the cold temperature, just like Yuna, which might actually be a side effect of Yuna being the one to help him refine his chakra. "You actually did it, huh? You actually managed to cake Father, the sage of the six paths himself. Huh, no need to praise me, I know how awesome I am." Groan. Kurama could only groan and cover his face due to Yuna's shameless answer. Truth be told, he found it slightly amusing that Yuna actually managed to hit his father with that, but that was a secret he was going to take to the grave with him. "So, any plans as to what you want to do with this snowstorm?" "Well, I guess I will seal away a part of it and unseal it in a hidden room under the Uzumaki compound. As I have already said, this is too useful a resource to just discard it." Kurama nodded his head when he heard that. Yuna did say that Haku might find this place useful after all, so he wasn't surprised that Yuna decided to move it somewhere else. However, it was rather obvious that Yuna had some more plans for it. "And what do you plan to do with the other part that you won't seal away?" A mischievous smirk appeared on Yuna's face that sent shivers through Kurama's spine. "Hehe, Kurama, are you interested in a physical body that you can use to move around in? This would actually make it possible for you to move more independently even when I am not nearby." Kurama's head immediately snapped towards Yuna and looked at her with complete bewilderment. Before he could ask any questions, however, Yuna continued speaking. It will basically be just like the body you are currently using, but permanent. Unlike a normal clone, that can't regenerate chakra, your new body will be able to do it. Oh, and just so there are no misunderstandings, most of you will still be contained inside me and the physical body will only be the size of a large dog while having about one tail worth of chakra, making it rather strong, while still being very far away from what you could usually do. Despite all the limitations Yuna just told him about, he couldn't help but be a little excited about the prospect of being able to roam around with an actual body again. Although he enjoyed staying in Yuna's mindscape, being able to walk around freely in the real world is a completely different matter. After pondering about it some more, Kurama nodded his head. All right, I accept your offer. Very good. Don't worry about the procedure, I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Kurama snorted when he heard that. No need to spout nonsense. We both know I do. True. Outside the range of the snowstorm, Hinata and Tsunade were still waiting for Yuna to make her reappearance. So far, the only thing that has happened was that the snowstorm was no longer growing bigger, which calmed Tsunade down quite a bit. If Yuna couldn't remove it completely, then there would only be a small patch of land within the land of fire where it was constantly snowing, instead of the previous situation, where Konoha could actually get devoured by the snowstorm. As it was now, it might even turn into some kind of attraction, instead of a catastrophe. A few minutes later, the snowstorm started to become visibly weaker and smaller, which caused the surrounding shinobi to start cheering. They have spent the last few days trying to push back the snowstorm, and now that it actually happened, they couldn't help but be happy about it, despite the one who caused it to calm down, being the one who caused it in the first place. The snowstorm kept shrinking for a while before it stopped getting smaller. Although Tsunade wasn't sure what just happened, she was already satisfied with the result. The influenced area had decreased dramatically, while the temperature also started to get more endurable. Even if it stayed like this, she could live with it. Moments later, however, thousands of seals started to light up all over the snowstorm, resulting in it starting to shrink again at a much slower pace than previously. After about half an hour of growing smaller, Yuna's body emerged from the snowstorm, but seeing that she was sitting cross-legged while her eyes were closed, nobody approached her for now. A short while later, something else emerged, that caused Tsunade's eyes to widen in shock. A huge fox, that was about as big as a large dog, with dark orange fur that was interlaced with streaks of blue. As far as Tsunade knew, Yuna didn't sign a contract with an animal clan yet, and for some reason, that fox resembled the Kyuubi quite a bit. Additionally, her instincts were telling her that this fox was quite powerful as well. Hinata on the other hand had a happy smile on her face when she saw the big fox next to Yuna. She had no idea how Yuna did it, but she was happy that Kurama could now move around more independently. Additionally, Hinata's instincts were telling her that Kurama's fur was especially soft and got the urge to pet him. A short while later, the remaining snowstorm was condensed into a golf ball-sized crystal that had an obscene number of minuscule seals covering its surface. A short while later, Yuna opened her eyes with a happy smile on her face. She picked up the crystal and stowed it away, before standing up. She walked toward Tsunade, while Kurama was following her by her side. Sorry about that, I am done removing the snowstorm. Tsunade could only nod her head dumbly, while occasionally glancing at Kurama. She had no idea what she was supposed to make out of the current situation. Although she was happy that the snowstorm was gone, no matter how she looked at it, that fox by Yuna's side was clearly the Kyuubi. Kurama, naturally, noticed Tsunade constantly looking at him, and snorted in disdain. What do you want, human? Tsunade couldn't help but shiver a little when she heard Kurama's deep voice, that sounded like it belonged to a demon. Despite that, she steadied her nerves and asked the question she wanted to ask. Are you the Kai? He looks too fluffy, I can't take it anymore. Or she at least tried to ask the question but, unfortunately for Tsunade, someone interrupted her. Hinata appeared behind Kurama like she was a ghost and immediately picked him up and pressed her head into his fur. He is even fluffier than he looks. Damn it, woman, what do you think you are doing? Release me right this instant. Seeing what she assumed to be the Kyuubi pitifully struggle in Hinata's grasp, Tsunade's tension dissipated. No matter how she looked at it, there was no way this could be the real Kyuubi, and since Hinata seemed to at least know this fox a little, Tsunade concluded that it couldn't be the Kyuubi. In her mind, there was no possible way for a monster like the Kyuubi to be an acquaintance of a young girl like Hinata. Yuna, meanwhile, could only chuckle at Kurama's plight. With his current strength, he could escape Hinata's grasp, but over the years Hinata and Kurama have gotten along rather well and could even be considered friends by now, so Kurama obviously didn't want to use his full power to escape Hinata and potentially hurt her in the process. Hehe, I am looking forward to seeing how the people of the Uzumaki clan will react. You do realize that I can still hear your thoughts if you don't actively prevent me from doing so, right? Oh, of course I do. I was just wondering whether they can withstand your terrifying fluff, presence or if they will run away when they see you. Chapter 170, Isekai 101. I am the stupidest person alive. Well, okay, that may be a little bit exaggerated, but I think I am pretty close at least. Oh well, here is the story of why I made such a statement. One day I was sitting in front of my computer while researching something for work. Right. It was for my job. I definitely had a job. Anyway, there I was, a normal young man minding his own business before I heard loud noises outside of my room, and the next thing I know was that I was getting hit by a truck. Now, one might ask how it was possible for a truck to hit me in my room, to which I would answer, well, my room was on the fifth floor, so I also would like to know how that was possible. At that moment, I didn't have much time to think about how that truck got there. After all, my innards were turned into mush from the collision and I died only a few seconds later. In the aftermath of that event, however, it was rather obvious what happened. As an avid reader of all kinds of web novels, I quickly realized that I wasn't simply hit by your average truck, it was Truck-sama himself that used his incredible power to bring me to another world. A short while later, or I assumed it was just a short while, I found myself inside a pure white space. And this place was, where I attempted to break the record for the greatest number of stupid mistakes made in a single sentence. Anyway, the usual happened and some kind of voice told me to choose a world where I want to go to and what kind of cheat I wanted to have. Additionally, I was told something along the lines of, with great power comes great responsibility, which in this case meant that if I choose something too ridiculous, a lot of up things will happen to me in return. So, no instant godlike powers for me. And thus, I stated my wish. I wish to be reincarnated into the world of Naruto as a member of the Hyuga clan and be at a similar age to Naruto while being supported by a system that helps me get stronger. There it is, in all its glory. First of all, I would like to say that I was very nervous when I made this wish and was hit by Truck-sama just a few moments earlier, so I think at least a few mistakes could be forgiven. Let us also not forget that I am not a lawyer and not used to looking for loopholes. Anyway, let's take this baby apart and see what is wrong with it. First of all, some people might criticize me for choosing the world of Naruto, which is filled to the brim with all kinds of mindfuckery, but to counteract that, I chose the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan. As for the Uchiha clan, well, I would rather not get genocide by Itachi, thank you very much. If someone has the confidence to change the Uchiha clan as a toddler, then I wish him the best of luck in doing so. However, this is actually where my first mistake snuck in. A pretty major one at that. I didn't ing specify that I want to be part of the ing main family. So yeah, slave seal it is. The next mistake is actually rather sneaky and I am sure I am not the only one who oversaw it. Similar age to Naruto. Similar, not same, I wanted to be in Naruto's class and help him in school and make him stronger. Becoming friends with the main character is almost a free win. Well, this in itself wasn't that bad, since there were other places where I could meet Naruto. Ichiraku Ramen, for example. Truth be told, I had planned to befriend Naruto before the academy even started, but it turns out that the Hyuga branch family has very little actual free time, and even if they have some, they aren't allowed to leave the compound freely. So yeah, no befriending the main character for me. The third mistake I made was probably the one I regret the most. A system that helps me get stronger. Seriously, just how stupid am I? A voice in the back of my head that only stops screaming when I have done the necessary amount of training could satisfy this wish. Luckily, someone must have taken at least a little bit of pity in me, and I have gotten something that at least isn't worthless. I receive all kinds of quests, and as a reward for completing them, I get points which I can exchange for knowledge about jutsus or techniques. Just so there are no misunderstandings here, I get the raw knowledge and still have to actually learn the jutsu or technique I bought. Not great, but certainly better than nothing. So yeah, no gamer system for me. And then, there is the last mistake. Did you spot it? It is actually kind of hard to spot, since instead of saying something too vague like the other ones, it is something I missed doing completely. I didn't specify my F***ing gender. Ding. Sub-quest: narrate the story of your reincarnation like you are telling it to an audience. Completed. Ding. Optional quest: air out the complaints you have in regards to your reincarnation. Completed. Ding. Main quest: iSky 101. Completed. Ding. 1,000 points were given as the reward. Damn, 1,000 points just for retelling what happened to me over the course of my reincarnation. Well, despite not being happy about having to list my mistakes like that, considering how many points I got for the completion of it, it was definitely worth it. Oh no. I really want to get my hands on shadow clones as fast as possible, but all those zeros that are attached to the price are giving me a serious headache, so I will go for something else first. Guess I will get some more advanced training methods to strengthen my body and to increase my chakra. Like everyone who has ever read something from the Xianxia genre knows, it's all about the foundation. Chapter 171, A Reincarnator's POV. It has been 5 years since I got reincarnated, and so far, my second life hasn't been going like I wanted it to go. Although my parents are very kind, they, unfortunately, have a rather low standing in the clan. Luckily, after showing how much of a genius I am, that aspect improved a bit. Well, due to having a mental age of slightly above 20, it is only natural that I do better than other kids, but I am not really sure for how long I can keep that advantage. After all, the memories of my previous life aren't too helpful in learning how to fight, and only my mature mind helps me surpass the people in my generation. On another note, feeling chakra rush through your body feels absolutely amazing, and feeling myself getting stronger at a rapid pace is quite an amazing feeling as well. Well, I say, rapid pace, but I honestly have no idea how to judge my own strength. Considering the person who is teaching me the gentle fist can still easily toy around with me, my growth will probably not result in me being able to fight a Kage after I am done with the academy. Another thing I have noticed is that I don't see Hinata anymore. Although I saw her only occasionally and didn't talk to her due to the difference in status, I haven't seen her around for quite a while now. I hope me being here didn't cause any trouble for her. People were already looking down on her for not being as talented as Niji, but Niji's father was at least the brother of the clan head. I, on the other hand, am just a random child born between two people from the branch family. Well, if something happened to Hinata, I would like to help her, but I cannot even take care of myself right now, so, sorry Hinata. 1 year later, I finally found out what happened to Hinata. She was actually banished from the clan. Is Hayashi insane? Who the F** banishes his own daughter just because she isn't good at learning a combat style? I hope some fate nonsense, or whatever, will happen and she still ends up with Naruto. I can't wait to see Hayashi's face when Naruto in Kurama mode kicks down his door and beats his ass for abandoning Hinata like that. Another 2 years passed, and it was finally time to attend the Shinobi Academy. Yet again, my plans were crushed when I found out that Naruto was actually a year above me, but now I could at least confirm that Hinata was somewhat fine. She was just as meek as she was in the anime, but at least Naruto was with her. Well, Naruto and another girl with red hair that had blue streaks. Who was that? A character that never had any screen time during the anime? She seems to be close to Naruto, so that's impossible. Wait. Is she another reincarnator? That wasn't part of the deal. A few more years passed, and today was a big event. The finals of the Chunin exam. Most of the Hyuga clan members were there to witness the Hyuga clan genius, Niji Hyuga, becoming a Chunin. Well, considering how it went in canon, I very much doubt that Niji will be promoted. On the day of the exam, I couldn't help but be surprised by the match pairings. First of all, how come Hinata and Niji are both in the third round? They didn't fight in the preliminaries this time. And, as expected, Yuna Uzumaki, the red-headed girl I often see together with Naruto, is in the last round as well. No matter how I look at it, she is a reincarnated person as well. Did she wish to be reincarnated as Naruto's sister or something like that? As far as I could tell, Hinata is part of their group as well, so I hope she at least doesn't get beaten as badly by Niji as in canon. Oh? Seems like the fight is starting. WL, at least Hinata's tongue is much sharper than it was in canon. MH. Can the gentle fist really be caught that EA? Holy shit, she just slammed Niji into the ground, Hulk style. Fellow reincarnator, what in the world did you do with Hinata? Damn, she is completely taking Niji apart. To think the gentle fist had so many weaknesses, good thing I secretly learned another style as well. Hayashi actually wants Niji to use the curse seal, huh? What a shameless old She doesn't have it anymore. How is that possible? Did Yuna do it? What kind of cheat did she wish for? Can she remove mine as well? She even admits that she was responsible for modifying the seal and even dares to provoke the whole Hyuga clan. Is she insane? As expected, Hayashi snapped and almost got killed by Hinata. Excuse me, Miss Yuna, is there a special reason why you turned Hinata into an assassin? As expected, after Niji and Hayashi both got their asses kicked, the clan elders want to scurry away. Luckily, I managed to convince them that one person, me, stays here to determine how strong they are. Well, that wasn't even a lie, since I want to see how strong Yuna actually is. Let's see how I can compare to my fellow reincarnator. I wonder how well she does against Sasuke. And, it was a one-sided beatdown. What the hell? Isn't she too strong? And that jutsu name at the end, did she seriously just gender bend Sasuke? Shouldn't there be a limit to what she can do? Well, she apparently wants to fight Naruto and Hinata at the same time, so this should be interesting. I haven't seen Naruto fight yet, so I wonder what he will do. Oh okay, what the hell? Are all three of them reincarnated people? 3 chakra tails, ice style, Raikage style chakra armor but with wind, and Hinata can even use Sage mode. What the hell? I guess my strength is around the level of a weak Chunin, so why are these 3 already at the Jonin level? Isn't this too unfair? Did she just kiss Hinata? That is Naruto's wife, you know. Are you fine with that? Whatever, since Naruto seems to be fine with it, who am I to butt in? The only opponent remaining now is Gaara, but I guess that fight will be interrupted by the invasion. Wait a moment. Uzumaki Namikaze? She revealed who her father was already. Re-establishment of the Uzumaki clan. And now that I think about it, was that the Flying Thunder God? Isn't this going too fast? Guess I can pretty much throw my knowledge about canon out of the window by now. Damn, another advantage is gone. And now she is even toying around with Gaara and has the Uzumaki clan's chakra chains as well. Just how many cheats did she pile up on herself? Oh oi. Is she allowing Gaara to transform inside the arena? Is she completely insane? I need to get out of here. Shit, what is with my bad luck? Why the hell did I have to meet an enemy shinobi? Worst of all, he is stronger than me. I hope someone could help. Did he just die? Oh? Hinata actually saved me. Better thank her properly, to make it clear that I have no animosity against her. Huh, she even seems a little surprised. That's good. If I could somehow get closer to Hinata, it might even be possible to have Yuna help me remove this damn seal. I really hope this works out somehow. Chapter 172, Hinata's Betrayal. Huh, just as you thought, I will now proceed to abandon Yuna's story and will continue from the POV of the newly introduced nameless character. Well, jokes aside, some of you seriously need to take a chill pill. I was expecting a little bit of outrage after yesterday's first chapter since I deliberately made it look like I will start something like a secondary plotline, but after the second chapter, where I literally summed up the new character's whole story up to this point while not even giving her a name, I thought it was rather obvious that she will not have too much impact on my story. She is simply a side character that provides a unique perspective on what Yuna has changed so far and what she will change in the future. End of author note. Since Danzo's death a few months ago, things have considerably calmed down in Konoha. While Yuna was unconscious, Tsunade created a cover story to make things less outrageous. Well, it was not like Tsunade actually knew what happened, but she at least knew that Yuna single-handedly killed Danzo and the over 50 rude agents that were following him. After Danzo left Konoha to hunt down Yuna, all of his bases were ransacked for important documents, which resulted in him pretty much losing all of his allies, so the truth could be freely twisted however Tsunade liked. Danzo's strength was at the level of an elite jonin and almost reached the level of a Kage, so Yuna defeating him alone was rather outrageous, especially when he had his Root agents with him. Since Root was supposed to have disbanded a long time ago anyway, Tsunade simply pretended that Danzo was alone and that Yuna, Hinata, and Naruto fought him as a group. Truth be told, Yuna didn't care about hiding her strength that much anymore, but since this resulted in Hinata and Naruto being promoted to full-fledged jonin, she didn't mind either. As for the reason why the trio fought and killed Danzo, that story was faked pretty easily as well. Danzo became dissatisfied with Konoha, because Tsunade became the next Hokage instead of him, so he decided to desert Konoha, but coincidentally met the trio, who were on a mission together, while leaving. They found out what Danzo was planning to do, which resulted in a confrontation, and, in the end, in Danzo's death. The whole story was rather flimsy, but since everyone involved and even Tsunade, the current Hokage herself, gave the story their blessings, no one said anything about it. Yuna herself, in the meantime, resumed doing missions. Unlike Hiruzen, Tsunade had much thicker skin than Hiruzen had at the start, so she has gotten used to Yuna's outrageous mission reports rather quickly. Additionally, since Tsunade knew about Yuna's capabilities to some degree, she usually gave her only a small team or even sent her out on her own. Truth be told, doing missions solo is rarely acceptable, but since Yuna hasn't failed a single one yet while pretty much always being in full control of whatever situation she found herself in, there was no point in arguing whether it was okay to send her out alone or not. Nowadays, people started spreading rumors about Yuna again, but this time they were of a slightly different nature than previously. Terms like pervert, debauchery, and a few others were used rather frequently in those rumors, and truth be told, Yuna didn't exactly help stifle them either, while she was walking through Konoha while Hinata and Enko were clinging to her. However, the greatest source of these rumors wasn't Yuna herself, but Karen, who, for some reason, decided to wear a maid outfit wherever she was going, while happily explaining to everyone who wanted to hear about it, that she was Yuna-sama's personal maid. Well, she was working hard on getting stronger and was even fulfilling her maid duties, so Yuna didn't really care about that. At first, people called her a demon and now they call her a pervert. She really couldn't care less. Yuna has just handed in a mission report of a B-rank mission she completed and was currently on her way back to the Uzumaki compound. The standing of the Uzumaki clan got even better after Akane handed over the documents to Tsunade that exposed quite a bit of corruption in Konoha that was centered around Danzo. Additionally, more and more of the Uzumaki clan members started becoming part of Konoha's forces, which resulted in an increase in successful missions due to the versatility of seals. Tsunade even considered making it mandatory to have someone skilled with seals in a shinobi team, just like she wanted it to be for people with medical skills. As a result of that, discussions were started on whether sealing should be made part of the academy curriculum or not, which resulted in discussions of overhauling the whole curriculum getting started. Although Yuna couldn't care less, as the head of the Uzumaki clan she still made her opinion known: it's trash. Overhaul it. Considering she didn't learn a single piece of information she didn't already know during her days in the academy, she deemed that opinion to be reasonable. Some people were actually worried that a too diverse and complicated curriculum would make it too hard for children from civilian families to pass the academy, which Yuna found beyond hilarious, good job passing the academy that never challenged you properly. Here is a kunai you barely learned how to use and off to the battlefield you go. Good luck. As someone who always pays attention not to anger the people around her, Yuna, naturally, said that out loud for everyone to hear, which resulted in a rather awkward silence, which Yuna enjoyed immensely. Well, the end result of that meeting was that the academy curriculum will get an overhaul. While contemplating what happened in the last few months, she reached her home and was about to open the door, when she heard a voice coming from the other side of the door. Come on, just a little bit. I swear I won't tell Yuna about it. Yuna raised an eyebrow when she heard that. She couldn't help but be a little confused by whatever was happening on the other side of the door, especially since that was Hinata's voice she just heard. Yuna usually didn't spread her sense too much when she was home, so right now she didn't know who was together with Hinata. Last time it was Enko trying to convince Hinata, but now the situation seems to be slightly different. I wonder what is going on. Fine, but only a little. And I swear if you tell Yuna about this. Hehe, no worries, no worries. Yuna's expression became deadpan when she heard the second, clearly male, voice. She could pretty much guess what was going on and couldn't help feel a little betrayed. It feels great, right? How about here? Ah, that's the spot right there. Without wasting any more time, Yuna opened the door and saw exactly what she expected to see. Hinata was sitting on a couch, while her hands were vigorously petting Kurama, who was half lying on her lap with a loose expression on his fox face. How could she not feel betrayed by this? So far, Kurama never allowed her to pet him, and yet he allowed Hinata to do so. What else could it be, but betrayal? Iomicron-S. Hinata and Kurama both froze up when Yuna opened the door and stared at them with a weird atmosphere surrounding her. Kurama moved with lightning speed away from Hinata's lap and glared at her. What do you think you are doing, Hinata? Don't just start petting me without my permission. Hinata, meanwhile, could only look dumbfounded at Kurama, who somehow seemed to have started adopting Yuna's shamelessness. He. A small chuckle escaped Yuna, which sent shivers of terror through Hinata and Kurama. Yuna lifted her hands and started wiggling her fingers, which caused Kurama to instinctively take a step back. I hope you are ready for your punishment, Hinata, Kurama. I will only stop after I'm satisfied, so prepare yourselves. A crimson blush appeared on Hinata's face when she heard the word punishment, but Yuna decided to ignore that for now and instead focused her eyes on Kurama, who took another step back when he saw Yuna approach him. Why Yuna, can't we talk about this? There is no need to go too far. I don't like the way your fingers are moving. Why Yuna, stop. No. What followed, was Yuna unleashing the full spectrum of her petting experience on Kurama, turning him into putty in her hands. After she was satisfied, her eyes landed on Hinata, which caused a shiver to go through Hinata's spine. I wonder what kind of punishment I should give you, Hinata. Seeing Yuna seductively lick her lips, a crimson-red blush appeared on Hinata's face as she lowered her head in shame. Despite not wanting to, she couldn't help herself but get a little excited when she thought about Yuna punishing her. Author note. I changed Kurama's, in this chapter to make the joke work better. Oh, and tomorrow's chapter might be late. Chapter 173, ET2, Enko. Enko was currently leisurely walking through Konoha, while occasionally taking a bite from one of the dangos she was holding. She couldn't help but feel like her life has gotten better and better since she met Yuna. Not only was Orochimaru's curse seal removed, she even got a chance to cut off Orochimaru's head. Granted, that wasn't the real one, but it still felt incredibly satisfying. And now, Yuna even told her that she had a flying thunder god seal on Sasuke, who was undoubtedly by Orochimaru's side. The only reason she hadn't kicked the door to Orochimaru's base open yet was that she wasn't strong enough yet. She could fight Orochimaru and might even be able to repel him, but that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to kill him in a one-on-one fight. Enko knew that this was rather selfish, but she didn't care. Since Yuna allowed her to indulge in her desire, she will do it. Her strength was actually another factor that she felt really satisfied with. Although Yuna's training methods could be incredibly taxing, Enko had no choice but to push through when she saw Hinata going through it without complaint. This and the addition of Yuna's cultivation method allowed Enko's strength to grow at a rapid pace, and it was just a matter of time before she could hunt down Orochimaru without him getting away. The only thing Enko was a little dissatisfied with was her current nightlife. She made that stupid promise to Hinata that she wouldn't do anything too sexual with Yuna before Hinata got her turn first. Considering how perverted Yuna was, Enko thought that it would only be a matter of a few weeks or months at best, but now, quite a bit of time has already passed and nothing has happened. After a few more minutes of walking, the entrance to the Uzumaki compound came into view, which caused Enko to smile a little. She has been really enjoying her time with the Uzumaki clan, who treat each other like they were one big family. This, naturally, included Enko as well, who enjoyed that kind of atmosphere immensely. Although most of Konoha's clans are rather friendly, the usual pattern is that the bigger they get, the more arrogant they become, with the Hyuga clan at the top of that list. Although the Byakugan is incredibly useful for pretty much every kind of mission, Enko usually groaned in displeasure whenever she has a Hyuga in her team. Their nose was always so high up that the only reason they didn't trip over something was that they can see everything around them with the Byakugan. "Welcome back, Enko-sama." Enko chuckled a little at the friendly, but polite greeting of the Uzumaki clan guards, before greeting them back. Just like Hinata and Naruto, Enko has tried to convince them to speak more casually, and just like those two, she failed. Enko couldn't help but find it funny how high a status she had suddenly gotten in Konoha. Although Jonin didn't exactly have a low status, it certainly wasn't comparable to someone that is paired up with the head of a huge clan. Truth be told, right now the Uzumaki clan could probably contest with the Hyuga clan for the title of Konoha's strongest clan, especially if one considered that the gentle fist didn't work against Yuna and Naruto when they were using Kurama's chakra. Yet again, Enko had to chuckle a little, this time because she was thinking about Kurama's new form. Although he could move around freely now, at the end of the day he spent most of his time with Yuna or by lazing around in the Uzumaki compound. Well, his new form did have an advantage: his fur is supremely soft to the touch. After multiple months of coaxing, Kurama finally allowed her to pet his fur. As far as Enko knew, she was the first one to do so. There was no way Kurama would allow Yuna to do it due to various reasons. One of them being that Yuna's fingers, somehow, can move in ways that, as far as Enko knew, shouldn't be possible. Kurama probably feared that he will ascend to heaven if he allowed Yuna to pet him. Hinata might have already done it as well, but Enko believed that Hinata wouldn't pester Kurama enough for him to cave in so fast. Kurama was rather stubborn, so convincing him was a long and arduous process. While contemplating this and that, Enko finally reached her home. Well, technically she still has the place where she was living before she moved in with Yuna, but she has been living together with her for quite a while now and pretty much forgot about her old place. Just when she was about to open the door, a loud smack was heard from the other side of the door. Smack moan asterisk. Which was followed by a slightly muffled moan. Enko immediately froze up when she heard that. Not even 10 minutes ago, she complained to herself that Yuna hasn't eaten up Hinata yet, and now, this kind of event suddenly happened. Who has been a bad girl, Hinata? I was a bad girl, why Yuna-sama? Hehe, that's right. Smack moan asterisk. This was where Enko finally snapped out of her trance and did what everybody else would do if they were in this kind of situation. She activated all her stealth skills and very carefully opened the door. The first thing she noticed when she opened the door wasn't Yuna or Hinata, but a bit of Kurama-looking fur. But unlike how he normally looked, he had a blissful expression on his face, and his body looked a little bit like it was liquid. Enko could make a rather good guess on how that happened but decided not to think about it for now. Next, her eyes landed on Hinata, who was laying over Yuna's lap, while Yuna was massaging her butt and occasionally giving it a crisp smack. Although there were some red handprints on her butt, considering Hinata was a trained shinobi, Enko didn't have to be a genius to realize that Hinata wasn't moaning because of the pain. Well, it was rather obvious that Hinata heavily leans towards the side, but I guess this can be counted as the final confirmation. A short while later, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she leaned down and whispered something into Hinata's ear, and moments later, Hinata's eyes met Anko's. She immediately started to struggle on Yuna's lap, but no matter what she did, she couldn't move at all. "Why Yuna, let me up, Anko can see." "Oh? But your punishment isn't over yet." Smack moan. "Hee, you see, Anko, Hinata is getting punished for petting Kurama behind my back. Don't you think the—" Yuna stopped talking as she noticed a minuscule reaction from Anko when she mentioned petting Kurama. Even while interrogating someone, noticing something like that would be hard, but Yuna had more than enough experience and skill to notice it, even when it just happened in the corner of her eyes. "Anko?" Although Anko realized that Yuna noticed her reaction, she decided to play it cool for now. Although Yuna might have noticed something, Anko was confident that she could hide the truth from her. "Huh, what are you saying, Yuna?" "Of course, I am not hiding any Shunshin no jutsu." "Not?" If it came to sniffing out the truth, Anko was pretty sure that no one could compare to Yuna. If you lied in front of Yuna, there were only two outcomes. She saw through your lie and somehow dug up the truth, or she saw through your lie but decided not to do anything about it. So, she decided to run. Yuna chuckled a little and helped Hinata sit up. Before she could say anything, Yuna gave her a deep kiss, causing a loud moan to escape Hinata, while a shiver went through her whole body. "You are forgiven, but—" A smirk appeared on Yuna's face, as she leaned a little closer to Hinata and started to whisper directly into her ear. "If you are still feeling like a bad girl, then I don't mind continuing later." While steam was coming out of Hinata's ears due to the shame she felt, Yuna carefully laid her down on the couch, gave her another kiss, and started chasing after Anko. "If you can escape me for an hour, you are forgiven." Hinata, meanwhile, started to slowly calm down and took a few deep breaths. Moments later, a pout appeared on her face as she started rubbing her butt. Stupid Anko. Couldn't she have come back a little bit later? After realizing that she said that out loud, her eyes landed on Kurama in the hopes that he was still zoned out, but unfortunately, he was already awake and was looking at Hinata with a blank face. Yet again, Hinata's face started blushing as she quickly stood up and ran out of the room. Kurama, meanwhile, could only shake his head. "I thought I finally started to understand how humans think a little, but I guess I was wrong. Mchich, is it time for a system message?" "Well, no point in that when Yuna isn't here. Somehow, I feel a little weird." Ding. Congratulations, host. Individual, Hinata, has been fully corrupted. Mchich, much better. Chapter 175, AO from the Land of Water. Like every day, quite a few small groups were prowling around the Uzumaki compound, while making sure to take note of everyone who entered and exited the compound. This was a pretty normal procedure that was used against every clan of significance, even if it rarely produced any worthwhile information. One group, however, had slightly different intentions today. A middle-aged man with blue hair and an eye patch over his right eye was being followed by a total of 5 people. These 5 people had been trying to analyze the barrier surrounding the Uzumaki clan for multiple months now, and they believed that they had finally made a breakthrough. The man with the blue hair, AO, a shinobi of Kirigakure, was here because of that breakthrough. Back in Kirigakure, a rebellion was about to start any day now, and AO was looking for possible allies. One of these possible allies was Zabuza Momochi, who hadn't been seen for quite a long time now. The only information that AO managed to dig up about Zabuza was that he was defeated but not killed by Kakashi Hatake in the Land of Waves, and was then convinced by Kakashi to help the Land of Waves to recover from the tyranny of Gatu. This information alone wasn't enough to catch AO's interest, and he was pretty sure that quite a few parts of that story were falsified, but he got another piece of information that could at least shed some light on Zabuza's current location. Haku, the young girl that was always following around Zabuza, was inside Konoha and could go in and out of the Uzumaki clan as she wished. AO's first thought, when he heard that, was that his people should just kidnap her and force Zabuza to appear, but since he wanted Zabuza to help with the rebellion, he quickly discarded that plan. Truth be told, he wasn't even sure if Zabuza was actually inside the Uzumaki compound. That was actually what today's operation was about. The 5 people that were following him will open the barrier surrounding the Uzumaki compound for a short while, and he will scan the whole place with the Byakugan that was hidden under his eye patch. He took it from a Hyuga in the last war, and so far, the only 2 people who knew about it were Mei Terumi, the person he was supporting during the rebellion, and Yagura Karatachi, the current Mizukage, who he was rebelling against. After he confirmed that Zabuza was actually here, he could put pressure on the Uzumaki clan, due to Zabuza being a wanted man in the land of water. Well, all Ao wanted was a meeting with Zabuza. Since Zabuza became a wanted man due to trying to assassinate the current Mizukage, Ao was sure that he would help the people that were rebelling against him. He was just about to start the operation when everything fell apart before he could say a single word. 2 blurs appeared between the 5 men that were following him, one red and blue, the other orange, and before Ao could understand the situation, all 5 of them were knocked out, while a sword was pressed against his neck from behind. It took him a few seconds, but when he realized what kind of jutsu the 2 people, whom he could easily identify as Yuna and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze used, he felt cold sweat flowing down his back like a river. I heard some rumors that Yuna could use the Flying Thunder God, but since when could her brother use it as well? Isn't one person with that kind of overpowered jutsu enough already? Besides that, who is the person currently holding a blade to my neck? I couldn't feel a presence at all, and neither could I see anything with the Byakugan. Is it another user of the Flying Thunder God? What is going on here? The first one to speak was Yuna, who couldn't help but chuckle a little when she saw the current situation. Hee, how interesting. One was kicked out of the Hyuga clan, and the other stole one of their eyes. Such a fateful meeting. Ao's eyes widened when Yuna casually mentioned his Byakugan that was supposed to be hidden by seals, but after hearing Yuna's words, he realized who the person holding the sword to his neck was and got even more surprised. It's Hinata, who discarded her clan's name. I heard that she could even sneak through the view of her father's Byakugan, but I dismissed it as a stupid rumor. The Byakugan is known as the all-seeing eye, after all. It seems like I have to revamp my thought about the Byakugan a little, that is, of course, if I survive this encounter. Why did you attack me like this? I have done nothing to warrant such an attack. Although I admit that I possess the Byakugan, that shouldn't matter to the Uzumaki clan. Treating mercenaries like me so unreasonably could lead to harsh consequences for you. For now, Ao decided to act as a mercenary. So far, he hasn't done anything illegal, and if rumors got out that Konoha is treating mercenaries badly, it will have a negative impact on the country itself. It might not be the most prestigious of occupations, but not every problem in the country could be solved by Konoha's shinobi. Hiring shinobi from Konoha wasn't cheap at all, so quite a lot of normal villages rely on mercenaries for their protection. A beta. Yuna, however, only chuckled at Ao's attempt to trick her. Oh? I could have sworn you weren't a mercenary but a shinobi from Kirigakure named Ao. Although Ao shook a little when Yuna casually mentioned his name, he decided that he couldn't give up so easily. He was just about to continue speaking when Yuna beat him to it. Well, if you aren't actually from Kirigakure, I am sure you wouldn't mind if I increase the price of the Uzumaki clan's seals that are bought by your daimyo by, let's say 5%. Although Ao started sweating a little when he heard that, considering his faction was currently at war with the Mizukage that was funded by the daimyo, it could actually be a good thing for now. As for what happened afterwards, he wasn't sure yet. Yuna, however, was far from done. Or how about I only increase the prices for the people from Kirigakure that pretend to not come from Kirigakure while trying to hide their identities? Ao started sweating even more when he heard that statement. The biggest problem with what Yuna just said was that it implied that there were 2 factions inside Kirigakure. Although that was true, as far as Ao knew, no one should know about the rebellion yet. Since this doesn't seem to bother you at all, how about we make it 10 perk? Before Yuna could finish speaking, he lowered his head as far as the sword that was still touching his neck allowed him to. I'm sorry, I am from Kirigakure and I would like to negotiate about something. Another chuckle escaped Yuna as she nodded her head in acknowledgement. See? It's much easier for you if you obediently admit it. Now follow me. If you want to negotiate, I am happy to oblige. Although Ao gritted his teeth at being humiliated like that, the only thing he could do for now was to follow Yuna inside the Uzumaki compound. Although Hinata moved her sword away from his neck, he was under no illusion that he could actually get out of this situation by attempting to run away. Chapter 176, Zampusa Uzumaki. Ao was currently in one of the meeting rooms inside the Uzumaki compound, and he was getting more annoyed at two of the three people sitting in front of him by the second. One of these three people was Naruto, who had a slightly awkward smile on his face. The second one was Hinata, who had a blissful expression on her face, while the last person was Yuna, who was currently petting Hinata's head as a reward for the well-executed ambush. What Ao was annoyed at was, obviously, the pink atmosphere that was slowly oozing out of Yuna and Hinata. Ao had heard a few rather explicit rumors about Yuna, but he didn't expect it to be so bad that she would casually start flirting in front of a guest. Just when he was about to reprimand Yuna for acting like this in public, someone knocked on the door, and moments later, a maid entered the room. Ao could feel his eyebrow twitch when the scantily dressed maid started serving all four of them tea with surprisingly graceful movements. This maid was Karen Uzumaki, who was getting bolder in her attempts to seduce Yuna by the week. Her dresses were getting shorter and shorter, while she even started to, accidentally, flash Yuna her underwear. Yuna was pretty sure that Anko was somehow involved in this. She guessed that Anko wanted Hinata to feel pressured so she would make a move on Yuna sooner, but Yuna couldn't be sure about it. She could probably find out the truth, but since she didn't mind how Karen acted, why bother? After Karen served tea, she gave Yuna an accidental panty shot, which earned her a glare from Hinata and an eye roll from Naruto. She left the room again, leaving an even more awkward atmosphere behind. Before another interruption could pop up, Ao started speaking. I came here to investigate the whereabouts of Zabuza Momochi. We need his support for a mission, and if everything works out during this mission, his status as a missing nin will be revoked. Yuna nodded her head as soon as Ao stopped speaking. She had expected that someone from Kiri will come looking for Zabuza soon. I see, having someone as strong as Zabuza Momochi by your side will make Meiterumi's little rebellion go more smoothly. Additionally, having a second one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist on her side will grant her a lot of credibility in this fight, making the takeover easier. The more Yuna explained about the planned rebellion, the paler Ao's face became. This whole situation was supposed to be a secret, but Yuna casually revealed the plan and even listed up the key members as if it wasn't a big deal. He looked Yuna in the eyes for a split second but immediately broke eye contact. He wasn't sure why, but in that short moment of eye contact, it felt like all his secrets were going to be exposed by her. Ao always felt like it was weird that everybody from the Uzumaki clan seemed to be fine with Yuna leading them, despite her being very young, but after looking into her eyes just now, he could more or less understand that decision. Her eyes held wisdom and maturity that seemed to be far beyond her current age. Ao now realized that Yuna Uzumaki was not someone he should look down on despite her outrageous behavior. Or maybe she has been acting like this, to make people look down on her. That would make her even more dangerous. Hikya. A weird sound escaped Hinata and a deep blush started to cover her face instantly. Although Ao wasn't entirely sure what caused Hinata's outcry, he noticed that Yuna's hand was quickly moving away from Hinata's but shortly after it happened. Or, she is just a degenerate. While Yuna was distracted by Hinata trying to pinch her waist, Ao took a deep breath to get his emotions back under control. Since Yuna already knew about the plan, there was no point in trying to conceal it and he could at least speak freely, now. You are correct in your assumption that we would like to have Zabuza Momochi to support our cause. So, could you call him here, please? Hihi, what makes you think that Zabuza is actually here in my Uzumaki compound? Before Ao could answer Yuna's question, someone knocked on the door. Yuna, it's me, Zabuza. There is something I want to talk about in regards to the training of a few of your clan members. An awkward silence descended onto the room, but after just a few moments, Yuna started speaking again. Not now, Zampusa Uzumaki, I currently have a messenger from the land of water here. We can talk later. Everyone in the room couldn't help but look at Yuna in disbelief. Especially Ao, who couldn't believe that Yuna could tell such a shameless lie without even a hint of a blush on her face. Zabuza, on the other hand, quickly understood the situation. Yuna had already told him that someone from the land of water might appear soon, and she even told him that she wouldn't mind if Zabuza went with them to support them in their fight against the current Mizukage. However, she also told him that she wanted to get some favors from them before they could even meet Zabuza. This meant that Zabuza accidentally telling the messenger that he was here went against Yuna's plan. Zabuza could feel some cold sweat flowing down his back, but he quickly regained his bearing. Yuna already gave him a possible way to defuse the situation, so he decided to take it, even if he didn't like it. Since Yuna already provided an identity as an Uzumaki for him, he acted upon it. I see, Yuna-sama. Guess I'll talk to ya later then, see ya. And failed miserably. Zabuza might be a master of stealth, but copying other people's behavior was not his forte. Especially not, if that someone was an Uzumaki, whose personalities are pretty much the exact opposite of Zabuza's. Although Yuna's facial muscles were screaming in protest, she managed to keep a straight face despite Zabuza's performance. Hinata and Naruto, on the other hand, had disappeared from the room. The moment they realized that Zabuza was about to copy the way the Uzumaki clan spoke, they prepared themselves to get out of the room instantly in case they couldn't hold in their laugh. Ao, meanwhile, was completely dumbfounded. What the hell happened to Zabuza? What did Yuna do to him to make him put up an act like that? While Yuna was trying her best to keep her facial expressions in check, she dismissed Zabuza. You are dismissed. Yes, Yuna-sama, you know. This was where Yuna finally gave up controlling her facial feature, and moments later she fell to her knees and let out loud laughter that echoed over the Uzumaki compound. Fahahaha, what the hell is, Zabuza? The next instant, Zabuza kicked the door open with an angry expression on his face. What do you want me to do, huh? There is no way I could act like these weirdos. While Yuna and Zabuza were arguing, Ao had no idea what he was supposed to do with the current situation. He knew Zabuza from when he was still a jonin of Kirigakure, but he had never seen him act like this. What the hell happened to him for him to act like this? Is it really fine for him to return to Kirigakure? Yuna, meanwhile, slightly regretted that she couldn't squeeze any benefits out of this situation, but considering the comedic value it brought her, she was quite satisfied with it, nonetheless. Chapter 177, Negotiations with Ao. A little bit later, Yuna managed to stop laughing, while Zabuza was still looking at her like he was about to attack her at any moment. Ao, on the other hand, had no idea what to do with the current situation. Zabuza was always someone level-headed and ruthless in Ao's mind, but that image was destroyed rather thoroughly just now. Although he really wanted to know what had happened to Zabuza that resulted in him acting like this, there were more important things to talk about, for now. Zabuza Momochi, am I correct to assume that you know what is currently going on in Kirigakure? Zabuza took a deep breath to suppress his anger and answered Ao with a serious expression on his face. Yeah, I am aware. A rebellion against the current Mizukage, right? Correct. I am aware that you tried to assassinate him once. So, are you interested in finishing what you have started? If the rebellion succeeds, your status as a missing nin will be removed as well, making it possible for you to return to Kirigakure. Yuna snorted when she heard that, while a wry smile appeared on Zabuza's face. Sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be coming back to Kiri no matter what happens. I have already become part of Konoha's shinobi force. As he said that, Zabuza pulled out a Konoha headband that he was usually hiding away. As soon as Ao saw the headband, his eyes widened in surprise. It was almost impossible for shinobi from one country to join the forces of another country, especially when they're as powerful as Zabuza. No country would want to take such a huge gamble. It can't be guaranteed that the person isn't a spy, after all. Zabuza, how in the world is that even possible? There is no way Konoha would allow you to become one of their shinobi. Zabuza, however, only shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea. I helped Konoha during the invasion a few months ago, and a few days after that incident, I'm invited into the Hokage's office and told that I can join Konoha's forces if I wish to do so. Well, I am pretty sure that the person who had her hand in this is currently sitting right next to me. Ao's eye immediately locked onto Yuna, who couldn't help but chuckle a little. It was no big deal. I just asked the old man if he could do me a little favor, and while doing so I might have mentioned a few, interesting, pieces of information I managed to gather about him, hee. Ao wasn't sure at first why a shiver of terror went through his whole body when he heard Yuna's quiet laughter, but after a short moment, he realized why he reacted like that. Yuna somehow managed to gather top-secret information from Kirigakure, so the thought of what kind of information she could dig up in her own village terrified him. Somehow, he started to pity the previous and the current Hokage a little. But there was still something else he would like to get answered. But isn't this incredibly dangerous? How can you trust Zabuza? What will you do, if he simply betrays you? The moment Ao finished speaking, an oppressive atmosphere started oozing out of Yuna as her eyes turned cold and indifferent. Isn't that simple? I trust him after getting to know him better and understanding his character, and as long as he doesn't betray that trust, nothing dangerous will happen. As for if he betrays me, I will personally cut off his head if he does. Ao couldn't help but shudder at Yuna's merciless words. Cutting someone down who you trusted wasn't easy, but after seeing the indifference in Yuna's eyes, Ao believed that she would do it without a moment of hesitation. Although Zabuza already knew about Yuna's disposition, he couldn't help but shudder a little as well. Even for him, someone who spent a lot of time killing people for money, Yuna's indifference to the lives of people that betrayed her was very abnormal. Even he couldn't treat a human life the same way as he treated a random rock on the road, but Yuna could do so. No matter how often he saw it, it always made him feel incredibly uneasy and reminded him about how abnormal Yuna was. Yuna, however, didn't seem to notice the current atmosphere at all and switched back to her normal mood, like she didn't just say that she would cut off Zabuza's head and continued talking. Anyway, it doesn't really matter how I managed to do it. The only important thing is that Zabuza can't just saunter over to Kiri and help with your little rebellion. The only way to make that possible would be for him to accept a mission to help your side. Isn't that right, Tsunade? Zabuza and Ao looked where Yuna was looking, and to their surprise, Tsunade was standing in the doorway with an annoyed expression on her face. I heard you had foreign guests and expected that you would cause trouble yet again. Seems like I was right. Well, that is just rude. No matter how you look at it, I have almost nothing to do with the current situation. If you want to be angry at someone, you should be angry at Ao over there. When Tsunade's glare landed on Ao, he immediately shrunk back. He heard that Tsunade was rather easy to anger and he would rather not be turned into blood mist by one of her punches. I will put it bluntly, what can Konoha get out of this? Konoha interfering with the disputes of another country could be very troublesome. If you think we will help you for free, you are clearly dreaming. Ao couldn't help but be surprised that Tsunade was willing to help at all. Just as she had said, intervening in the matters of another country is a big deal, so he was slightly moved that Tsunade was willing to help them. First of all, Kirigakure will offer an alliance with beneficial terms to Konoha. I am in no position to make any big promises, but that is definitely something Mei-sama would agree to. Mei-sama? Not the daimyo of the Land of Water? Before Ao could answer Tsunade, a loud snort escaped Yuna. That piece of shit? Who cares about his opinion? Kirigakure, which represents a huge part of his military force, is in shambles and all he does is sit on his ass and does nothing. Might as well assassinate him while you have the chance. Blame it on the current Mizukage and be done with it. Actually, the daimyo of the Land of Water isn't even the first daimyo on Yuna's shit list. The first one was the one from the Land of Fire, who increased the taxes on seal exports to fill his pockets, and the second one was the one from the Land of Wind, who is partly responsible for the conflict during the Chunin exam because he was neglecting his own hidden village only because he didn't like the fourth Kazekage. Imagine driving your own military to ruin, just because you didn't like the leader. Tsunade, Zabuza, and Ao, meanwhile, had awkward expressions when Yuna mentioned assassinating the daimyo. Although Ao wasn't happy about the non-action of the daimyo, assassinating him never crossed his mind, while Tsunade only thought that doing something like that could only be called insane, without her even thinking about why it would be insane. The only one who genuinely thought about it was Zabuza, but he dismissed the idea rather quickly as well. The daimyo himself might be weak, but he had a lot of loyal guards that would be hard to overcome. So, Yuna's suggestion was denied, and after Ao guaranteed that the daimyo would be willing to form an alliance, the negotiation continued. Yuna, meanwhile, rolled her eyes at the trio's unwillingness to get rid of the daimyo. Maybe I should just do it myself? Well, just killing a few daimyo won't have much of an effect, so I need to choose the perfect moment. While I'm at it, I might as well do it on a bigger scale. Guess it is time to prepare a few things so everything goes smoothly. While I'm at it, huh? Aren't you a little casual about this? What do you mean casual? This is quite a lot of work. It's good that I have been collecting information for a long time now. That will speed up the progress quite a bit. ****, here we go, ding. New quest added, overthrow the world government. I can't really put my finger on it, but that feels a little off. Chapter 178, End of Negotiations. From then on, the negotiations went rather smoothly, and at the end of the discussions, every party was rather satisfied with the result. Well, every party except for Yuna, who would occasionally suggest something that involved stabbing the squishy bits of certain people with something sharp, just to have her proposal rejected. Tsunade was in an exceptionally good mood since she even managed to sneak in a deal that would allow her to buy high-quality alcohol from the Land of Water for a discount price. After the negotiations were over, Zabuza and Ao left the room, leaving Yuna and Tsunade behind. These two apparently wanted to chat about old times when they were still serving as proper Kiri shinobi together, so they ran away as fast as possible when everything was done. The first one to speak between Yuna and Tsunade was Yuna, who rolled her eyes at Tsunade's schemes. You sure tricked that poor guy well, huh? I thought you were just some random drunkard, but it seems like you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Tsunade was rather insulted by being called a random drunkard, so she started glaring at Yuna, which amused Yuna quite a bit. What? Do you think you can change the topic by glaring at me? Konoha interfering with the disputes of another country could be very troublesome, is what you said. What a joke. As if Zabuza would wear the Konoha headband while fighting for the rebels of Kirigakure. Do you think that just because Zabuza and Ao fell for that trap, that I will as well? You are a million years too early to get me with that kind of trick. A smirk appeared on Tsunade's face, like Yuna didn't just expose her trickery. And moments later, she answered Yuna while having a smug smile on her face. Hee, that's right, I tricked them. So what? Is it not his own fault for falling for my tricks? Yuna raised her eyebrow at Tsunade actually admitting to tricking them, but moments later she gave her an approving nod. After all, she would have done the same. That's right. Wouldn't I be a hypocrite for blaming you for tricking someone? I would have done the same, after all. Or rather than doing the same, I would have done even more. I would tell him a bunch of lies about how unstable Konoha is due to the invasion that happened during the Chunin exam and how we lost one of our strongest shinobi, Danzo, just a few months ago. Oh, and let us not forget about Konoha's greatest genius, Sasuke Uchiha, betraying Konoha. The more Yuna talked, the more irritated Tsunade became. She might have thick skin, but only someone as shameless as Yuna could complain about how weak Konoha became over the last few months without blushing at all. After all, while complaining, she was completely ignoring the behemoth that is the Uzumaki clan that settled inside Konoha not too long ago, which was already competing with the Hyuga clan for the spot of Konoha's strongest clan. Before Yuna could continue her monologue about tricking people, Tsunade decided to intervene with a question. Do you think the rebels will be able to win this? Although Tsunade felt weird asking someone as young as Yuna about such a complicated topic, her guts were telling her that Yuna knew much more about the situation than she could imagine. And, as expected, Yuna answered her question instantly. Well, the current Mizukage is responsible for the death of a lot of powerful Kiri shinobi, so he doesn't have any allies left. The only real danger the rebels still face is the Mizukage himself, since he is the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Luckily for the rebels, I have already prepared something to stop him from rampaging. Tsunade couldn't help but raise her eyebrow when she heard Yuna's last sentence. She didn't know why, but she had a very bad feeling about this. So, I assume you don't want to tell me what you've prepared? Correct. Do I even want to know? No, I don't think you want to know. Whatever, you know how you can prevent me from asking any questions, so I advise you to do it. Without a moment of hesitation, Yuna threw a huge, unlabeled bottle towards Tsunade, who caught it with an elated expression on her face. Without saying another word, she left the room while hugging the bottle like it was her greatest treasure. Yuna, meanwhile, could only chuckle dryly at Tsunade's behavior. On one hand, Tsunade easily accepting bribery made it rather easy for Yuna to get what she wanted, but on the other hand, it was much more fun for Yuna to see the other party struggle with their own conscience on whether it is okay to accept a bribe or not. After Tsunade left, a sigh escaped Yuna's mouth. A war, huh? I'm not really fond of wars. Snort yeah, right. That almost made it sound like you are some kind of pacifist, but if people knew why you disliked war, they would probably curse you until their voices become hoarse. Well, that might be true, but it is also true that I genuinely dislike war. I mean, just look at how wars are fought in this world. Not only Chunin but even Genin are participating in them. What is even the point in that? It feels like they are just there to increase the body count. If I am fighting someone, then that person should at least be worth fighting against. I get no joy from slaughtering my way through a bunch of insignificant small fry. If a country wants to fight a war, they should just pick their 10 strongest people and send them to the front line. Then, there would at least be some enjoyment to be had. Well, it is just as I said. A normal person would usually say something along the lines of not wanting so many people to die, but instead of that, you are not fond of war, because you don't enjoy killing weak people. Yuna couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. Hehe, what are you even talking about, Kurama? Why are you suddenly acting like you expected me to follow a normal person's common sense? True. There is no possible way that even a single one of your thoughts could be judged from a standpoint of the common sense of a normal person, after all. Ha ha ha, praise me more. Chapter 179, Ino's and Haku's Training. It has been a few days since Sabuza left the village to help with the rebellion in Kirigakure, and right now, 6 people stood in front of a well-hidden secret room far below the main building of the Uzumaki compound and, while Yuna had a smug smile on her face, the other 5 people looked gobsmacked at what was going on inside the room. The first one to recover was Naruto. Ne-san, why is there a snowstorm in our basement? Well, where else was I supposed to put it? In the attic? That's just silly. Naruto's eyelid twitched a little when he heard Yuna's answer, but decided not to bother arguing with her. The next person to start speaking was Hinata, who was inspecting the snowstorm with her Byakugan. This snowstorm looks and feels very similar to the one you created while fighting Danzo, just a little weaker, and this one doesn't seem to be expanding on its own either. It is indeed the same snowstorm. It is weaker than the one you saw before because I used parts of it to create Kurama's physical body, and it isn't expanding because I contained it in this room. Despite having no clue how Yuna did something like that, she only nodded her head in understanding. The next person to ask a question was Haku. But why did you bring it here, Yuna? After Haku became Naruto's girlfriend, she stopped addressing Yuna with Sama, which Yuna didn't mind. Yuna smirked when she heard Haku's question and glanced at Haku and Ino. Well, it's for training, obviously. Or to be more precise, it's for you and Ino to train within. Me. Ino had a rather strong reaction when she heard that she was supposed to train inside the room in front of her. As a Yamanaka, a clan that specializes in the mind arts, she was rather sensitive to intent, so she could somewhat tell that there was something off about the snowstorm. Rather than a normal snowstorm, she got the impression that she was looking at a dangerous monster. Yuna, however, only nodded her head. She noticed that Ino felt some pressure from the snowstorm, but this was actually the reason why Yuna brought her here. The best way to stimulate someone's potential during training was by putting them under pressure. Ino's specialty was definitely her mind arts, so training while constantly feeling pressure from the intent Yuna left inside the snowstorm when she created it will help Ino get stronger. Hehe, that's right. I decided to teach you and Haku the same technique I taught to Hinata and Anko, but you are not ready for it, yet. Before you start cultivating, you should get a better grasp on what you want and where you want to go with your cultivation. From what I can tell, Haku should specialize in ice, while you, Ino, should specialize in the soul. That, however, is only a guess and I can't confirm anything, yet. By training inside the snowstorm for a while, you will get a better understanding of whether these two paths are compatible with you or not. Haku, just sit inside the snow and meditate. Get a feel for the snow and ice around you and try to understand it better. The further you go in, the easier it gets, but the danger increases as well, so be cautious. Ino, you will go through your normal training routine, but while doing so, you will have to constantly fend off the mental pressure you feel. Just like Haku, you should advance further inside the snowstorm with caution. Last but not least, I am not forcing you to go inside. This is simply a training method I suggest that you try out, and if you don't want to, that is perfectly fine as well. Silence engulfed Ino and Haku as they sank deep into thoughts. Both of them could tell that Yuna's training suggestion wasn't without danger, but they also understood that this would help them improve their strength at a rapid pace. After pondering for a while, the eyes of both of them landed on Naruto in an attempt to get an additional opinion. Naruto, however, only gave them a slight smile, indicating that he was fine with whatever they choose and that he would leave the decision to them. Both of them pouted a little when they didn't get an answer from Naruto, and after a few more moments of thinking, Ino and Haku answered at the same time. I want to do it. Both of them were surprised when their harem sister answered with the same words at the same time, and looking in each other's eyes, Ino and Haku gave each other a nod filled with determination. Both of them couldn't compare to Naruto's strength at all, and they wanted to change that. Considering that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, reaching his level of power seemed to be impossible at first. At the Chunin exam, however, Hinata demonstrated that it was possible to fight side by side with Naruto despite not having a bijou sealed inside them. Even if they couldn't surpass Naruto in strength, they, at least, wanted to be strong enough to fight side by side with him without being a burden. So, with a fire of determination in their eyes, Ino and Haku stepped into the snowstorm and seconds later, could be seen no longer. Yuna nodded in approval when she saw the determination in their eyes. Only by having a strong Tao heart can one reach the apex. The remaining three people, Hinata, Naruto, and Anko rolled their eyes at Yuna's gibberish. They were already used to Yuna occasionally saying something incomprehensible, and although all three of them would occasionally feel like Yuna said something actually important that even allowed them to have a breakthrough in whatever they were doing at that time, they would never openly admit to it in front of Yuna, so Anko quickly changed the topic. Well, Tao heart aside, I never did anything like this. You simply gave me a cultivation technique, no questions asked. That was because your circumstances were different. You are older than Ino and Haku, and I could easily tell that you had already found your specialization. You are pretty compatible with snakes, which I still find slightly amusing, considering Orochimaru took you in as a disciple, while your main affinity was clearly fire. In case you are wondering why you never went through this kind of training either, Hinata, it is because I have spent a lot of time with you, so it was easy to determine what would fit you best. As for Naruto, I have some guesses but nothing concrete yet. You are clearly compatible with wind and seals, but my instincts are telling me that there is something else. Since you can't start cultivating before Kurama's problem is fixed anyway, there is no rush to find out either. All three of them nodded their heads in understanding after Yuna finished her explanation. Truth be told, Naruto was a little annoyed that he couldn't start cultivating already, but considering how huge of an advantage Kurama's presence gave him, there really wasn't much room for complaints. A short while later, the four people left the secret passage and were just about to eat dinner together, when a quiet buzzing could be heard from Yuna's wrist. Yuna looked at the small armband she was wearing on her wrist and a smile appeared on her face. Sorry everyone, seems like I have to go somewhere else. I should be back in a few days. Hinata, Naruto, and Anko had an annoyed frown on their faces when they heard that Yuna had to leave, but there was nothing they could do about it. Yuna had already told them why she would be leaving soon, so all they could do was pout in annoyance. Yuna chuckled a little and gave Hinata and Anko a goodbye kiss, while Naruto received a hug, and moments later, she vanished. Damn Nasan, hogging all the fun for herself. Instead of answering, Hinata and Enko both gave Naruto's words a nod of approval. Yuna told them where she would be going and they couldn't help but be interested in leaving together with her, but Yuna cleanly shot all of their requests down. Chapter 180, Another Enemy for Life, Maybe? Deep in the land of water, a group of Kiri shinobi stood around a huge table that had a map of Kirigakure and its surroundings. These people were the leading figures of the fight against the current Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. So far, everything worked out rather well for the rebel army and they are steadily pushing back Yagura's forces, but despite that, no one dared to be too enthusiastic, simply because Yagura hadn't made a move yet. In a large-scale battle, there was nothing more dangerous than a Jinchuriki, so the moment Yagura appeared on the battlefield things will get dangerous. The only person in the rebel army that could fight against Yagura was Mei Terumi, the leader of the rebellion and possessor of two Kekkei Genkais, the Boil style and the Lava style. She was a tall mature woman with ankle-length, auburn hair and green eyes that were oozing confidence. Truth be told, she didn't want to fight her own people, but she couldn't endure the way Yagura managed the village anymore either. No matter how she looked at it, to her, it felt like Yagura was deliberately weakening Kirigakure, which didn't make any sense to her at all. The only possible explanation was that someone was controlling him, but she didn't know anyone who could control someone as powerful as Yagura and neither did she have any proof for her theory. The people in the room were just about to continue their discussion when Eo entered the room with a happy smile on his face. After greeting everyone in the room, he immediately started reporting. Mei-sama, I managed to find Zabuza Momochi and he agreed to help us. Mei's eyes widened in surprise and a happy smile appeared on her face. She had some doubts about sending someone as vital as Ao away on a mission just before the real battle started, but her advisors insisted that having another one of the 7 swordsmen on their side would give a huge boost in morale to their people and would make appeasing everyone after the rebellion much easier, so she allowed him to leave and it appeared like the gamble was successful. Well done, Ao. Quickly, bring him. Moments later, Zabuza entered the room and he couldn't help but feel slightly nostalgic when his gaze wandered over the people in the room. When he was still a Kiri shinobi, he was somewhat friendly with quite a few of them. Zabuza did a slight bow towards Mei and started talking. Mei Terumi, it is good to see you again. As Ao already said, I will be fighting by your side for now, but after the rebellion is over, I won't be staying in Kirigakure. Mei's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that Zabuza wouldn't stay in Kiri, while the people around her had similar reactions. Why not? After this war is over, you could freely stay in Kiri without hiding yourself and you will be able to get your old rank back, as well. That's because he is working for me now and his daughter, Weapon doesn't want to leave either because of her boyfriend. A frown appeared on Zabuza's face and he retorted without even thinking who he was talking to. I have already told you multiple times that Haku is just a why are you here? Clang. Without a moment of hesitation, Zabuza drew his weapon and slashed it downwards, but before it could hit its mark, it was blocked by a pure white sword that was similar in size to Zabuza's. Now, that's just rude, Zabuza. You didn't honestly think that I would allow you to have all the fun by yourself, did you? Although no one in the room knew what exactly was going on right now, all of them were experienced shinobi, so the moment Zabuza drew his sword, they immediately surrounded the duo. At first, they thought that a strong enemy had followed Zabuza since he attacked the newcomer instantly, but that thought perished rather fast when Zabuza suddenly started quarreling with the new arrival. What do you mean with fun? This is a rebellion, a war. There is nothing fun about that, Yuna. After hearing Zabuza's words, a surprised look appeared on Yuna's face, and after a moment of pondering she nodded her head in agreement. Right, I got so excited about fighting the Three Tails that I totally forgot about all that rebellion business. Oh well, it's not like it actually matters to me. Before Zabuza could start ranting, Mei stepped forward and started talking. Zabuza, who is that and why did she come here with you? Although Mei had a pretty good idea who the young woman in front of her was, she still had some hope that she was guessing wrong. The sword that was used to block Zabuza's sword, melting and turning into a puddle of water, certainly didn't support her hope. One Jinchuriki was already troublesome enough, but now, a second one appeared. If two Jinchuriki were to fight each other, there might actually be nothing left of Kirigakure when this war was over. Zabuza heaved a deep sigh and fixed his glare on Yuna. She is Yuna Uzumaki Namikaze, Konoha's Jinchuriki, the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, devoid of any common sense and a little insane. The one and only. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Tsunade was on her way back to the Uzumaki compound and she was incredibly nervous. She was constantly looking left and right as if she feared that someone would ambush her at any moment. Are in Nigeria, Nairo, Thailand body. After she was done with her work today, she went out to have some fun and do some gambling, but after winning her 10th game in a row, she immediately quit. Something was wrong. Very wrong. But she didn't know what it was. The moment she entered the Uzumaki compound, one of the guards handed her a message and as soon as she received it, he immediately started sprinting away as fast as he could. Tsunade's heart sank when she saw that. What could have possibly happened for even the people of the Uzumaki clan to be this nervous? She opened the message and started reading immediately. Yo Tsunade, just wanted to tell you that I went to the land of water to fight the Three Tails. Sorry about that and have fun, smiley face. Sincerely Yuna. Tsunade froze up when she finished reading Yuna's little letter. Then, she read it again and again and again. Every time she reread it, she tried to pace her reading speed slightly differently or tried to say words with different pronunciations, but no matter what she did, the message didn't suddenly mean something different. As she kept rereading the letter, more and more of her chakra started leaking out of her, and moments later, she snapped. She raised her fist and smashed it into a wall, causing huge parts of the wall to collapse. She couldn't hold it in anymore and a loud roar echoed over Konoha. I will definitely kill you, Yuna Uzumaki. Chapter 181, Chatting in Kirigakure. For a moment, Yuna felt like she heard someone yelling her name in anger, but seconds later, she decided that she must have just imagined it. I don't think there is any reason for someone to be angry at me, so it must have been my imagination. You do realize that you just left Konoha without permission to intervene in a rebellion of a foreign country just because you want to fight the country's leader, right? Hehe, oops. Sigh. Mei Terumi, meanwhile, could only groan when she heard Yuna happily confirming Zabuza's outrageous introduction. She had, of course, heard about Yuna. The incident during the Chunin exam in Konoha wasn't a secret, so it was easy to gather information about what had happened on that day and what Yuna was supposed to be capable of. Well, if that was all Mei had heard about Yuna, she would just surround her and capture her, but what happened a while later wasn't a secret either. A massive snowstorm appearing in the outskirts of Konoha is not something that can be hidden and neither could the person responsible. Although Mei didn't know what exactly Yuna was capable of, she would rather not have her entire army camp be covered by a snowstorm. Additionally, having superior numbers was almost useless against a Jinchuriki, especially when the person was already in the middle of their army. So, for now, she could only take a deep breath, calm down and see where this will go. Before she could speak, however, Zabuza spoke up again. How did you get here, Yuna? Did you follow us all the way here? Mei nodded in approval when she heard Zabuza's question. That was also something she wanted to know. Zabuza was one of the world's best assassins, while Ao had a Byakugan. It should be almost impossible to follow them for such a long time without being noticed. Yuna, however, only took out a pure white kunai that had 4 spikes as a guard, which made it look like a huge snowflake. Well, I simply used the Flying Thunder God seal. I have better things to do than to stalk a bunch of grown men for a week. If I have to stalk someone, I would prefer it to be a woman, hehe. Mei decided to ignore Yuna's second sentence and instead focused on the first one. She heard rumors of Yuna using the Flying Thunder God seal during the Chunin exam but had always dismissed it as nonsense. After all, this was just the kind of rumor that could protect Konoha after they were weakened after the invasion. A new clan emerging with a powerful leader at the top was always a good deterrent. Especially when that leader was the child of the 4th Hokage and even knew his signature jutsu. Now, however, it seemed that Mei had to change her thoughts about that. Additionally, this made removing Yuna with force even less feasible, since she could just teleport in and out whenever she wanted. For now, Mei could only hope that Yuna wouldn't cause too much chaos. Zabuza, meanwhile, finished digesting Yuna's answer and realized something else. Wait. Did you put one of your seals on me? Yuna chuckled a little when she heard that, before shaking her head in denial. Of course, not, I put it on Ao. What? On me? When? Ao was, naturally, outraged when he heard that Yuna put a seal on him that allowed her to teleport to him at any time. This turned him into a huge risk for Kirigakure and the Land of Water in general, since it made him into an easy access point for Yuna to enter the Land of Water whenever she wanted. In fact, this was exactly what she did a few minutes ago. Huh, what do you mean by, when? Have you forgotten that Hinata was holding a sword to your neck after you attempted to sneak into my Uzumaki compound? She had more than enough time to sneak a seal onto you. That, of course, wasn't exactly the truth. Although Hinata indeed had enough time to do so, at that point in time there was no reason to do it. As for where the seal on Ao came from, Yuna had plenty of time to sneak in a few during their discussion with Tsunade. Seeing the people, who were still surrounding her, glaring at her, Yuna chuckled a little. Now, calm down. No need to get all antsy. How about I remove it from you? I only needed it to travel here, after all. Ao's eye showed surprise when Yuna offered him to remove the seal, and he immediately nodded his head. Living, while knowing that Yuna could pop up next to him at any moment, would be too stressful for him. Zabuza, meanwhile, was looking at Yuna with suspicion. He didn't believe for even a second that Yuna would actually remove the seal from Ao. Moments later, however, Yuna's fingers started glowing, and after drawing seals for a short moment, a snowflake-shaped seal appeared on Ao's right ankle, before shattering like glass. See? All gone. No need to fuss over it, anymore. Especially, since I have put another one on his other ankle. Might as well put one on the woman with long brown hair, she seems to be the leader here. Huh, you know me so well, Kurama. That's Mei Terumi, and I am already thinking about a good way to do it. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Mei, meanwhile, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yuna removing the seal from Ao. In her opinion, this at least showed that Yuna didn't have any bad intentions towards them. If Yuna was genuinely interested in joining their side in this war, it could be a huge boon, so she decided to be a bit more welcoming towards her. So, she stepped forward, past the people that tried to stop her, and came to a halt just a short distance away from Yuna, while a kind smile appeared on her face. I am Mei Terumi, the leader of this army, and I welcome you in the Land of Water. A similar smile appeared on Yuna's face as she stretched out her hand for a handshake with Mei. Haha, thanks for the warm welcome, and, as already mentioned, I am Yuna Uzumaki. Seeing the friendly smile on Yuna's face, Mei's impression of her immediately improved a little, but just as she was about to shake Yuna's hand, Zabuza stepped in between them, while glaring at Yuna. I recommend not shaking Yuna's hand. Seeing Zabuza glaring at her, Yuna at first looked at him in confusion, but moments later, realization could be seen on her face, and then she started speaking with a wry smile on her face. You think I will sneak a seal on her while we shake hands? Do you really think I am that shameless? Yes. Fahahaha, he got you. That damn Zabuza. He had better prepare himself for what will happen to him after we return to Konoha. Despite her aggressive thoughts, a sad smile appeared on Yuna's face as she shrugged her shoulders. I guess there will be no handshake, then. Seeing Yuna getting a little depressed by Zabuza's accusations, Mei instantly glared at him, but he completely ignored her glares. How unreasonable. I saved her from a bad fate and all I get in return is a glare. Well, she doesn't know Yuna yet, so it can't be helped. Chapter 182, Negotiations with Mei. Seeing that Yuna was still slightly depressed from Zabuza's comment, Mei decided to quickly push the conversation forward. Well, handshake aside, why did you come here, Yuna? Yuna tilted her head in confusion when she heard Mei's question. Didn't I already answer that? I want to fight the Sanbai. Mei was, naturally taken aback by that answer. She heard how Yuna told Zabuza the same thing, but she just assumed that Yuna was messing with him. Wanting to fight one of the bijou seemed to be too absurd to be actually true. Before she could ask more questions, however, Zabuza threw in yet another comment. No need to think too deeply about this, Mei-sama. I already mentioned it when I introduced her, but if you try to judge Yuna's actions with common sense you will only get a headache. Going out of your way to fight someone strong might not be something a normal person would do, but something Yuna certainly would. A frown appeared on Mei's face when she heard Zabuza's words and she was just about to reprimand Zabuza for insulting Yuna again when she saw Yuna nodding her head in acknowledgement. Indeed, fighting strong and interesting enemies is my passion. Especially if it is something as interesting as another Jinchukiri or even better, a bijou. During the Chunin exam, Gaara wasn't strong enough to satiate my appetite for a fight with a Jinchuriki and I had to leave the Ichibi to Naruto since better prey popped up, so this is the perfect chance for me to have some fun. The surrounding people couldn't help but look at Yuna weirdly when she finished her explanation, while Zabuza only shrugged his shoulders with a wry smile on his face. A short moment later, Mei regathered her wits and continued speaking. Anyway, I am surprised that Konoha even allowed you to come here. Zabuza is one thing, but when one of Konoha's Jinchuriki suddenly fights side by side with an army from Kiri, it could lead to a lot of complications for Konoha, so I am happy th. While Mei was talking, she noticed that the atmosphere around Zabuza turned somewhat weird, while Yuna had a somewhat weird smile on her face as well. The people of Konoha know that you are here, don't they? I am pretty sure they know. Well, at least Tsunade should. Should? How come you are not sure about that? Well, I left a letter behind at Tsunade's home before leaving and I am not sure whether she read it already or not. Doesn't that mean you snuck out? With a surprising amount of synchronization, everyone in the room said the same thing at the same time. Even those that haven't said anything yet, chimed in. Hee hee. Don't laugh. Cough asterisk, you people really are great friends. It can't be easy to be in sync with such a huge group, especially if it is done spontaneously. Feeling the people around her glaring at her hard enough to almost set her aflame, another chuckle escaped Yuna before she decided to pacify the situation. R.A. Oh well, no need to act like this. For now, the only people from Kiri that know that I am here are the people in this room and I won't interfere in your fight either. This is your rebellion and I don't want to have anything to do with it. I will only appear when their Jinchuriki enters the battlefield. As soon as he does, I will fight him and after I have won against him, I will leave again. That should be quite an excellent deal for you, right? Although a few people nodded their heads with uncertainty, at the end of the day, Mei was still the one who had the last word, so instead of paying attention to the people around her, Yuna focused her eyes on Mei, who was still pondering about what Yuna just said. After contemplating for a while, Mei's eye sharpened as she looked at Yuna. Why are you so sure that you can actually defeat him? You are strong, I have no doubts about that, but Yagura is still a Kage with a bijou sealed inside of him. As Mei finished speaking, she flared her chakra and powerful pressure started radiating out of her and crashed into Yuna. While the other people in the room started sweating a little from the pressure, a light chuckle escaped Yuna. Have you forgotten who I am? Pressure, which was similar to Mei's, exploded out of Yuna and contested against Mei's, resulting in the other people in the room feeling even more uncomfortable. Mei, however, was unmoving and was still staring at Yuna. Although she found it unbelievable that Yuna could contest with her like this still wasn't enough to be confident in defeating Yagura. She knew that her fight against Yagura would happen for a long time now and she prepared all kinds of trump cards for it. She didn't believe that someone at Yuna's level could just come over and defeat him without any preparations. Yuna, however, only smiled when she saw the look on Mei's face. Hee, you are not bad, little girl, but you are a million years too early to start a contest like that against me. Mei was just about to ask where that nonsensical number came from when the pressure on her started increasing at a steady pace. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. At first, she thought Yuna was already going all out, but now she realized that Yuna was only matching her chakra output. Now, however, the pressure was endlessly increasing. Seeing Mei struggle more and more, a slight smirk appeared on Yuna's face. The greatest limiter to her strength in her new life has always been the age of her body. No matter how much chakra she had, there was a limit to how much her body could handle, and as she grew older and older that limit was increasing at an exponential rate. If it was chakra pressure alone, she could easily match a Kage, by now. Noticing that the other people in the room were struggling more and more, Yuna started reducing the pressure, while Mei instinctively did the same. Well, what do you think? Can I defeat Yagura? Mei could only smile wryly when she heard Yuna's questions. If Yuna couldn't defeat him, then she wouldn't have a good time either. I will entrust this fight to you and wish you good luck in your battle. No problem. Oh? Is it just me, or did she just become more obedient? Naturally. After all, I showed her my cultivator's prestige. Your what? I won the pissing contest. Ah, that makes sense. Chapter 183, Ice vs. Lava. It has been a few hours since Yuna arrived in Kirigakure, and so far, nothing has happened on the front line. Team 42 was ambushed, they need reinforcement. We can send Team 7 and Team 69. They have just defeated their enemies. Team 16's ambush was successful, they are awaiting new orders. Well, at least nothing that was of interest to Yuna has happened. She was currently lazing around on a couch inside the rebels' command center while munching on some snacks. Although some people wanted to know where the couch came from, so far, everyone had better things to do than to chat with Yuna. At first, some people wanted to kick her out of the command center, but that notion vanished rather quickly. Team 3 might walk into an ambush soon. Munch. While Yuna continued to eat, she casually commented on the current conflict. Instead of ignoring her seemingly random comment, one of the people in the tent immediately reacted and made sure the message was delivered instantly over a mental connection. Although the Yamanaka clan was the clan who was the most famous for their battlefield-wide communication techniques, that didn't mean that the other villages didn't have something similar to command their troops. A few minutes later, a message came in that Team 3 found the people that wanted to ambush them and managed to deal a lot of damage with a counterattack. The person that delivered the message nodded towards Yuna with appreciation and continued his work without a moment of delay. Yuna was never someone who commanded huge armies during wars and preferred to fight by herself or in small groups, so she won't make any outrageous claims that she could see through whatever strategy the enemy wanted to use, but she certainly could recognize some patterns in the rhythm of the battlefield. Although her speculations weren't always correct, she still had a pretty good success rate. That was the reason why no one minded her being inside the command room. After successfully predicting another ambush, Mei couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and had to ask Yuna a question. How do you predict those ambushes? Even when I know where they are, I can't see any signs of them at all. A smirk appeared on Yuna's face when Mei asked her question, and it grew even wider when everyone in the room started working a little bit more quietly. Hee, how about you let me give you a little kiss and I will tell you. Everyone in the room froze up when Yuna said that. All of them knew exactly what kind of personality Mei had and thought that this might have a bad ending. Mei always reacted either flirtatiously or aggressively in these kinds of situations, and since Yuna's request sounded more like she was making fun of Mei, all of them thought the latter would be the case. Despite what everyone thought, that is not what happened. A small chuckle escaped Mei as she seductively licked her lips. Instead of saliva, however, her lips were covered by a thin film of lava. Oh, my, are you sure you can stand the heat? You can go right ahead and kiss me if you think you can. Smack. The moment Mei stopped speaking, a loud smack echoed through the room. Zabuza had just facepalmed himself hard enough to leave a red handprint on his face. Before Mei could ask him what he was doing, Yuna appeared in front of her and sealed her lips with her own. As soon as Yuna's lips came into contact with Mei's lava-coated ones, a sizzling sound could be heard. Mei immediately panicked when she heard that sound. She just wanted to tease and maybe intimidate Yuna a little and not actually hurt her, after all. She was just about to pull back her head when she noticed that her lips were getting colder and colder. Her eyes widened in surprise when she realized that Yuna was counterattacking her lava with her ice. So far, she had never encountered anything that could push back against her Kekkei Genkai, especially not in such close proximity. Up until now, Mei had only put the lava on her lips without supplying any chakra to it, so it was normal that Yuna could easily counter it. So, Mei quickly rectified that and started supplying chakra to her lips as well, causing the frozen feeling to decrease, but not completely vanish. She noticed rather quickly that she was slowly being pushed back and was just about to increase her output even further when she felt a hand on her shoulder that was pulling her away from Yuna. Mei-sama, please control yourself. You shouldn't do something like that with someone so young and especially not. The ending of Ao's sentence, however, could no longer be heard by Mei as she started sinking deeper and deeper into her own thoughts. So young? Is Ao saying that I am old? Does he mean I am too old to marry someone? Yuna, meanwhile, was rather annoyed by Zabuza, who was the one that pulled her away from Mei. Who does he think he is? He has been annoying me the whole day now. Does he think he can do whatever he wants because of my lax personality? Zabuza/Ao, do you want me to freeze/melt you? Zabuza and Ao both took a step back when Yuna's and Mei's killing intent hit them. While Ao was pretty sure that there was some kind of misunderstanding, Zabuza knew that he had interfered with Yuna a little too much today. Yuna was a rather carefree person that liked to goof around, but that didn't mean that she was a pushover. If someone were to cross Yuna's bottom line, then they should prepare themselves to have a very bad time. Although Zabuza doubted that he had pushed Yuna that far, considering he could barely move due to the killing intent washing over him, Yuna certainly wasn't happy either. Zabuza gritted his teeth and was just about to apologize to Yuna when the pressure vanished. Hehe, please hold yourself back a little, Zabuza, or I might have to throw you into one of Naruto's trap arrays. Zabuza's whole body shivered in terror when he heard Yuna's threat. He felt like that would be even worse than getting killed on the spot, so he obediently nodded his head at the fastest speed he could muster. Mei, meanwhile, had a slight pink blush on her face when she remembered what just happened, but moments later, her fighting spirit was ignited when she realized that she didn't manage to push Yuna's ice back. I won't give up so easily. Next time, my lava will win the battle. In the meantime, back in Konoha, Hinata and Enko were sitting in the living room while leisurely chatting with each other. Then, without any forewarning, Hinata stood up and smashed her fist onto the table, turning it into dust. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have allowed Yuna to go on her own. Enko, meanwhile, tilted her head in confusion when she heard Hinata's outrage. Did something happen to Yuna? Yes, she picked up another member for her harem. That's some scary intuition. Chapter 184, Meeting Two Stalkers. After the incident between Yuna and Mei was over, the command center returned to its usual busyness, while Yuna went back to lazing around. Or at least that was what she wanted to do, but the moment she sat back on the couch her head snapped towards a certain direction, while a vicious smile appeared on her face. Who do we have here? Without saying another word, Yuna stood up and walked towards the exit of the command center. Yuna, where are you go? Mei noticed that Yuna was leaving and called out to her, but when she saw the smile on Yuna's face, she choked on her own words. Hehe, no worries. I'm just going for a little walk. Mei, who was still shocked from seeing the vicious expression on Yuna's face, simply nodded her head in agreement, and moments later, Yuna left the building and vanished from everyone's perception. Meanwhile, two people in matching black cloaks with red clouds were standing on a faraway hill while observing the battlefield. One of them had a weird-looking plant around his head, while half of his face was black and the other half was white. The other one was wearing an orange mask with a spiraling pattern on it and a single eye hole. After a few minutes of silence, the person with the plant around his head started speaking. It seems like your plans for Kirigikure are finally coming to fruition, Madara. The other person nodded his head in agreement. Indeed, it took me a long time to set everything up, but this war should be enough to cause Kirigikure to self-destruct. Reducing the amount of major hidden villages from 5 to 4 should make the success rate of our future plans much higher. The plant-like creature nodded his head in agreement and continued speaking. Additionally, we managed to gather enough chakra from the sandbai that we don't have to bother about it anymore, which should allow us to stay hidden a little bit longer. Yes, the longer the other nations take to find out our PLA. Before the person with the orange mask could continue speaking, a pure white blade that was seemingly made out of ice appeared out of nowhere and cut straight through his neck. Oh, my planning a conspiracy without me? That is very naughty. How dare you exclude me from the fun? That sword, naturally, belonged to Yuna, who got attracted to two chakra signatures that felt very similar to Hashirama's chakra and Kakashi's Sharingan. The moment the sword passed through the masked person's neck, however, a frown appeared on Yuna's face. She certainly felt like she cut flesh, but it didn't feel like her attack cut through the whole neck. Yuna's eyes shone with interest when she saw that there was only a small gash on the neck of her opponent, despite her sword clearly having cut through it completely, and moments later she realized what should have happened. Oh. This is another one of those Sharingan gimmicks, isn't it? Considering the spectrum of useful parlors tricks the Sharingan can grant you, it's no wonder you Uchiha bunch all have a superiority complex over people that actually have to earn their power the normal way. The masked man completely froze up when he realized that the only reason he was alive right now was that he had trained himself to reflexively activate his intangibility when something cuts into his flesh, but the moment Yuna started mocking the Sharingan, he woke up from his stupor. Big words from someone who can't even begin to fathom the power the Sharingan holds. A mocking smile appeared on Yuna's face when she heard what the masked man said. Oh? And you do? Of course, after all, I am Uchiha Madara. Oh oi, do you still remember the plan, Ob? Madara. You should have thought about that before trying to recruit someone from the Uchiha clan, plant. The moment their beloved bloodline is mocked, their brain short-circuits. P-plant? Anyway, this is a good chance for us, Madara. Although I have no clue why she is here, this is Yuna Uzumaki, the host of the Kyubi. It's much earlier than planned, but this is a good chance to capture her. No need to remind me of that. I was going to make her pay for insulting me like that anyway. Well, before we start killing each other, could you tell me why you call yourself Madara? I mean, I know that a lot of you Uchiha are fangirling over him, but isn't pretending to be him a little too much? The man with the mask scoffed when he heard Yuna's question. I am not pretending to be him, I am him. Yuna could only shake her head at the poor delusional person in front of her. No, you are not. You're way too weak to be him. The only thing you have going for you is your ability to become intangible, which is rather worthless against me. The masked man gritted his teeth when he was mocked by Yuna yet again and became significantly more cautious of her when she revealed that she understood his ability, but on the outside, he didn't show any visible agitation. Yet another outrageous claim without any basis. If you don't resist, I can at least guarantee you that it will be painless, otherwise, things might get ugly. What do you choose? Yuna's face twisted in disdain when she heard the other person's nonsense and then lifted up her sword. Outrageous claim? Without any basis? Are you talking about yourself or the Uchiha's arrogance in general? I, of course, choose to cut you down. As she said that, Yuna swung down her sword, causing a thin ice sickle to fly towards the masked man. He saw the projectile flying towards his head, but decided not to bother dodging it. He would just let it pass through him as he did with Yuna's first sneak attack. The closer Yuna's attack came, however, the more he could feel death approaching him. Although he wanted to let Yuna's attack pass through him at first, his instincts were screaming at him that it would be a bad idea to do so. Just when Yuna's attack was about to hit him, he tilted his head backward, resulting in his mask being cut in two, but his head staying intact. Impossible, my Kamui didn't work. Hee, of course, it didn't. If I want to cut something, it will be cut no matter what dimension you hide it in. The now maskless man was visibly shaken when Yuna made her claim. If what she just said was true, then the ability granted to him by his Manjikyu Sharingan would be almost useless against her. Seeing the shock on the other person's face, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle a little. See? I told you so. Just a bunch of gimmicks and parlor tricks. Although I won't deny that they can be useful, at the end of the day it's just another weapon someone can use to win the battle. Besides that, I have seen a few old photos of you, but you have become quite ugly, Obaitu. Did you hear that, Kurama? I actually remembered his name properly. So? Do you want applause or something? Sigh fine. Clap, clap, clap. Well done Yuna. Huh, praise me more. Chapter 185, Obito and Zetsu. As soon as Yuna appeared before him, the human-looking person with a huge plant around his head had a very strange feeling about her. Or rather, it would be more correct to use they for the half-black and half-white humanoid since they are composed of two different entities, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Black Zetsu was only slightly flustered by Yuna's presence. He was the manifestation of someone's powerful will, so this was the first time he met someone with an even more powerful will. He, of course, didn't know why Yuna's presence made him this flustered. White Zetsu on the other hand was absolutely terrified of Yuna. Due to various reasons, he was very closely connected to nature and the world itself, but Yuna's very presence seemed to reject all of it like she wasn't even a part of this world. Although Black Zetsu was only slightly flustered at the start, that changed when Yuna demonstrated her flying sword slash that ignored Obito's Kamui. Black Zetsu considered himself to be pretty much immortal since he wasn't a real living being from the start. He could freely change his form and even if someone were to cut him into pieces, he could easily regenerate himself. Yuna's sword strike, however, gave him a feeling of dread. He wasn't sure how and why, but he felt like that sword strike could actually kill him, which meant that Yuna was a genuine threat to him. How would someone who never felt genuinely threatened for a very long time react when he was suddenly in danger? Oh Obito, we need to retreat for now. She is more dangerous than we anticipated. The person would try to get away from the threat. Black Zetsu was given a very important mission and he saw no reason to risk his life here. Especially not against someone who he was in no hurry to capture. Even if they managed to overpower and capture Yuna, all they could do with her, for now, would be imprisoning her, which was a huge risk on its own. Obito, who just managed to get out of his stupor, looked at the Zetsu duo in bewilderment. What do you mean by retreat? How could we possibly retreat, now? For some reason, she knows my actual name, and we can't be sure of how much of our conversation she listened to either. Additionally, she is already very strong and her strength will only improve in the future. We need to get rid of her as soon as possible. Before Zetsu could answer him, a deafening roar echoed over the whole area and moments later a gigantic beast with 3 tails appeared near the village of Kirigakure. After seeing the Sanbai appear in the distance, Yuna clicked her tongue in annoyance. Sorry to disturb your lover's quarrel, but I promised that I will be defeating the Sanbai and I never break my promises, so I got to go now. Obito immediately scowled when he heard Yuna said that she will leave like it was no big deal. Do you really think we would just let you go like that? This is the perfect chance to get rid of you, so there is no way I will allow you to leave. Yuna sneered in disdain when she heard that. You truly are delusional, aren't you? You? Stopping me? What a joke. But, I am someone that loves a good joke, so I will permit you to give it a try. Instead of instantly leaving with Minato's Flying Thunder God Seal, I will give you a total of 10 seconds to entangle me in combat. If you reach me, I won't be leaving. Aren't I nice? Obito instantly crouched down and prepared himself to attack Yuna, but just before he could jump forward, Yuna lifted her sword with 2 hands, and the moment the tip of her sword reached the highest point it felt like someone was holding a blade to Obito's and Zetsu's neck. While Obito's body was instantly doused in a cold sweat, Zetsu's was shaking in fear. I, of course, will try to prevent you from doing so. Rejoice, for this is the first time, in this life, that I am using this technique. Ice sword combination style, 1 slash begets 1,000 cuts. Yuna slashed down her sword, resulting in a massive cut made out of ice to fly at Obito and Zetsu, and moments later, it started split apart again and again, until it was no longer a single big slash but thousands of small ones, which created a massive wall of deadly attacks. Seeing the massive wall approaching him, Obito felt like death was creeping closer to him by the second, so without a moment of delay, he started forming hand signs and moments later he smashed his hands on the ground. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. A massive dragon made of wood appeared out of the ground and charged into Yuna's attack, but the moment it came in contact with it, the dragon was simply shredded to pieces while barely slowing down Yuna's attack. Just before Yuna's attack could make contact with Obito, Zetsu regained control over his emotions and used the same jutsu as Obito to slow it down some more, and just like with Obito's wood dragon, Zetsu's was torn to shreds like it was nothing. Obito gritted his teeth when he saw that, and then he realized that there was nothing more he could do, so he simply crouched down, while trying to protect his head by crossing his hands in front of it. Yuna, meanwhile, looked at the duo with some interest in her eyes. She did not expect that both of them would be this proficient in wood release. Although she doubted that those two actually noticed it, the spot in her attack where the two wood dragons hit was actually weakened quite a bit, and Obito might actually survive it. Although Yuna found it a bit of a pity that he might survive, she has lost most of her interest in him. She would still kill him if she got another chance, but wouldn't bother with it too much. Although Yuna didn't know what exactly was going on, considering how incompetent he seemed to be when his Madara act slipped, there clearly is a bigger fish behind him. At first, she thought that Zetsu was the one that was manipulating Obito, but he didn't seem to be much of a thinker either and seemed to get flustered incredibly easily, so Yuna discarded the thought of him being the mastermind as well. After shrugging her shoulders at her own thoughts, like she no longer cared about this matter, Yuna finished her mental countdown from 10 to 0 and teleported to the other battlefield. Although she felt quite a bit of pressure on her body and mind after using her technique, fighting the Sanbai should still be somewhat manageable. Obito, meanwhile, managed to somewhat survive Yuna's attack. There were gashes all over his body, while his arms were barely connected to his shoulders. Although Obito was close to fainting from blood loss and exhaustion, his Sharingan was practically radiating hatred, and if it wasn't already at the highest level, it would have evolved to it now. Chapter 186, Bantering with Mei. Mei Terumi looked at the gigantic form of the Sanbai and a frown appeared on her face. So far, the war has been going rather well, but now something happened that she would have rather prevented from happening. Yagura transformed into his Bijou form before Mei could get close to him. If Yagura was mid-transformation, she had the means to stop it, but now, that Yagura was already fully transformed, there was nothing she could do about it except defeating him in battle. Additionally, Yuna, who claimed that she would fight the Sanbai, was nowhere to be seen. Although Mei didn't know to what degree Yuna could fight the fully transformed Sanbai, having a Jinchuriki on their side would definitely increase the morale of her troops and reduce the number of casualties. Before Mei got the chance to properly set up a defensive formation against the Sanbai's attacks, it unleashed a gigantic wave of water towards her side of the battlefield. This was actually why Bijou were so dangerous during a war. There was nothing that could match a Bijou in large-scale destruction capability, although Mei's boil style came rather close to it. Seeing the massive wave of water approaching her, a serious expression appeared on Mei's face as she started gathering chakra. Although she would have no problems repelling this attack, it would cost her quite a bit of chakra, which was rather annoying. Just before she could activate her own jutsu, a domineering voice echoed over the battlefield. Freeze! Mei could only look dumbfounded at what happened next. As if the water was obeying the command that was just issued, the massive wave of water stopped dead in its tracks and turned into a massive wall of ice. Moments later, Yuna appeared next to Mei with a satisfied smile on her face. After using this kind of technique against Danzo, she lost her consciousness for quite a while, but causing a sentient being to disappear and freezing some water is on a fundamentally different level, especially for someone like Yuna who has an incredible affinity with ice. Although Mei was still slightly dumbfounded from the spectacle in front of her, when Yuna appeared next to her she immediately started glaring at Yuna. Did you deliberately wait until the last moment to appear and save the day, Yuna? Although that is indeed something I would do to win a young maiden's heart, this time it was pure coincidence. Yeah. Why young maiden? Seeing Mei's flustered look, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle a little and wink at her, which caused a slight, pink blush to appear on her cheeks, but moments later she regained her composure and glared at Yuna. Are you here to flirt or to fight? Both. Mei's glare intensified even further while the air around her started to get hotter. Yuna quickly lifted her hand in a pacifying gesture. Fine, I am done flirting, so I guess it's time to fight now. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, an incredibly condensed ball of chakra broke through the newly created ice wall and flew straight towards Yuna and Mei. Bijou Dama. Mei immediately realized that she made a mistake. She was so engrossed in the conversation with Yuna that she didn't notice the enemy preparing another attack. Although she was annoyed at herself for making such a stupid mistake, that didn't mean she was helpless to block it, however. No need to bother with that, Mei. Didn't I say I will be the one fighting the Sanbai? As soon as Yuna finished speaking, 5 chains burst out of her back, and drew a massive seal within a split second. Moments later, the Bijou Dama smashed into the seal, but instead of exploding, it vanished, followed by a huge explosion and an earth-shaking roar of pain. Easy there, Yuna. He is still my brother. Sorry, but there was nowhere else to put it, and it is not like he will actually die from it. Mei was, naturally, surprised by Yuna blocking yet another attack seemingly without any effort. What happened just now? Nothing much. I just teleported the attack back to its sender. Yet again, Mei couldn't help but be stunned by what Yuna just said. She, of course, heard about the Flying Thunder God seal before, but she has never heard that it could teleport attacks away. Especially not attacks on the level of a Bijou Dama. Moments later, an even more terrifying realization hit her. She realized that Yuna could simply teleport attacks inside other hidden villages, which would result in massive amounts of damage that no one could prevent from happening. Yuna noticed what kind of direction Mei's thoughts were going in, but decided not to bother with that for now. In Yuna's opinion, attacks that aim for total destruction from afar are beneath her. She always preferred to deal with things in a more personal manner. Mei, of course, didn't know Yuna well enough yet to know that, and right now wasn't the best time to talk about it either. There was, after all, a Bijou in front of her that was asking for a beating. A request that Yuna will happily fulfill. Red chakra started to bubble out of her body while she grew a total of 5 chakra tails. Unlike how Kurama's chakra cloak usually looked, the cloak wasn't completely red. Instead of that, there were patches of blue and white chakra interwoven all over the cloak, and instead of oozing hatred and killing intent, a mysterious and ancient aura was radiating out of it. Additionally, the ground Yuna was standing on immediately froze over without any input of her own, while small ice crystals started dancing all around her. This was the combined result of refining more and more of Kurama's chakra with the help of Yuna's own, and Kurama having watched a lot of her old memories about how she fought using ice and her understanding of it. At this point in time, Kurama could already be considered very knowledgeable about the Tao of Ice, despite having never cultivated it before. Beautiful. While barely even noticing what she said, Mei complimented Yuna's new look just to become flustered when she realized what she just said. No, what I mean. I know I am beautiful, no need to say it out loud. On a different note, what do you think about my new chakra cloak? Looks pretty good as well, right? Mei's glare made a return when she heard Yuna's shameless answer, but before she could say anything, Yuna started speaking again. Well, you can compliment me some more after this is over. For now, I have a Bijou to fight. See ya later. Without giving Mei a chance to defend herself, Yuna jumped towards the enraged Sanbai with a smirk on her face, leaving a dumbfounded Mei behind. Mei heard the troops behind her snicker at her misfortune, but after glaring at them once, all of them straightened their backs and shut their mouth. Why doesn't this work on Yuna? So far, this has always worked. I guess Yuna is just abnormal, so there is nothing I can do about that for now. It's just a matter of time before I get my payback for Yuna messing with me like this. Chapter 187, Fighting Isabu. A few moments ago, Kirigakure's shinobi and Mei's rebel forces were still fiercely fighting each other. Now, however, all of them stood still and looked dumbfounded at what was unfolding in front of them. A young woman, coated in a multicolored chakra cloak, was fighting the massive form of the Sanbai all by herself. Instead of using the normal hit-and-run tactics that are usually used to fight against a Bijou, she was clashing head-on with it. Every time the Sanbai swung its massive limbs at the girl, her chakra cloak would expand and block the attack head-on. This, however, wasn't even what unnerved the spectating people the most. This is so much fun. The young girl's, Yuna's, roaring laughter while she was fighting the Sanbai was. Kirigakure had a lot of people that enjoyed fighting, but none of them would dare to laugh while fighting a mountain-sized enemy. Yuna, however. Fighting something this big is so exhilarating. She was enjoying herself a lot. In her previous life, there were a lot of gigantic beasts, but pretty much all of them chose to condense their forms into something smaller when they reached a certain level of strength. A huge body might be more efficient when the goal is to cause mass destruction, but when fighting someone at a similar level of strength, a huge form has a lot of disadvantages. That was why Yuna seldom fought enemies that were significantly bigger than herself in her previous life and why she was enjoying herself so much right now. You still remember the plan, right? Huh? What PLA? Ah. Right. The plan. I totally remember it, no need to worry about that, Kurama. Truth be told, when Yuna arrived in Kiri she didn't have much of a plan except for, beat up Isabu. Isabu, which is the Sanbai's real name, appeared to be similar to Shikaku at first glance in that he appeared in front of an army of humans and wanted to slaughter them, but after giving him another glance, Yuna noticed that someone was controlling him. Considering she repelled an Uchiha not too long ago, she didn't need to be a genius to realize who the culprit was. After discussing the situation with Kurama for a moment and getting confirmation that Isabu is usually rather timid and wouldn't go out of his way to slaughter humans, Yuna decided to modify her plan a little. Well, she might have enjoyed herself a little too much, resulting in her plan slipping from her mind for a moment, but now that she got back her composure, she was ready to commence the plan. Another massive fist came crashing down on her, and just like the previous times, the chakra cloak around her own fist grew larger, and a moment later, two gigantic fists smashed into each other. Unlike the previous times, this happened, Yuna sent a powerful pulse of chakra into Isabu's body in an attempt to find out what was controlling Isabu. After the clash ended and their fists separated, Yuna found out that Isabu was bound by a very powerful genjutsu that had been applied to him and his host over a very long period of time. I see, Obito was talking about setting something up over a long period of time. Seems like the current Mizukage has been manipulated for multiple years by now. No wonder his ruling style was so irrational. He was actually forced to weaken Kiri to make whatever Obito and Plant are planning easier. Another powerful fist strike came crashing down on Yuna, but this time, instead of clashing with it head-on, she dodged it and landed on the attacking hand. Sorry, this will be a little uncomfortable. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, one of her ice chains shot out of her back, pierced through the hand, and nailing it to the ground, while starting to freeze it simultaneously. Since Isabu was a bijou and entirely made of chakra, piercing something through his hand couldn't even be considered a scratch, but despite that, another angry roar echoed over the battlefield, simply due to the discomfort he felt due to his hand getting sealed. In Gobes. This time, one of Isabu's tails was piercing towards Yuna, but just like with the previous attack, Yuna dodged away and nailed the tail to the ground with one of her chains. Well, 2 limbs and 3 tails, and I have 5 chains. How fortunate. Yes, you're really great. Let's get this over with. That's true, I guess. Let's finish this. No need to delay this any further. Isn't you losing yourself in battle the greatest cause for the delay, this time? *** are ridiculous. I didn't forget the plan at all, I was just, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Right. I was definitely waiting for the perfect opportunity. Right. A short while later, Isabu's arms and tails were pinned to the ground by Yuna's chains, making it impossible for him to move at all. While the pinned-down Isabu was struggling to free himself from Yuna's chains, which was made even harder due to his limbs slowly freezing over, Yuna was leisurely walking towards Isabu's head. While she was walking, she made an ice clone without anybody noticing. While the real Yuna was slowly walking towards Isabu's head, the ice clone had already appeared there and was currently working on breaking the genjutsu that was controlling him. Although it took her a few moments to break it, simply due to how long it has been affecting Isabu, she still succeeded, and as soon as she did, she realized that Isabu wanted to start speaking immediately. With lightning speed, Yuna drew a silencing seal on Isabu's mouth, resulting in him opening and closing his mouth without any sounds coming out. Before Isabu could do anything else, Yuna gave control over her body to Kurama and let him speak to Isabu. Isabu, it's me, Kurama. Isabu, naturally, widened his eyes in surprise when he heard Kurama's voice. Although he immediately became skeptical whether it was really his brother talking or not, when Kurama said his real name, that skepticism vanished instantly. As far as Isabu knew, Kurama had never told anyone his name except those he considered family. We don't have much time, so let's talk inside our mindscape. Although Isabu wasn't sure what was going on, he trusted Kurama's words and simply nodded his head in agreement. The real Yuna, meanwhile, reached Isabu's head and prepared herself to show off. Her chains, which were still pinning down Isabu, lifted her up high in the air, while a sword entirely made of ice appeared in her hand. She lifted the sword over her head with both her hands and moments later it started growing bigger. A few seconds later, the sword stopped growing and Yuna slashed it down with seemingly all her might while letting loose a loud roar that echoed over the battlefield. Ice sword combination style, Heavenly Executioner's Frozen Blade. The sword cut through Isabu's neck like it was made of paper and moments later cut into the ground, causing a massive frozen gash to form. As soon as Isabu's head landed on the ground, his whole body started disappearing, which was what usually happened when a bijou was killed. If Kiri shinobi were more knowledgeable about bijous they would notice that instead of simply dispersing into the air, all of Isabu's chakra seemed to dissipate into the same direction. The only person who noticed that something was off was Zabuza. Not because he knew a great deal about bijou nor because he was especially sensitive to chakra, but simply because he knew what kind of person Yuna was. The moment he noticed that all of the chakra was dispersing in the same direction, he knew that something was wrong, but after watching Yuna's fight just now, he decided that he didn't see anything. He already made Yuna angry once on this trip and he felt like doing so a second time would not end well for him. Chapter 188, Convincing Isabu. Moments after Isabu agreed to talk to Kurama, he felt a familiar pull in the back of his mind, and moments later he found himself inside a vast forest that was covered in a small layer of snow. Isabu couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he suddenly appeared inside a forest. When bijou wanted to talk to each other in their minds, they would usually appear inside a huge black room and not inside a forest, after all. Yo, Isabu. It's been a while. Hearing Kurama's voice behind him, Isabu decided to think about the matter with the forest later and turned around with a happy expression on his face. It has been a while, Kurama. When Isabu turned around to greet Kurama, he saw Kurama's current form, which turned his greeting into a question. Although he was controlled by someone else while he was fighting Yuna, he still remembered the whole fight, especially the color of the chakra that was coating his opponent. Right now, Kurama's color pattern looked rather similar to what Isabu saw on his opponent a few moments ago, which led him to a rather startling conclusion. No way, Kurama. You actual. Nice to meet you, Isabu. Being under that genjutsu for such a long time sure must have been annoying, huh? Before Isabu could finish his sentence, he heard a carefree voice speaking to him. Although the voice sounded calm and non-threatening, it still sent shivers through his spine. He was hoping that Kurama somehow managed to take over the woman's body and just acted the way he did to keep up the illusion of not being controlled by Kurama. Isabu warily searched for the source of the voice, and when he saw the young woman he was looking for, casually sitting on top of Kurama's head, his jaw almost hit the ground. When Yuna saw that Isabu noticed her, a kind smile appeared on her face and she straightened her back. Greetings, Isabu. This one's name is Yuna Yuzum. Whoa, stop shaking your head, Kurama. While Yuna was trying to give Isabu a dignified greeting, Kurama started shaking his head, almost causing Yuna to fall off. What are you acting all serious for? He has already seen the real you while you were fighting him, so what's the point of this, Yuna? Damn it, Kurama, isn't that obvious? I wanted to mess with him. As I thought, it really was that, huh? Seeing Kurama happily bantering with a human, Isabu was half certain that he was still trapped inside a genjutsu somehow. As far as he knew, the only human Kurama ever got along with was their father, and their father can't exactly be called a human either. Kurama, did you actually become friends with her? Kurama stiffened for a moment when he heard Aisabu's question, but moments later he sighed in resignation and nodded his head. I did, although I have been regretting it ever since. Ha ha ha, don't be like that, grumpy fox. We both know that you enjoy spending TIWOAH. Stop shaking your head, damn it. Isn't this your own fault for sitting on my head in the first place? Seeing how the giant fox and the young woman started quarreling yet again, Aisabu couldn't help himself but chuckle a little. Out of all his siblings, Kurama was the last one he expected to get along with a human. Instead of simply working together because they had no other choice, they seemed to be genuine friends, as well. A with ring above news. Sorry to disturb you little lovers' quarrel, but who are you calling lovers? Yet again Aisabu chuckled when he managed to get a rise out of Kurama. Between the 9 siblings, Kurama has always been the one who acted like everybody's big brother, so Aisabu had a lot of fun making him lose his composure. Anyway, could you two tell me why you brought me here? When they heard Aisabu's question, Yuna and Kurama were both a little startled, like they completely forgot about this matter, but within a split second, they regained their composure and started talking like nothing happened. Right, we wanted to ask you whether you are interested in following us to Konoha. That's right. As you might or might not have already noticed, someone is having big plans for you Bijou and wants to capture you all. Kurama has told me what one might get from gathering all of you together, so how about coming under my protection until this matter is over? A frown appeared on Aisabu's face when he heard what Yuna said. Although he didn't know that his fellow siblings are being hunted, he, naturally, knew what one would get from gathering all of them together. The resurrection of the Jubi, the ten-tailed. That certainly wasn't something good, but there was still another problem with what Yuna just said. How can I trust you? It wouldn't be weird for you to be one of the people who want to gather my siblings as well. Well, that's true, and I assume that me getting Kurama's trust isn't enough to convince you, huh? Although Aisabu hesitated a little when he heard that, he still nodded his head, which caused Kurama to frown a little. Although he could understand where Aisabu's mistrust was coming from considering how long he has been controlled by someone, Kurama was still not happy about it. I see. Well, there is actually a very simple reason why I will not go out of my way to gather all the bijou to get their power. Oh? And what is it? If you really have a good reason, then I am willing to follow you back, as long as you have a nice place for me to stay. Actually, I wouldn't even mind being temporarily sealed into someone if their mindscape is as nice as this one and I am not bound by anything. Yuna couldn't help but appreciate Aisabu's offer. Someone as massive as Aisabu is very hard to hide, so temporarily sealing him makes everything much easier for Yuna. She actually had a pretty good idea of what she would do with Aisabu but wasn't sure if everyone involved was fine with the idea. Well, thanks for the nice offer, and as to why I don't plan on capturing all the bijou. Suddenly, the pressure of Yuna's presence became massive, resulting in Aisabu staggering backward and almost falling over. Kurama, on the other hand, seemed to be completely unbothered by it and only looked at the faltering Aisabu with some amusement in his eyes. Yuna and Kurama spent a lot of time refining their chakra together, and while doing so, Kurama would constantly feel pressured by Yuna's presence, so by now, Kurama was no longer bothered by it. I don't plan to capture them, because I don't need them to become the strongest. As fast as the pressure came, it left, and as soon as it did, Aisabu fell on the ground while taking deep breaths. He had never felt such a powerful presence before and couldn't help but look at Yuna in astonishment. Now, at least, he knew why Kurama befriended a normal human. It was because that normal human wasn't normal at all. Well, did my argument convince you? Aisabu chuckled with a wry smile on his face, before nodding his head. It did. I am willing to follow you and trust you that you won't do anything to harm me. Very good. Guess it is time to return to the outside world and give this play a satisfactory ending. Chapter 189, The Innocent Aisabu. The moment the real Yuna cut off Aisabu's head, she and her ice clone switched positions, and seconds later, the seal that Yuna put on Aisabu's body while his limbs were restrained by her chains was activated. Instead of Aisabu's chakra dissipating after getting killed, all of it started to slowly flow towards Yuna's main body. Unlike how it was with Kurama, Yuna didn't mix any of her chakra with Isabu's, which meant that he could leave Yuna's body without any consequences for her or Isabu. After a short moment, Isabu's body had completely vanished and the only thing left behind was the unmoving body of the current Mizukage. Yuna wasn't completely certain whether she was responsible for his death or not, but didn't care too much about it either way. The moment Isabu's head landed on the ground and Yagura's corpse was revealed, the rebel army went into an uproar. Incredible! She actually killed the fourth Mizukage. Who even is that? I have never seen her in Kirigakure. That hair color, isn't she the head of the Uzumaki clan? The Uzumaki clan? Aren't they from Konoha? Why is she here? While the rebels were excited about Yagura's defeat, Kirigakure's forces had pretty much the opposite reaction. Impossible. Mizukage-sama was killed. What are we supposed to do now? Who is she? Is she really part of the rebels? Hearing the uproar happening on both sides of the battlefield, a smirk appeared on Yuna's face as her gaze slowly wandered over Kirigakure's forces. Every time she met somebody's gaze, the person would immediately look away in fear of provoking her. Yuna pondered for a moment about what was the best choice to make and quickly came to a conclusion. She started speaking with an indifferent voice that seemed to echo over the whole battlefield despite not being particularly loud. Oh? Seems like I got in the way of some kind of conflict. Well, I am done fighting the Sanbai and I am rather satisfied with the battle, so you can continue to do whatever you were doing. Hearing Yuna's indifferent comment about her indirectly killing the Mizukage, one of the strongest people in Kirigakure's army stepped forward with anger burning in his eyes. Is that why you killed our Mizukage? You killed him only because you wanted to fight the Sanbai. Aren't you from Konoha? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because the last war ended in Konoha's favor? A sneer of disdain appeared on Yuna's face as she looked at the shinobi who just said that. The moment Yuna's eyes landed on him, he instinctively took a step back and averted his gaze. Just by Yuna looking at him, he felt a lot of pressure. I killed your Mizukage. Aren't you a little too delusional? Didn't you see how the Sanbai acted during my fight with it? It was acting just like a mindless beast. I don't know what exactly was done to your Mizukage, but I can guarantee you that he was already dead when he transformed, otherwise he wouldn't have fought like that. I thought you weren't sure whether you were responsible for his death or not. Don't worry about that, Isabu. The moments where Yuna's thoughts and words match are rather rare. Isn't that a bad thing? Well, you get used to it. That doesn't really answer my question, but I guess I shouldn't bother with that for now. Ding. Individual, Kurama, has started the process of corrupting individual, Isabu. Current progress, 5%. Hey. That's my thing. What was that? Ding. Individual. Corruption. What is going on, Kurama? That was just a little payback. Don't worry about it, Isabu. It's just a little game Yuna and I like to play. Hee, that's right, just a little innocent game. Oh, okay. Although Isabu noticed the rather competitive and maybe slightly insane undertone in Kurama's voice, he decided not to bother with that for now. He did, however, decide for himself that he would get out of Yuna's body as fast as he possibly could. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yuna's comment about the Mizukage caused a huge uproar in the ranks of both armies. During the fight itself, no one noticed anything weird, but now that it was over and everyone could think about it properly, they found out that it was indeed weird that the Sanbai was acting like a wild beast. Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, was well known for being able to fully transform into the Hachibi during combat, and he doesn't act like a mindless beast while doing so. Although the shinobi of Kirigakure were missing a lot of information in regards to using a biju's power, they still came up with their own conclusion without thinking too deeply about it. Rather than admitting that their Kage was inferior to someone from Kumo, they would rather swallow an explanation that pushed the blame on another factor. Especially, when Yuna gave them such a convenient way out by saying, I don't know what exactly was done to your Mizukage, which implied that someone else was manipulating the situation. No way. Was someone really manipulating Mizukage-sama? I found it weird that Mizuki-sama transformed at the start of the battle while he was still standing together with us. Wasn't that really dangerous? That's right. Although his first two jutsu didn't hit us, it would have been really dangerous if he were to continue fighting that close to our troops. Kurama, what is happening? Mh. What are you talking about, Isabu? I mean this whole situation. I don't know much about human wars, but Yuna clearly interfered in one of them without being allowed to do so, so why is everyone suddenly talking about Yagura, instead? Oh, this? Well, it is called diverting attention, and it is one of Yuna's favorite tricks. She doesn't want people to talk about her messing around in this war, so she puts their attention on something else and quickly leaves the location while everyone is too immersed in the new problem to notice her. I see, that makes sense. I guess it was rather lucky that Yagura was controlled, otherwise, it would have been hard for Yuna to get out of this situation. Huh, what are you saying, Isabu? If he wasn't controlled, Yuna would have just found a way to compensate them for the trouble. Luckily for Kurama, Isabu was rather pure, so he didn't question Kurama's slip of the tongue and didn't ask what he was about to say either. Yuna, meanwhile, chuckled a little at the duo's conversation and did exactly what Kurama said she would do. While everyone was fervently discussing whether the Mizuki was controlled or not, she stealthily vanished from the battlefield. Chapter 190, Another Intense Battle. Mei Terumi was tired. No, she wasn't simply tired, she was dead tired. After Yuna killed Yagura and left the battlefield, the conflict was pretty much over. Shortly after Yuna left, quite a few people in the enemy's army had their fighting spirit reignited, but after Mei melted a few dozen of them, that changed rather quickly. Although the conflict was over after that, her work was far from done. She still had to meet dozens of supposedly important people and talk with them about the current political situation of Kirigikure and the Land of Water in general. This even included the daimyo who, after remembering Yuna's words, Mei considered melting a few times during their discussion about who the next Mizuki should be, despite Mei being pretty much the only real choice. 2 hours. That was how long that discussion took, despite there being nothing to discuss at all. When she returned to the command center, which served as her temporary residence as well, she flopped down on her bed and could immediately feel sleepiness overwhelming her. That was so annoying. Although I am really thankful to Yuna for getting rid of Yagura, couldn't she have helped me with all that political nonsense as well? You know that is impossible. I am from Konoha, after all. Yeah, I am aware of lava style, melting, *MMPH*. Before Mei could finish her jutsu, Yuna, who was the person who answered her question, locked lips with her, and moments later, Mei could feel the familiar feeling of her lips freezing over. Not willing to lose this time, Mei immediately increased her chakra output, causing everything around her to start heating up, while Yuna's side of the room started cooling down. Mei wasn't sure why, but the coldness radiating out of Yuna felt incredibly relaxing to her. Usually, she was the one who had to take the initiative, which became even more pronounced now, that she would become the fifth Mizuki, but when Yuna was nearby, she always felt like she didn't need to bother about that. She felt like no matter what happened, Yuna would have it under control. Just like now, when Mei released a significant amount of her chakra while Yuna was kissing her, resulting in the temperature in her side of the room increasing to a dangerous degree. Mei was just about to decrease the temperature, to prevent the furniture from burning when an abnormally potent wave of ice chakra washed over the whole room, cooling it down instantly. Mei had no idea how Yuna overwhelmed her chakra this easily, nor did she understand why it gave her a very satisfying sense of security, but what she did understand was, that Yuna's presence, somehow, took a massive burden off of her. That, of course, didn't mean that she was willing to lose against Yuna, so she increased the heat even further, and now, that Yuna had to control the temperature in the room as well, Mei finally felt like she was gaining some ground. One might call her shameless for abusing the fact that Yuna was regulating the temperature in the room while Mei could fully concentrate on their battle, but since Yuna was the one who started doing it and could stop any time, Mei didn't see anything wrong with it. She didn't even notice when Yuna's arms snaked around her and started hugging her, nor did she notice when her arms did the same to Yuna. The only thing May felt was Yuna's tongue pushing against her own as boiling hot and freezing cold chakra collided, pushing against each other and fighting for dominance. This stalemate lasted for quite a while but, without fully understanding why, May suddenly felt Yuna breaking the contact between their lips, and before May could ask any questions, Yuna vanished and the door to the room opened. "May-sama, is everything alright?" Seeing Ao enter the room, May's eyes immediately grew colder. Ao, however, didn't notice that at all and activated his Byakugan. "I could feel you flaring your chakra, and since this room is shielded from the Byakugan I had to come personally to take a look." "What happened, May-sama?" May couldn't help but panic a little when she saw Ao activate his Byakugan. She wasn't sure why, but she didn't want him to find out that she was together with Yuna a few moments ago. She wanted to speak up to stop Ao from searching the room with his Byakugan, but it was already too late. "How weird. I could have sworn that I felt another chakra signature, but my Byakugan isn't showing me anything, nor can I find another person in the room." To May's surprise, Ao didn't find Yuna's presence at all, which she found beyond weird. The only possibility she could think of was that Yuna left the room with her Flying Thunder God seal, but that should have at least left behind a chakra signature that Ao could pick up, so May was pretty sure that wasn't what Yuna did. Moments later, when she realized that Ao wouldn't find Yuna, different thoughts started appearing in her head. She was enjoying her time with Yuna quite a bit, and their battle wasn't over yet, either, but Ao actually interrupted them. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Ao, naturally, noticed May's anger as well. "May-sama, did I do something wrong?" "Ao, I will melt you." Feeling the temperature of her side of the room rise, Ao backed away a few steps from May. "May-sama, please calm down. If I did something to anger you, I apologize." May snorted in annoyance, before shooing Ao away. Although she was angry at him for interrupting her fun, she wouldn't actually hurt one of her most loyal retainers because of it. Alpha Nu Thailand Bot Epsilon. The moment Ao scurried out of the door, Yuna jumped down from the ceiling as if nothing happened and looked at May with a smirk. Although May really wanted to know how Yuna managed to hide from the Byakugan, she was pretty sure that Yuna had more important matters to discuss with her. Although she would like to go for another kiss, she suppressed her desire for now and mentally prepared herself for whatever Yuna wanted to talk about. "Well, I am sure you are not just here to play around, right? Say what you want to say." "Hee, although you are right, I wouldn't mind doing another battle. What do you think?" "No longer than 5 minutes." A small pink blush appeared on May's cheeks before she nodded her head. "Well, if it is just for 5 minutes, it should be fine." Chapter 191, I will definitely win the next time. About an hour later, May fell back on a chair while breathing heavily. She spent the last hour fighting Yuna and trying to push back her ice, so by now her chakra reserves were pretty much spent. Although she had kissed before, it never felt this satisfying to her, and the best part was that she could indulge in kissing Yuna as much as she wanted without worrying about hurting her with her lava. Yuna, who still had a lot of chakra to spare, also felt rather satisfied. Kissing May felt completely different from kissing Hinata or Anko, and she had to admit that seeing May struggling to contend against her ice was rather cute as well. "Hee, now that 5 minutes are over, are you ready to talk about something more serious?" A little pink blush appeared on May's face when Yuna mentioned the 5-minute time limit. Although her memories were a little bit hazy, she was pretty sure that she was the one who wanted to continue despite the 5 minutes being over. She was just happy that Ao didn't return and see her being this self-indulgent, or she might have died of embarrassment. What May didn't know, however, was that Ao did try to enter the room again after he felt the chakra fluctuations getting stronger and stronger, and as a result of that, he was currently lying in front of the door while sleeping with the doorknob, which had a complex-looking seal written onto it, still in his hand. After regaining her demeanor, May straightened her back and looked at Yuna with a serious expression on her face. "What do you want to talk about, Yuna?" Although Yuna was slightly disappointed at how fast May managed to shrug off her embarrassment, she didn't let any of that show on her face and started talking. "You might think that the stuff I said after killing Yagura was to divert the attention away from me. Well, it was, but what I said was actually true. Someone was controlling Yagura and I even met that person before I fought the Sanbai. That was why I appeared so late. Mei widened her eyes in surprise when she heard Yuna's explanation. Just like Yuna said, she was sure that Yuna tried to divert the attention away from her and Mei didn't mind that. Yuna's contribution to the victory of the rebels was huge and because of her, barely any Kiri shinobi died during the conflict. So, allowing a little lie to slip by to make it easier for Yuna, naturally, wasn't a big deal. Now, however, Yuna not only claimed that she was telling the truth but even said that she knew who the real culprit was and that she even fought him. Hatred started oozing out of Mei as she gritted her teeth and asked the most important question for her. How long? For how long has Yagura been controlled? Just during the fight or? Although Mei didn't finish her sentence, it was rather obvious what she meant. If Yagura was just controlled during the fight, Mei couldn't care less, but if he had been controlled for a long period of time, that meant that Kirigikure's leader has been a puppet for a long time and that someone was deliberately messing up how Kirigikure functions. Seeing the anger in Mei's face, Yuna could only shake her head with a wry smile on her face. Sorry about that, but the culprit said that he was preparing for this event for a long time and that he wanted to remove Kirigikure from the list of the 5 great villages. Although I am not sure how long he was acting as the puppet master, it certainly was for quite some time. Mei gritted her teeth even harder when she heard that. All that suffering she and her fellow shinobi went through was actually because someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. She thought that Kirigikure could finally have some peace now that Yagura was dead, but it seems like that wasn't the case yet. Mei took a deep breath to calm down her anger and looked at Yuna with a serious expression. Who is it? Who is that piece of shit that has caused my people to suffer for such a long time? Obito Uchiha. Although he likes to pretend to be Madara and wears a mask to hide his face, I found out his real identity. Uchiha? As in Konoha's Uchiha clan? I thought they got wiped out. Yuna could only shrug her shoulders when she heard Mei's questions. That's right, but the Uchiha are like cockroaches and are very hard to completely kill off. That Obito guy supposedly died during the last war, but here he is, messing around in other people's business. Mei pondered for a moment and a few moments later, she asked her next question. Why did he do it? There is no way he wanted to weaken Kirigikure without a reason. Do you know his final goal? Yet again Yuna shrugged her shoulders before shaking her head. No clue, but considering that he thought of himself as a big shot, it's probably something boring like world domination or something like that. Well, now that I think about it some more, he is an Uchiha, and they always think of themselves as big shots, so my guess might be completely wrong. Although Mei's eyebrow twitched a little when Yuna called world domination a boring goal, she decided to not bother with that for now. She already noticed that Yuna had a rather strange view of the world and that there was no point in trying to understand her point of view sometimes. Arin Gobe. It seems like he is someone who I will have to fight in the future. Do you have any useful intel on him that could make fighting him easier? Instead of saying anything, Yuna pulled out a scroll and tossed it towards Mei, who easily caught it mid-flight. That is everything I managed to find out about him so far. After pondering for a moment, Yuna shrugged her shoulders and tossed another scroll towards Mei. And this is a seal that locks space. Although it has to be installed in a fixed location, this will at least prevent him from easily infiltrating important places inside Kiri. Mei was shocked when she heard what the scroll in her hands could do, and moments later, a wide smile appeared on her face and she looked at Yuna in gratitude. Thank you, Yuna. I will definitely return the favor. Upon hearing that Mei will return the favor, a perverted grin appeared on Yuna's face, which caused Mei to look at her in bewilderment. Gihihi, then you better prepare yourself for when I cash in that favor. Instead of answering, Mei could only stare at Yuna with her mouth wide open from the shock of Yuna suddenly acting like a perverted old man. Yuna, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Mei's dumbfounded face. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Hearing Yuna's loud laughter, Mei immediately glared at her, despite knowing that her glare didn't work on Yuna. Hee, anyway, I got to go. I bet Tsunade is already making plans to capture me and throw me into prison for when I return, so I need to get back before she can set those plans into motion. Oh, and don't worry, I will occasionally teleport over so we can have another 5-minute fight. Before Mei could say anything, Yuna gave her another kiss and teleported away with a smirk on her face. Mei pouted when Yuna disappeared without giving her a chance to say anything, but moments later a small smile appeared on her face. Hee, next time she comes over, I will definitely win. Despite being very tired, Mei closed her eyes and started slowly moving the little chakra she still had remaining. I might lose in quantity, but I will not lose in quality. It has been a long time since I trained my chakra control, but considering how far above me Yuna was in that aspect, it seems my chakra control is far from what I thought would be considered perfect. I can't win against the massive amount she has, but I will definitely surpass her in control. Definitely. For the first time in a long while, Mei's competitive spirit was ignited. Due to her incredibly powerful bloodline, she barely had to train to get to where she was right now, but after meeting Yuna, that changed. Maybe for the first time in her life, Mei desired to improve with every fiber of her being. I will definitely win the next time. Chapter 192, Hinata's Interrogation. I'm considering increasing the age of everyone by 3 years. This won't change anything in the story itself, since I would simply make the Shinobi Academy last 3 more years, without changing anything else. Although I personally don't really care about it too much, some people dislike that Hinata is involved in sexual acts despite being rather young, only kissing and a bit of groping so far, and it would make more sense that Yuna could seduce adult women if she were a bit older as well. Another important factor is that I am not sure if I can be banned from WN and Scribble if I write about Hinata doing more than just kissing while not being of age yet. For now, I made a voting pool to see what you guys think about this. As I said, the only thing that would change would be the character's age and nothing else. Strawpolda/Seiji9s. End of author note. The moment Yuna reappeared in her living room, someone tackled her to the ground and before she could say a single word, they locked their lips with hers. A few seconds later, the person who just kissed her, Hinata, lifted up her head with a thoughtful expression on her face. I missed you as well, Hinata, but I certainly didn't expect you to attack me the moment I return. Hinata, however, didn't answer Yuna and instead licked her lips while thinking about something. Moments later, a frown appeared on her face and she glared at Yuna. I knew it, you kissed someone else. When Anko, who was in the room as well, heard Hinata's accusation, she couldn't help but look at Hinata a little bit dumbfounded. Did she figure that out by taste? Is that even possible? Somehow Hinata seems to be developing more and more strange skills that have something to do with Yuna. Yuna, who was currently being glared at by Hinata, could only smile wryly and shake her head in defeat. Correct, I found someone likable in the land of water. Hinata gnashed her teeth, as her glare got even more intense. Yuna wasn't gone for that long and yet she somehow managed to pick up a new woman in that short period of time. Hinata wanted to prevent Yuna from collecting more women, but there really wasn't much she could do when all Yuna needed was a short meeting to make them like her. Who is it, and why didn't you bring her with you? Although Yuna didn't like being interrogated like this, Hinata's glare while she was jealous was especially cute, so she let it slip for now. Additionally, Hinata was still sitting on Yuna's stomach, so Yuna was currently enjoying the feeling of Hinata's but on her stomach. Mei Terumi is her name, and she stayed in Kirigakure because she has to take over the position of Mizukage after I killed the previous one. Are you satisfied with that answer, Officer Hinata? Hinata didn't even notice how Yuna called her and instead tried to remember who Mei Terumi was. She had heard the name before but she wasn't entirely sure if she was thinking of the correct person. As for Yuna killing the Mizukage and Mei becoming the next one, she couldn't care less. Yuna always did outrageous things and Hinata had stopped being surprised by them for quite a while now. Anko, on the other hand, had no clue who Mei was, so she had a very important question to ask. Is she hot? Instead of answering, Yuna only gave her a thumbs up. Nice. Hinata, who was still sitting on the recently tackled Yuna, glared at Anko for derailing the conversation, which only resulted in Anko giving her a smirk. After a few more seconds of glaring, Hinata refocused her eyes back on Yuna. Why and how did this happen? Well, she wanted to tease me by allowing me to kiss her while her lips were coated with her lava style, so I kissed her while using my ice style to counterattack. Long story short, she became addicted to my kisses, so we had a few more. Well, that was the how. As for the why, she is a nice person and she is hot, so my body moved on its own, hee. Hinata could only groan when she heard Yuna's story, while Enko chuckled a little. That story was very, Yuna. Short, concise, and completely absurd. Hinata really wanted to get angry at Yuna but knew that it would be rather unreasonable to do so. She knew what kind of person Yuna was and she also knew about Yuna's goal of having a big harem. It was not like Yuna hid these things from her, but she still felt annoyed by Yuna actually going through with it. Does she know about Enko and me? When Yuna heard Hinata's question, she started pondering about it immediately. She honestly wasn't sure about that. Although her relationship with Hinata and Enko wasn't exactly a secret, she somewhat doubted that someone from Kirigakure would actually know about it if that person hadn't explicitly gathered information about her. I don't think she does, but after what happened in the Land of Water, I am pretty sure that she will find about you two rather soon. We are no longer hiding our relationship after all and we aren't exactly subtle about it either. Although Hinata blushed a little when she heard the last part of Yuna's sentence, she still nodded her head in understanding and asked the question she deemed the most important, despite already having a good idea about the answer. And what will you do when Mei doesn't want to join us and wants you all for herself? Yuna couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Hinata's question. Isn't that obvious? If she doesn't want to, then I will try to convince her of the opposite, and if that doesn't work out, then I will just forget about her. Hinata was pretty sure that Yuna would answer like that, but actually hearing it out of her mouth instantly improved Hinata's mood. The relationship she had with Hinata and Enko was much more important to Yuna than the newly created one between her and Mei. By the way, Hinata. I am not complaining or anything like that, and the feeling of your butt pressing into me is rather nice as well, but I wonder for how long you plan to ride me like this. Oh. As expected. I wasn't the only one that felt like Hinata's current position looks like the cowgirl position. At first, Hinata was slightly confused by Yuna's words, but when she heard what Enko said, she finally realized that she was sitting on Yuna the whole time. She stood up from her current position with lightning speed and a crimson-red blush on her face, but before she could say anything, Yuna started speaking again. Don't worry about it, Hinata. As I said, the feeling was rather comfortable and I wouldn't mind going for a while longer. I felt like all my sore muscles were healed from the comfortable feeling. I heard about feet massage, but to think there would be a butt massage. Maybe I should give it a try as well. The more Yuna and Enko talked, the redder Hinata's face became, and although she knew that they were just teasing her, her embarrassment still went over the limit and she had to leave the room while steam was threatening to come out of her ears. The moment Hinata was out of the room, Yuna and Enko nodded at each other with a smirk on their face. Both of them started talking at the same time. Embarrassed Hinata is still the cutest. Chapter 193, Punishing a Naughty Maid. Yuna was currently sitting cross-legged inside her room with a frown on her face and in deep concentration. No matter how I look at it, something feels off. That last attack against Obito shouldn't have simply given him a bunch of gashes, it should have cut him into pieces. Additionally, those wood dragons weakened my attack much more than I imagined they would. I have fought Hashirama, so I more or less know how tough those wood dragons are supposed to be, and the one Obito and Plant used didn't feel any different from Hashirama's either. Moments later, she relaxed her body and laid down on her bed with an annoyed expression on her face. While I was fighting Hashirama, I didn't notice any abnormalities. Maybe it has something to do with the techniques I used. While I was fighting Hashirama, I was only using my chains, ice, and Kurama's chakra, all of which are based on chakra and originate in this world. The sword technique I used on Obito, however, has nothing to do with chakra and uses principles from my previous life. Does the wood style reject concepts that are foreign to this world? Why would it do that? Wood style is very effective against us as well. I never really thought about it, but isn't that kind of weird? True. Considering the origin of you and the other bijou, I guess you could be said to be from a different world as well, but if we take it that far, wouldn't chakra itself fall into that category? Maybe the problem isn't the wood style itself, but the natural energy that comes with it, automatically? When I am fighting against Hinata or Anko, I don't notice any of that, but that might be because they absorb the natural energy with my method instead of the normal one. The only person I know who, I think, should be able to use natural energy the normal way is Jiraiya. Well, he should be pretty easy to bribe, so that's good. You didn't even think for a moment of just asking him to help you, did you? Kurama is right. Why don't you just ask him for help? Yuna snorted in disdain when she heard what Kurama and Isabu asked. Why should I bother with that? Isn't bribing him much easier? Strictly speaking, it can't even be considered a bribe, since I am not asking him to do anything illegal. It can be considered a normal transaction and, although I don't feel too good about it, it can be considered perfectly legal. While Isabu was slightly confused by Yuna's statement, Kurama could only shake his head in resignation. A few minutes later, someone knocked on the door of Yuna's room. Yuna-sama, an Umbu dropped off a message for you. Enter. The door opened and revealed Karen, who wore a revealing maid uniform like usual. Yuna noticed that when Karen saw her lying on the bed, her thoughts wandered for a split second while a small giggle escaped her mouth. Yuna could only smile wryly at the behaviors of her perverted personal maid. Karen was just about to hand over the letter when she, accidentally, dropped it, causing it to fall to the ground. Oops. Karen bent down to pick up the letter and while doing so, accidentally, flashed her panties to Yuna. Yuna, who was used to Karen's antics by now, moved her hand at lightning speed and gave Karen a crisp smack on her panty-clad butt. Smack. Hijya. Karen let loose a weird sound when Yuna smacked her butt and looked at her in bewilderment. Yuna, however, only scoffed when she saw the confusion in Karen's face. What's wrong? You are my maid, right? It's only natural for a mistress to punish her naughty maid if she messes up. At first, Karen got even more confused, but after she realized what Yuna said, a blush appeared on her face and moments later, a perverted grin appeared on Karen's face that she tried to hide by lowering her head. Yuna was very sensitive to chakra fluctuations, so she even noticed that Karen was using a bit of her chakra to prevent her nose from bleeding. When she noticed this, Yuna only rolled her eyes and continued speaking with a domineering voice. Well? Are you going to give me that letter or do I have to punish you again? Yuna was pretty sure that Karen was genuinely thinking about which of these two options she wanted to choose, but after thinking about it for a short while, she bent down again, flashing her panties to Yuna yet again, and picked up the letter. Yuna rolled her eyes at Karen again when she saw the disappointment in her eyes due to not receiving another smack, while, at the same time, chuckling a little due to finding Karen's behavior rather amusing. After handing Yuna the letter, Karen made her way back out of the door, but not before, accidentally, flashing Yuna her panties yet again, which caused Yuna to roll her eyes at Karen, yet again. After Karen left the room, Yuna opened the letter and started reading it, and after she finished reading it, she couldn't help but chuckle a little. The letter was from Tsunade and she was summoning Yuna to the Hokage's office. Since Yuna was the leader of a big clan, it was no longer enough to send over an Umbu to call her. She had to be politely invited and, strictly speaking, she didn't have to go immediately either. Although the letter was indeed written politely, the whole thing was dripping with sarcasm and hidden insults. Ha ha ha, Tsunade is pretty good at this. I wonder if she learned it from me or if she always had a talent for writing letters with a hidden meaning. My guess is that she got a sudden enlightenment after channeling all the anger she felt towards you into the letter. Ha ha ha, that might actually be true. I wonder if someone will start cultivating a Tao that revolves around hating me anytime soon. I genuinely can't wait. Considering how much you have messed with him, something like that might actually turn that Sasuke brat into a real threat for you, which, personally, I would find beyond hilarious. As if. That guy is way too occupied with the Tao of angst and the Tao of hatred against his brother to bother with anything else. Oh. And let's not forget about the Tao of inferiority complex. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? What is a Tao? Don't worry about it, Isabu. Chapter 194, Bingo Book Entry. Yuna stood inside the Hokage's office with a casual smile on her face, while Tsunade looked like she was attempting to set her ablaze due to the intensity of the glare. Truth be told, Tsunade had been glaring at Yuna like that since she returned from the land of water. She clearly wanted to punish Yuna, but considering an envoy from the land of water arrived a few days after Yuna and offered a peace treaty, Tsunade's anger had subsided quite a bit. Additionally, in the reports she got about Yuna's involvement in the war, she read that Yuna didn't fight a single Kiri shinobi and only fought the Sanbai that was apparently controlled by someone else. Although Tsunade had some doubts about the last part, Mei Terumi, the new Mizukage, confirmed Yuna's claim to be the truth, so there was nothing she could do about it. All these factors combined managed to reduce the intensity of Tsunade's glare in the last few days, but now it was back to full strength. Huh, what's wrong? I know that I'm handsome, so you can skip saying that part. Instead of continuing to glare at Yuna, Tsunade let loose a sigh of annoyance and tossed a small book towards Yuna. You got a bounty in the new edition of the bingo book. Considering your personality, I guess I should congratulate you. Oh. It was about time, wasn't it? I actually thought that I would get it after the Chunin exam. Tsunade didn't say anything and nodded her head in agreement. She also found it rather unusual that Yuna didn't get a bounty after revealing who her parents were. Especially Anoki, the current Tsuchikage, should have a huge grudge against Minato due to him stopping Iwa's invasion into Konoha by himself. Oh well, who knows what that old fossil is thinking. He probably didn't want people to think he is afraid of Yuna just because she is Minato's daughter or something like that. While Tsunade was thinking, Yuna opened the book and a few moments later, she found her entry. The first thing she saw was her photo, which caused her to nod in approval. She was sitting on a throne that was completely made out of ice. She was leisurely resting her hands on the hilt of a sword that was stabbed into the ground in front of her, and she had a calm and dignified expression on her face. Nice, really nice. This photo came out especially good. Hearing Yuna's voice, Tsunade woke up from her contemplations, and moments later, her fierce glare returned. What the hell is that picture? How in the world did you manage to make the publisher use it? Coercion and bribery. Right, that was a stupid question. Indeed. Oh well, I guess you want to hear the whole story, huh? Someone tried to stealthily take a photo of me. I caught him and politely asked him what he was doing, and when he told me that he was taking pictures for my bounty, I forced, requested him to take the photo you see here. He told me that there was no way his boss would use a photo like that for my bounty, so, after a little bit more of polite small talk, I met the boss and we came to an understanding. Unfortunately, I accidentally dropped some money while I was leaving the building, but I guess there is nothing I can do about that now. Tsunade nodded her head in understanding. She did receive a report of a man crying and begging Yuna for mercy while saying that he will show her the way, so this was probably what that event was about. Yuna, in the meantime, started reading her bounty page. Let's see what they got. Bijou Slayer, huh? Not sure about that title. I think I would have preferred if my title had something to do with my ice. Oh well, could have been worse. It could have been something lame, like Ice Princess or whatever. As expected, I got an S rank. Although I knew it would be like this, having my ice categorized as a Kekkei Genkai is a little annoying. Oh? The bounty is from the Tsuchikage, just as I have expected. 50 million, huh? Not bad at all. Hee, guess I will have to send that old man a little present in return. After Yuna finished reading, she nodded in satisfaction. Seems like someone did his homework properly. Most of my techniques are listed, but I have to subtract a few points for writing that I will lose control while fighting. I don't lose control, I give up control. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Yuna's comment but didn't bother arguing with her. Yes, whatever. I didn't call you over just to show you your bounty. Recently, you have been running amok a little too much, resulting in the other countries paying more and more attention to us, so I was ordered by the daimyo to keep you out of trouble for a while. That is why Yuna's eyes shone when she heard what Tsunade said and eagerly nodded her head and interrupted her before she could finish speaking. Very good. I was wondering when you would decide to follow my suggestion and assassinate the daimyo. Guess that time has finally come. Do you want me to go right now and do it? If I hurry, I should be done before dinner. I have already prepared an obedient puppet that can take over the position, and I have prepared false evidence to blame it on someone else as well. Plan to assign you as a Jonin sensei for a team of fresh genin. Cough ha ha ha. I was just joking. Especially that last part about the puppet and the false evidence. Definitely a joke, so funny. Whatever, I will just pretend I didn't hear that. Yeah, me too. Yuna and Tsunade were both surprised when they heard the voice of a third person. They turned around and saw Hiruzen, who was relaxing on a couch while reading his favorite book and smoking. Yuna and Tsunade both had the same thought at the same time. Was he here the whole time? Isn't his presence becoming a little thin? Chapter 195, Yuna's Genin. Anyway, so you want me to become a Jonin sensei, Tsunade? Indeed, I have heard that you are the one responsible for Naruto and Hinata's strength, so I think you would be a very competent teacher. Upon hearing Tsunade's argument, Yuna couldn't help but look at her weirdly. That might be true, but you should be fully aware of what will happen to those three if I am the one teaching them, right? Tsunade visibly flinched and moments later sighed in resignation. Che. They will become incredibly annoying to deal with. They will be rampant and almost completely incapable of showing respect to their superiors. Additionally, they will probably get addicted to messing with people. Yuna thought about Tsunade's words for a short moment and then nodded her head in agreement. Correct, and let's not forget that I will install my morals and values in them as well. Tsunade groaned loudly when she heard that and held her head in pain. What am I supposed to do? I really don't want to allow Yuna to taint more people with her uniqueness, but the daimyo told me to keep her in the village for a while. I can't exactly assign D-rank missions to a full-fledged Jonin, can I? Maybe. Yuna's suggestion wasn't so bad. It's not like I am friends with the daimyo or anything like that, and Yuna did say that she already had everything prepared. No, calm down, Tsunade. Don't let Yuna influence you. Besides that, it is not like I chose the three genins randomly. Tsunade took a deep breath to calm her strained nerves, and after a few seconds, a confident smile appeared on her face. Hee, very well, but you better not believe that I just assigned you a bunch of people randomly. I chose all three of them for a reason. Yuna raised her eyebrow when she heard Tsunade's words and a wide grin appeared on her face. Who interesting. So, you especially set up my team to counter me, huh? Very well, you have my attention. Tsunade opened one of the drawers of her desk and pulled 3 folders out of it. She placed all 3 of them in front of Yuna and then leaned back into her chair, waiting for Yuna to read through them. Yuna, who was slightly intrigued by Tsunade's confidence, picked up the first folder and started reading through it. The more she read, the weirder the expression on her face became, and when she finished reading through it, she couldn't help but look at Tsunade weirdly. Tsunade's face, however, didn't even twitch, and she was still looking calmly at Yuna. Yuna looked at her a little longer, and, without saying anything, put down the first folder and started reading the second one. The moment she opened it, her eyebrow twitched a little and she gave Tsunade another weird glance, but Tsunade only kept her stoic face. After she was done with the second one, she put it down and picked up the third one. She opened it, and the moment she saw the picture of the person it belonged to, she closed it again and put it down. Just to make sure that there are no misunderstandings, are you serious? 100%. Yuna sighed and shook her head. She closed her eyes and started contemplating without saying a word for multiple minutes, which made the atmosphere in the office rather awkward. After thinking for about 5 minutes, she reopened her eyes, flipped open the first folder, and pointed her finger at the photo that was contained inside of it. The photo showed a young male shinobi with black hair, black eyes, a pale face, and a fake-looking smile on his face. He looked a little like a combination of the male and the female form of Sasuke, and the label on the photo read, Sai. That's a spy or an assassin. Next, Yuna flipped open the second folder and yet again pointed her finger at the picture inside of it. It showed a young woman with long black hair, featureless white eyes that are the trademark of the Hyuga clan, and had a delicate face. She would probably be considered good-looking if she didn't have a stoic expression on her face that seemed to be looking down on everyone around her. Although that kind of expression was rather normal for a Hyuga to have, hers was especially pronounced. The label of the photo read, Hisoka Hyuga. That's a spy or an assassin. Without waiting for Tsunade to say anything, she flipped open the last folder, and just like the previous 2 times, she pointed her finger at the picture inside the folder. It showed a young woman with long red hair, red eyes, and black-framed glasses. The most striking feature was the revealing maid outfit she was wearing and the slightly deranged smile on her face. Her photo was labeled with, Karen Uzumaki. A pervert. Hearing Yuna's short assessments of her new genin, Tsunade couldn't help but sweat a little. She couldn't help but feel that she messed up quite a bit this time. When she was choosing Yuna's team, the only criteria she was looking for was a combination that might endure Yuna's personality long enough to become a chunin without adapting too many of her traits. Sai was an easy choice in that regard. He was pretty much emotionless, so it shouldn't be that easy to mess with him. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't pay any attention to his background and didn't even consider for a moment that pairing Yuna up with one of Danzo's disbanded root agents was a bad idea. Hisoka Hyuga was another easy choice. From what Tsunade had heard about her, she was even more stoic than the Hyuga usually are, so she had some hope that she could resist Yuna for long enough to become a chunin. Additionally, she was apparently very skilled, so she might actually make it to chunin after her very first chunin exam. Yet again, Tsunade didn't pay any attention to the circumstances and forgot that Yuna had a conflict with the Hyuga clan. Well, this at least explains why the Hyuga clan happily agreed to make Hisoka one of Yuna's genin. Oh well, Yuna will probably be fine. The last choice, Karen. She was already too far gone, so it didn't matter. Although Tsunade accepted her as a disciple a few months ago, she regretted that choice by now. Since she had a deal with Yuna, she can't just kick her out, and it was not like she wasn't talented either. In fact, Karen was incredibly talented in Iryo Jutsu and was very hardworking as well. The problem was that even the slightest mentioning of Yuna's name would end in her telling everyone who did and didn't want to hear it, how much she liked Yuna. Although she can't stop teaching Karen, she can still divert her attention to something else, so when Tsunade suggested becoming one of Yuna's genin to her, she agreed instantly. Tsunade was hoping that Karen would cause most of Yuna's attention to be on her instead of the other 2 people. While Tsunade was sweating more and more due to just having attached potential assassins to Yuna, a wide smile appeared on Yuna's face. Interesting. Very interesting, indeed. On one side, we have 2 seemingly emotionless people, and on the other side we have me and Karen, who will be messing with them. Breaking the facade of 2 seemingly emotionless people will be a lot of fun. Although both of them being potential spies or even assassins makes the whole situation rather spicy, but for me that makes it much more exciting. And you even gave me a little assistant, how nice of you. Anyway. I need to go. Sneaking into the Hyuga compound to gather information about my new genin will be a bit of a hassle, so I will need some prep time. See ya. Without saying another word, Yuna left the office, leaving a completely dumbfounded Tsunade behind. Hiruzen, who hasn't said anything for quite a while now, glanced at Tsunade and chuckled a little before turning the page of his book and taking another puff of his pipe. I love my retirement. Chapter 196, Hisoka Hyuga. Although her face had a stoic expression, Hisoka Hyuga was in an excellent mood, right now. Whoever reincarnated her into this world, she was thankful for that being, for giving her a face that didn't show many emotions, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived inside the Hyuga clan for very long. Right now, for example, she would, instead of having a serious expression on her face, sneer at Hayashi Hyuga in ridicule. He just summoned her to his office and told her that he got information about her Jonin sensei and that it was actually going to be Yuna Uzumaki. It took Hisoka quite a bit of willpower to resist the impulse to stand up and exclaim in joy, but Hayashi luckily interpreted her short muscle twitch differently. It seems like you understand the situation despite being just a member of the branch family. Yes, Hayashi-sama. She is the one who can get rid of this damn cursed seal after all. Hayashi nodded in approval and continued speaking. She humiliated the Hyuga clan and even messed with our seal, so we need to get rid of her as soon as possible. The same is, naturally, true for Hinata as well, but she is of lesser concern for now. Now that you have become her student, I want you to spy on her and, if you see a good chance, get rid of her. Seeing the stoic expression on Hisoka's face, Hayashi, yet again, nodded in approval. I heard that she was an exemplary member of the Hyuga clan and it seems to be true. Although I just gave her the mission to kill her Jonin teacher, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. Considering her high potential and skill, I might even consider her a potential marriage candidate for Niji if she succeeds in her mission. Despite her stoic face, however, Hisoka had slightly different thoughts. Yeah, sure, great idea. I can barely fight a Chunin and you want me to kill a Jonin? No big deal at all. I will just use the secret fighting style I learned in the Hyuga clan, which is called the gentle style. I bet she will never see that coming. I understand, Hayashi-sama. Could you allow me to earn her trust and become closer to her? Although Hayashi was slightly taken aback by that request, after thinking about it for a moment, he nodded his head in agreement. I see, she will probably be on guard against you, because you are from the Hyuga clan. I allow it. Thank you, Hayashi-sama. Hehe, what an idiot. Now I just need to convince Yuna that I do not care about the Hyuga clan and then I can act normally with her, without the Hyuga suspecting anything. Hayashi was just about to dismiss Hisoka when he remembered something else that he should mention. Although I think it is rather obvious, you are not allowed to have that girl modify your seal. Yet again, Hisoka thanked whoever was responsible for giving her such a stoic face, since she definitely would have slipped up if that wasn't the case. Of course not, Hayashi-sama. As if I would do something like that. Wouldn't that betray the Hyuga clan? Hehe, that shit will be gone as soon as possible. The Hyuga clan. Seeing Hisoka being seemingly outraged by Hayashi even suggesting that she would do something like that, he nodded in approval, yet again. Good work, Hisoka. I have heard that you were quite remarkable despite being born from a very low-ranking branch family and I could indeed confirm that today. You may leave. Thank you for your praise, Hayashi-sama. Although Hisoka almost spat in his face when he praised her, she barely showed any reaction to it, thanked Hayashi, and left the room. The moment Hisoka was out of the room, a minuscule smile appeared on Hayashi's face. Well, she is still young after all, so I guess it is normal that she shows some reaction to getting praised by me. Hisoka, meanwhile, was walking through the Hyuga compound back to her residence. Most other members of the Hyuga clan she met would greet her politely. She, naturally, returned these greetings equally politely. Since she has been acknowledged as a genius, a lot more people have started being polite to her despite currently not even being a genin, and since she had no grudge against the Hyuga clan as a whole, she saw no point in shunning every single member. Additionally, as someone who grew up in Japan, it felt weird to her not to greet back the people that greeted her. A few moments later, she reached her residence, and as soon as she did, she went to her personal training ground and smashed her fist into one of the wooden poles that served as training dummies, leaving quite a deep dent behind. Quite remarkable despite being born from a very low-ranking branch. Go yourself, you piece of shit. Niji, your precious heir of the main family, got rolled up like a newspaper by Hinata, someone who, apparently, wasn't worthy of the Hyuga clan. Despite only receiving one-on-one training after quite a while and being 2 years younger than Niji, I could still kick his ass, and you dare spout shit about my birth? If I had received the same kind of meticulous training as Niji, I could probably defeat him with one hand behind my back. Although her face only twitched a little while these emotions were raging through her head, experienced shinobi might still be able to interpret them as anger, so Hisoka kept her thoughts in control until she reached her training ground. She was getting closer and closer to being freed from the Hyuga clan, and she couldn't mess that up now. After a few more seconds, she took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. She has been bottling up her anger for quite a while now, but there was nothing she could do about that for now. There were always people nearby, and if she actually lashed out, it would bring her nothing but trouble. Only after calming down sufficiently, did she notice that something was dripping down her hand and that her hand was actually hurting quite a bit. She removed her hand from the wooden pole that she just punched and noticed that there was actually some blood on it. She glanced at the fresh wound and then decided to ignore it and start training instead. She didn't have the time to dawdle around. She needed to get stronger no matter what. She wanted to free herself from the Hyuga clan as soon as possible. While Hisoka was devoting herself to her training, a pair of purple eyes were watching her from the darkness. This pair of eyes has been following her around for quite a while, and although it only held amusement at the start, now it showed a bit of intrigue as well. Seems like things aren't as simple as I thought they were, hee. How fun. Chapter 197, Feeling a Little Nostalgic. Hisoka was currently sitting inside a classroom in the Shinobi Academy, while Irika told the graduates who will be in their team. She wasn't entirely sure why, but Irika wanted to do this in another classroom than their usual one, but she decided to simply ignore that since it didn't seem to serve any purpose. Hisoka's team was already announced and she couldn't help but be surprised when she found out that she knew both of her teammates. They were Karen and Sai, who were only supposed to appear in the second part of the anime. Well, it was Karen Uzumaki now, instead of just Karen. Hisoka didn't need to think long to understand why both of them appeared here. Danzo was, apparently, dead, which surprised her greatly, but made her happy at the same time, so it made sense for Sai to join a normal team. Karen being here also somewhat made sense since the Uzumaki clan has returned and she was part of it. Truth be told, except for her fangirling over Sasuke, Hisoka actually liked Karen's character quite a bit, and after hearing that they were in the same team she wondered if something could happen between them. Moments later, however, she could only smile wryly at herself for thinking nonsense like that. Karen likes men, which means that me having a chance with her is impossible. While Hisoka was still contemplating about her teammates, Irika finished the team assignments. Very well, that was all from my side. Just wait here and your new Jonin sensei will appear and pick you up. I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. Irika left the classroom under the cheering of his ex-students, and the moment the door closed, a small package appeared in Irika's hands and a new person appeared, squatting on the front table. Yes, you passed the easiest part of your shinobi career. Congratulations. Everybody in the room was dumbfounded when an unknown person suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started mocking them. One of the people in the front row immediately stood up and pointed his finger at the unknown person. Who are you? Why are you? Splat. ****, although it has only been a year since the last time I used this old thing, it sure feels nostalgic. The name's Yuna, by the way. Oh, and only one question at a time, please. An eerie silence covered the classroom before another person stood up and pointed his finger at Yuna in excitement. You are the legendary cake prankster that was terrorizing the teachers in one class above ours? That is so awesome. Can I? Splat. Partially correct, since my little brother, Naruto, was involved as well. The eyes of a few people in the room shone in worship when Yuna admitted that she was involved in the cake pranks. She did, after all, manage to hit a chunin with it, and despite playing the same prank again and again, no one ever found out how it was done or who did it. Another person stood up and started speaking with excitement in his voice. Have you continued your legacy? The person that asked the question was cautiously looking around and breathed a sigh of relief when he wasn't hit by a cake. Seems at least one person can follow the rules. As for your question, of course, I did. In fact, I even managed to get a hit on the third Hokage. This immediately caused an uproar in the room. The third Hokage was, after all, a legendary character for quite a lot of people in Konoha, so a lot of people in the room were rather doubtful whether what Yuna just claimed was actually true or not. After a while of whispered discussions, someone asked Yuna another question. You said that your name was Yuna, right? Are you? Splat. Yes, I said that. A somewhat awkward atmosphere covered the room after Yuna's answer, while quite a few people were looking at the person who asked the question just now like he was an idiot. Although Yuna was clearly messing with him, he definitely made it too easy for Yuna to do so, so he could only blame himself. A short moment later, someone asked Yuna the question the previous person wanted to ask. Since your first name is the same as Hisoka Hyuga's sensei, are you her sensei? Yes, I am Hisoka Hyuga's Jonin sensei and I am here to pick her up. I assume you are Hisoka? After Yuna answered the question, she looked at the only person in the room that looked like a Hyuga and asked a question of her own. Yes, I am Hisoka Hyuga. Good. Your face is as stiff as I heard it was. Oh well, it's not like anyone can hide anything from me, so it's fine. Just out of curiosity, have you ever puked due to experiencing spatial movement? Hisoka couldn't help but panic a little when Yuna called her face stiff instead of stoic, since that somewhat implied that it couldn't show emotions instead of her simply not revealing any of her emotions. Although Hisoka thought that she was overthinking what Yuna said and that she just wanted to mess with her a little, Yuna's next sentence caused her to actually become worried about whether Yuna could see through her or not. Although she did want to become friends with Yuna, she had become rather used to people not being able to see her emotions, so she felt a little exposed by Yuna's statement. Yuna's last sentence, however, completely threw her off, but after a short moment, she managed to gather her thoughts and shook her head in denial. Hehe, would you like to? If Hisoka weren't seated right now, she would certainly take a few steps back to get away from Yuna's slightly unhinged smile. And no? Well, that's too bad for you, because you probably will. Without allowing Hisoka to say anything else, Yuna disappeared from where she stood in a red and blue flash, reappeared in front of Hisoka, grabbed her shoulder, and disappeared again with another red and blue flash, this time while taking Hisoka with her. The legend of the yellow flash was rather well known to pretty much everyone in Konoha, so seeing Yuna doing something that looked rather similar just with another color scheme immediately caused another uproar in the classroom, which confused the next Jonin sensei that appeared in the room. After hearing about the reason for the uproar, he couldn't help but chuckle a little. As a Jonin, he knew about Yuna and her tendencies to prank people. A troublemaker like Yuna would usually be scorned if she continued with her pranking despite becoming a high-ranking shinobi, since this could genuinely risk the lives of her teammates, but Yuna knew very well when she could mess around and when not. This, combined with her versatile skill set and strong combat power, resulted in her being well-liked in the ranks of Konoha's elite shinobi force. Anyway, I am Keiki Itazura and I am here to pick up my genin. Are Yuna's cake victims alright? Do you need? Splat. An oppressive silence covered the classroom, and moments later, the fresh genin started whispering with each other. Although Keiki's ears weren't anything special, he was still a Jonin, so he could at least understand a few words that were said. 2 questions. Forbidden. Own fault. Cake prankster. Keiki Itazura had, naturally, no clue what was going on. He wiped away the cake in his face in a practiced manner and decided to simply ignore what just happened and continue with what he wanted to do. He already learned that that was usually the best approach when dealing with Yuna's shenanigans. Chapter 198, She's a pervert, so it's fine. At the third training ground, a small group of 4 people gathered. One of these 4 people was a young male shinobi with black hair. He was simply standing still with a fake smile on his face and without saying a word. Although his expression was hard to read, if one were to take a closer look, there was some confusion in his eyes due to the current situation he was in. This person was Sai. The second person was a young woman with red and blue hair. She was currently seated and was watching one of the other 2 people kneeling on all fours on the ground while emitting a rainbow from her mouth. This was Yuna, who just teleported here a few seconds ago. The third person, who was currently busy emptying her stomach, would have probably marveled about being at the legendary third training ground, but she was too busy with cursing Yuna in her mind and puking to even notice where she was. This person was, naturally, Hisoka, who just got teleported here together with Yuna and felt like her stomach was turned upside down the moment she arrived, which resulted in her current predicament. The last person, Karen, was kneeling on all fours as well, but had a different reason for doing so than Hisoka. A short while later, Hisoka managed to rein in her stomach and stood up with a disgusted expression on her face. Ugh, that felt horrendous. How in the world did Minato manage to use this repeatedly? Yuna raised her eyebrow in suspicion when she heard Hisoka casually saying Minato's name as if she knew him. After shadowing her for a while, Yuna was already pretty sure that she had some kind of a secret, but despite there being multiple instances where Hisoka should have thought that she was alone, she hasn't revealed anything yet. Just now, she probably slipped up a little due to still being slightly sick from the teleportation. Despite that, Yuna decided that she would ignore the slip-up for now and answer her question. She still had plenty of time to dig up her secrets, after all. You just have to strengthen your vestibular system with chakra before you teleport, that will negate most of the sickness. Additionally, you get used to teleporting if you do it. Couldn't you have told me about that before we teleported? Yes, I could have. A bottle of water appeared in Yuna's hand, which she tossed towards Hisoka, who caught it easily. Although she was thankful about Yuna giving her something to rinse her mouth, her eyebrows still twitched in irritation. Despite her irritation, she decided to swallow her anger for now, since she already knew about how Yuna acted, so she expected things to get messy from the start. She opened the water bottle, poured some water into her mouth, and used the moment of silence to properly look around, just to immediately do a spit take the moment she saw Karen's current situation. Why the hell are you sitting on Karen? Yet again, Yuna felt that something was off about Hisoka. The way she said Karen's name was too natural. It was like she had known her for quite a while instead of this being their first meeting. Additionally, she made a mental note that it took her about 5 minutes to break Hisoka's stoic face, which she deemed to be an acceptable time. As for Karen's current position, she was on all fours on the ground, while Yuna was casually sitting down on her back like she was a chair. Although her face couldn't be seen, since she was looking towards the ground, it was obvious that she was breathing rather heavily, while her body was shaking, making it look like she would collapse at any moment. After hearing Hisoka's question, however, Yuna only shrugged her shoulders. She has been serving me as my personal maid for a few months now and I am rather satisfied with her work, so I decided to give her a little reward by allowing her to become my chair. Hisoka felt her facial muscles twitch when she heard what Yuna considered a reward. It was obvious that she had a few screws loose, but Hisoka didn't expect it to be this bad. Before she could say anything else, Sai raised his hand as if he wanted to ask a question. Yes, spy number 1. You have a question? Although Sai was a little confused as to why Yuna was calling him spy number 1, he decided to ask about that later and asked his initial question first. Isn't a reward supposed to be something that the other person is happy about? I am not good at understanding emotions, but I don't think that she is happy. Oh, you don't? Without saying anything else, Yuna lightly pulled on Karen's hair and made her look at Hisoka and Sai. Hisoka's jaw almost hit the ground when he saw Karen's current facial expression. Her whole face was flushed red, she had a sloppy smile on her face while a trickle of blood was slowly coming out of her nose. For a split second, Hisoka could have sworn that her pupils turned heart-shaped, but she quickly dismissed that as an illusion. Well, it seems like Karen likes women now, but I guess my chances with her are still 0. Well, does that explain why this is considered a reward? While Hisoka nodded her head immediately, Sai was still studying Karen's face in confusion. A small smirk appeared on Yuna's face when Hisoka walked into another one of her traps. The Hyuga clan was a very stiff clan and Yuna somewhat doubted that their members would know anything about masochistic people. And even if they knew about them, that certainly wasn't knowledge that was taught to people as young as Hisoka. By now, Yuna was pretty sure that Hisoka either had an external source of information that only she could access, had memories from her past life like Yuna did, or traveled back in time, which was the least likely from what Yuna had observed of her so far. After Sai inspected Karen's face a while longer, he shook his head in confusion. Although it looks a little weird, she certainly has a smile on her face, which must mean that she is happy, but I don't understand why she is happy. Yuna nodded her head at Sai. His confusion certainly wasn't weird, after all, there was no way Danzo would have bothered teaching his root agents anything about relationships and stuff like that. There really was no point in doing so if his people couldn't feel emotions in the first place. Why don't you answer his question, Karen? Tell him why you are enjoying the current situation. It's because I'm a pervert that enjoys it when Yuna-sama is sitting on me. That's right, good girl. Karen's expression melted even further when Yuna started petting her head. Seeing Karen's expression degrade, even more, things got a little too spicy for Hisoka, so she quickly looked up while pinching her nose to prevent any blood from leaking out. Upon seeing that, Yuna immediately modified her previous theory about Hisoka. She is surprisingly innocent, so I somewhat doubt that she had a previous life and time travel is out as well, so she probably has some kind of special source for information. Well, it is also possible that she never had any sexual experience despite traveling back in time or having a second life. Oh well, guess I will have a little discussion with her after I have dismissed the other two. Sai, meanwhile, pondered a while longer and then nodded his head. I see, so she is a pervert. I read that a pervert is someone who enjoys unusual things, so the only reason that this is a reward for her is that she is a pervert and it wouldn't be a reward for people that aren't perverts like her. Karen, hearing Sai repeatedly calling her a pervert, considered knocking him out, but she was enjoying the current situation way too much to move. Additionally, she really had no room to argue that she wasn't a pervert, but her being one and people calling her one were completely different matters, so she decided to get revenge on Sai after Yuna was finished rewarding her. Yuna, meanwhile, nodded her head in approval. You are correct, spy number one. She is a pervert, so it's fine. Hearing Yuna calling her a pervert, a shiver went through Karen's body. Somehow I get all tingly when Yuna-sama is the one who calls me a pervert. Well, I already accepted that I'm a lost cause, so there is no problem. I wish Yuna-sama could give me a few smacks while she is sitting on me, but I guess I haven't earned that kind of super high-class reward yet. I will work even harder from now on and get an even better reward. Chapter 199, Introductions. Well, I guess that should have answered spy number one's question. Are there any other questions before we start with the introductions? Pervert? Any questions? See, could you please smack my butt, Yuna-sama? No. Being mercilessly denied like this is also not bad. Spy number two, any questions? Spy. Oh? You don't like that name? You can also be assassin number one if you prefer it. Assassin. Hisoka was stunned when Yuna suddenly started calling her a spy or an assassin. Although that was exactly what she was ordered to do, she didn't consider doing it for even a second, so she pretty much stopped thinking about it. Now, however, she realized that she made a very significant mistake. Since I stopped thinking about Hayashi's orders to spy on Yuna pretty much instantly, I didn't even consider for a moment what Yuna would think about a Hyuga suddenly becoming one of her genin. Although I am not her enemy and have no bad intentions towards her, Yuna doesn't know that. Additionally, even if I tried to become closer to her, she would obviously interpret it as me trying to get closer to my target. Shit, isn't this dangerous for me? I wonder if she is planning to do something to me. Hisoka glanced at Yuna in an attempt to see through what Yuna's intentions were, but Yuna noticed her gaze and returned a friendly smile. The moment Hisoka saw Yuna's seemingly friendly smile, a shiver of pure terror went through her body, as she felt like she was standing in front of a giant predator. Bad. Worse. The worst. The absolute worst. She plans to get rid of me the very first chance she gets. I need to come up with a plan and I need to do so as quickly as possible. Ding. Emergency quest activated, survive. Quest description, don't die. Good luck. F***. That's not helping at all. Seeing Hisoka falling into a combination of fear and panic, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle a little, which made Hisoka's mental state even worse. One of the best ways to get information out of someone was by making them panic and slip up while their mind was in disarray, which was exactly what happened just now. The moment Hisoka started panicking, there was some minuscule eye movement, like she was reading something that was directly in front of her face. I wonder what she was just looking at. Considering her mental state didn't improve at all after she was finished looking, it probably wasn't something good. Is someone trying to take away my job? We will see about that, Kurama. Your job? What do you mean by that, Kurama? Besides that, why were there a few minutes where I couldn't see or hear what was going on in the outside world? Don't worry about it, Isabu. Why? You two are so mean. Tell me already. A few moments later, Yuna and Kurama managed to pacify Isabu, while Hisoka managed to get her emotions under control as well. Although she wasn't sure what Yuna was planning, she didn't think that Yuna would do anything inside Konoha. That meant that she at least had time until they had their first C-rank mission to convince Yuna that she wasn't a spy. With Dionysus knew. Yuna was the first to break the awkward silence that had descended onto the training ground. Anyway, let's start with the introductions. Since it has become somewhat of a tradition, I guess we should just do it as everyone does. Tell us your likes, dislikes, and dreams for the future. How about you go first, pervert? Karen, who still served as Yuna's chair, trembled a little when Yuna called her a pervert yet again but started her introduction anyway. My name is Karen Uzumaki, I dislike not being near Yuna-sama and I like getting punished by Yuna-sama, hee, and getting rewarded by Yuna-sama with a punishment, gee. As for my dreams for the future, gee. It happened again. Why couldn't I see what happened on the outside? Right, that was a very unique introduction. How about you go next, spy number 1? Although Sai still hasn't asked why Yuna was calling him a spy, he decided to introduce himself anyway. My name is Sai, I like drawing and I dislike, I don't know. As for my dreams for the future, I want to know how bonds between people work. How bonds with Yuna-sama, no, bondage with Yuna-sama, gee. You are forbidden from speaking, Karen, and thank you for the introduction, spy number 1. Yes, Yuna-sama. Kurama, what is bondage? Sorry Kurama, I was too slow. Good luck explaining that one. Well, assassin number 1, you are next. Go for it. Hisoka gritted her teeth when it was finally her turn. She was torn between giving a fake introduction that was safe for her but brought her nowhere or a real one that might be dangerous for her, but had a chance to reduce the animosity Yuna felt towards her. Yuna saw Hisoka's conflicted emotions and decided to act on her behalf. Before anyone could say a word or react, 4 chains shot out of Yuna and formed a dome around the 4 people that would prevent anyone from spying inside. The moment the dome fully surrounded them, powerful pressure crashed down on all 3 of them that almost caused them to suffocate. I might as well say it right here and now. From today on I consider you my students, which means that you will be under my protection from now on. As long as you don't do anything unforgivable, I will protect you no matter what. However, that also means that when you betray one of your fellow students, me, or do something I cannot forgive, I will hunt you down to the depths of hell if necessary. Is that understood? Yes, Yune-sama/sensei. Even the almost emotionless Sai answered out of instinct when he heard Yuna's question, while Hisoka felt relief flooding her body when Yuna said that she was under her protection. Although she wasn't sure whether she could trust Yuna or not, this was at least a small step in the right direction. As for Karen, she had already decided that she wouldn't sleep tonight and will spend the night, remembering Yuna's domineering display instead. After hearing Yuna's proclamation, Hisoka gathered her resolve and started her introduction. My name is Hisoka Hyuga, I like reading books and watching, certain material. I dislike, pretty much everything about the Hyuga clan and it is my dream to be freed from the Hyuga clan. The more Hisoka spoke, the louder her voice became until she was screaming out the last part of her introduction. Yuna could clearly feel just how much frustration she had accumulated over the years, so screaming out her worries was actually a pretty good start for now. Sai, meanwhile, still had trouble grasping emotions, but this was pretty much the first time he felt emotions this raw, so even he understood them. Helplessness and frustration. Even Karen, who was still in a daze from Yuna's domineering display earlier, looked at Hisoka in surprise. She had a pretty good idea of how Hisoka felt since she felt the same while she was living in Kyusugakure with her mother. For now, she decided that she should at least become friends with Hisoka. Yuna, meanwhile, nodded in approval. Although she had already expected it, now she had the confirmation that Hisoka disliked the Hyuga clan. It seems that Sai and Hisoka aren't as boring as I thought they would be. Sai clearly has no loyalty for Danzo and struggles with emotions, while not really knowing what to do with himself, while Hisoka knows exactly what she wants but doesn't know how to get it. A smile that oozed confidence appeared on Yuna's face. Very good, Sai, Hisoka, since I will be your sensei from now on, I will help you achieve what you want to achieve. As for Karen. Well, if you do well, I will naturally reward you. Yes, Yune-sama/sensei. Chapter 200, Hisoka's Abduction. Well, now that is out of the way, I guess it is time for my introduction. I am Yuna Uzumaki, I like my family members and friends. Additionally, I enjoy fighting and messing with people. I dislike people that act arrogant just because their parents are important. My dreams for the future are to make a huge harem and to become the absolute strongest. Hisoka's jaw hit the ground when Yuna was finished with her introduction. Karen's introduction was already pretty outrageous, but Yuna's easily surpassed it in outrageousness. Karen was only addicted to Yuna, which turned her introduction into something rather messy. Yuna's introduction, however, revealed her ambitions, which were pretty insane in Hisoka's opinion. She boldly proclaimed that she wants a harem. Truth be told, I had the same dream after arriving in this world, but I discarded that notion rather quickly. I didn't even have a girlfriend in my previous life, so immediately aiming for a harem is obviously unrealistic. Just because I came from another world and have some knowledge about the future doesn't mean I can suddenly woo a bunch of women, after all. Wait a moment. Doesn't Yuna already have a harem? I saw her kiss Hinata during the Chunin exam and Karen is obviously into her as well. Did Yuna break up with Hinata? Is she cheating or is it really a harem? Damn, she even said, huge harem. What kind of number is she imagining? Well, her second dream is even more ridiculous, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised by just wanting a harem. Although I am not sure about Hinata, Karen is clearly down for the idea considering the look on her face after Yuna finished her proclamation. Her second dream, however, is where it gets really crazy. The absolute strongest, Is she a reincarnated person and knows about the future enemies that will pop up or isn't she? Well, whether she is or isn't, I really want to know why she is so confident. She might have a lot of cheats, but the future enemies are pretty broken as well. Whether she knows what the future holds or not, what gives her that kind of confidence in succeeding? While Hisoka was deep in thought, Yuna continued speaking. Alright, now that we are done with the introductions, we are done for today. If you want, you can follow me to the Uzumaki compound so we can have dinner together so we can get to know each other better. In case you don't want to or you don't have time, tomorrow at 8 in the morning we will meet here again. Sai was the first to respond to Yuna's offer. I would like to go. I think this will make it easier for me to understand the bonds between people. Yuna nodded in approval and focused her eyes on Hisoka, who was clearly caught off guard by Yuna's offer. I can't. I have to return to the Hyuga clan. Yuna could clearly see that Hisoka would like to come as well, but she was probably forced to return to the Hyuga clan as fast as possible to report how the first meeting went. Yuna snorted in disdain as a sneer appeared on her face, and moments later an ice statue formed behind her that quickly turned into an exact copy of Yuna that disappeared the moment it was completely formed. Too bad then. I just decided that attending the dinner is mandatory. If anybody asks you why you didn't return in time, tell them I forced you to come. If anybody still has complaints after that, then tell me who it was and I will make sure to publicly release enough controversies about them to fill a book. Although Hisoka shivered in fear when she saw Yuna's facial expression, she was rather moved by Yuna's declaration as well. This was the first time in this life that anyone was guaranteeing her safety from the Hyuga clan. There were very few people that could go against the Hyuga clan in Konoha, but Yuna was certainly one of these people. Whether it was her individual strength or her backing, she could easily compete with the Hyuga clan, so Hisoka felt rather safe after hearing Yuna's words. She even managed to pretend that she didn't hear Yuna's claim that she could procure enough blackmail material to fill a book about individuals in the Hyuga clan. Thank you, in that case, I will come as well. A short while later, the four people reached the entrance to the Uzumaki compound and were immediately greeted by one of the guards. Welcome back, Yuna-sama. Are these your students? Correct, they are called Sai and Hisoka, and I assume you already know Karen. The gate guard nodded his head and glanced at Karen, who still had a slightly sloppy smile on her face. There was probably no one in the Uzumaki compound who didn't know about her. First of all, she somehow became Yuna's personal maid without anybody understanding how or why, and then she started wearing more and more revealing clothing, which resulted in weird rumors being spread about Yuna. Although the Uzumaki clan didn't care much about formalities, they still respected Yuna quite a lot and didn't want people to think badly of her, so a few people asked Karen to wear less revealing clothing, but Karen easily shot all of them down. As soon as Yuna-sama tells me to wear less revealing clothing, I will do it, was what she said, and there was nothing else to argue about after that. If Yuna didn't mind, who were they to argue about it? After passing through the gate, they walked towards the biggest building in the compound, but halfway there, a bitter smile appeared on Yuna's face. Sorry Hisoka, and good luck. Huh? What do you mean, Yuna-se? That was all she could get out before she was hit by a senbon that immediately robbed her of her consciousness. The moment she got hit, two hands seemed to appear out of nowhere, grabbed Hisoka, and vanished together with her, without leaving a trace. An oppressive silence descended upon the remaining three people. The one to break the silence first was actually Sai. Why Yuna-sensei, I don't really understand why, but I seem to be sweating a lot, while my hands are shaking. What is going on? After hearing Sai's question, Yuna nodded her head in understanding and answered him. The reason for that is another emotion. It is called fear. Sai thought about Yuna's answer for a moment and then nodded his head. I see, I read about this as well, but I didn't think it would feel this uncomfortable. Meh, you get used to it, so don't worry about it for now. Thank you for your advice, Yuna-sensei. While Yuna and Sai were talking, a crimson-red blush appeared on Karen's face. What is this feeling? Although getting punished by Yuna-sama is still the best, what just happened made me rather excited as well. Hehe, and maybe she will agree to give me a little punishment as well? Ah, but Yuna-sama has to agree first, or maybe, gihi, she will punish me together with Yuna-sama. That's the end of this tale for now, thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 10. Peace.